Hi, this is Rosario, the Spanish interpreter. Can somebody hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is the Spanish interpreter. I just want to check with you. Is this the regular Board of the meeting or Board of Supervisors meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to say there is a confusion in our schedule because we were booked for 1 p.m. Maybe that's why the Vietnamese interpreter is not here.
We will look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 19th. Let's call this meeting to order. If I could please have our clerk call the roll.
Supervisor Abekoga.
Here.
Supervisor Jung.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Here.
President Lee.
Good morning, President.
You have a quorum.
And I also want to wish a very special happy early birthday to two of my colleagues for their birthday this week on Wednesday and Thursday, which is Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Abekoga. Yay!
And our clerk, Tina Papura's birthday is
That's right. And today is our board of superstar Tina Papura's birthday. Happy birthday, Tina! Yay! Okay. Now, clerk, could you please read the interpretation announcements?
Yes, and we'll see if we have our Vietnamese interpreter on the line, but I will read this and I will ask our interpreters to translate the following into Spanish, then Vietnamese. If you are in chambers and require Spanish or Vietnamese interpretation, interpretation devices are available at the back of chambers. The deputy clerk can assist you with setup. Translation is also available in Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for public commenters, staff, and those on the dais, please speak clearly and directly into the microphone to improve the accuracy of translation.
Buenas tardes para las personas que se encuentran en la sala. Tenemos disponible el servicio de interpretación de vietnamita y español. Los dispositivos se encuentran en la parte de atrás de la sala y un miembro del personal les puede ayudar para configurarlo. También se encuentra disponible la interpretación en Zoom en el botón que se encuentra en la barra inferior. Y solamente como recordatorio para el público y el personal en general, por favor, hablen directamente al micrófono para poder tener una traducción adecuada. Gracias.
And our consecutive, Vietnamese interpreter is not yet on the call, but I understand Supervisor Jung may be able to make the announcement for us.
Sure thing. Thưa quý vị, nếu mà quý vị hôm nay có cần giúp đỡ thông dịch á, thì nếu mà đang họp trong phòng của Hội đồng giám sát viên á, là ngay đằng sau phòng có nhân viên của quận Hạ có máy nghe đặng cho có thể thông dịch trong thời gian đang họp. Nếu mà quý vị đang lắng nghe trên mạng á, thì xin nhấn vào cái nút mà cho thông dịch bằng tiếng Việt. Cảm ơn quý vị. Và nếu mà quý vị nói bằng tiếng Việt á, xin nói chậm và rõ đặng cho mình có thể thông dịch cho nó rõ hơn. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you. That was done. Adding it to my LinkedIn now.
Thank you. Today, I regret to say that we are going to start today's board meeting with a couple of moments of silences on put together. One is in the honor of the tragic loss of our life of an 8-year-old little girl over the weekend. As public servants, we are motivated by the opportunity to create a better life for our children everywhere, and so we stay in unity in our grief to see a beautiful life cut short. Second is I'd like to take a moment to also express our sorrow and condolences to our friends in San Diego and those who were affected by the San Diego Islamic Center shooting yesterday that took 3 souls. This horrific shooting occurred on the first day of Dhul Hijjah, one of the most sacred periods of the last Islamic year. We unequivocally condemn Islamophobia and hate in all of its forms. Acts of violence targeting people because of faith and identity have no place in our communities. And I also want to honor a security guard whose courageous efforts saved the lives of students and teachers who were inside the mosque during the attack that gave his life. And if everyone would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next we go to our pledge. May I ask our Vice President Arenas to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand if you're able. Ready, begin.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving to item 3, which is our invocation. May is the Jewish American Heritage Month. and I'm very grateful that we can celebrate it here together. This month gives us the opportunity to honor profound contributions of Jewish Americans have made to our culture, history, and our civic life, and our also shared values. As part of that celebration, we have a beautiful art display in our breezeway created to uplift Jewish voices, stories, creativity, and resilience. And today we are honored to welcome Rabbi Hugh Seed Valentia from Jewish Silicon Valley. Rabbi Hugh serves as a Senior Director of Collaborative Leadership and Jewish Engagement and has dedicated his career to Jewish learning, leadership, and community connection. A former Jewish studies educator at the Kahila Jewish High School in Palo Alto, he also serves as a Jewish community liaison for Vitas Healthcare and teaches widely on Jewish thought, parenting, meditation, and ethics. We're grateful for his presence today as we celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month and the importance of honoring culture, history, and community. Rabbi Hugh, welcome, and we invite you to share a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and mourn the 3 souls murdered at the Islamic Center of San Diego yesterday.
Pardon me, can we get his mic on, please?
Let's try again. Let's use our backup mic. That doesn't work. There we go.
How about now? Does that work?
A little bit better, yes.
Better? We're good?
Testing.
I like it called the belt and suspenders approach. See, there we go.
We'll make
Thank
it
you.
work.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you. As we gather today in this government center at the heart of Santa Clara County, a region of diverse voices and shared destinies, let us pause to acknowledge the weight of the work done here. Source of life, give us strength to center our hearts on the common good. As we observe Jewish American Heritage Month this May, we look back on a story that began nearly 4 centuries ago, when the first Jewish immigrants arrived in this country, seeking the simple dignity of safety and new paradigms for belonging. Since then, the Jewish story in America has been one of widening circles, from small, resilient enclaves to full participation in just about every facet of American life. From the laboratories of Silicon Valley to the social justice movements that have defined our region, Jewish Americans have sought to live out the ancient mandate of tikkun olam, to partner in the ongoing, messy, and holy work of repairing the world. For the Jewish people, American citizenship has never been viewed as a passive possession or mere legal status. It is a brit, a covenant. It is a sacred agreement that recognizes we are all responsible for one another. We Jews cherish the pluralistic, democratic, enlightened values that underlie and make possible our citizenship. We also recognize that participatory democracy is more than a political system. It is a moral achievement. It is the enactment of a deep conviction that every human being, regardless of background or belief, is created b'tselem Elohim, created in the divine image, and therefore possesses an inherent dignity that no government can grant and no religious, racial, ethnic, or political majority ought to diminish. In our participatory democracy, we do not just inhabit a place, we co-create it. Our votes, our voices, and our presence at these meetings and in all the workings of our common civic culture are the threads that weave the safety net for our most vulnerable neighbors and for us all. Yet, even as we celebrate the promise of Jewish American Heritage Month together, I want to acknowledge that we are experiencing an extended season of increasing political polarization, rising bigotry and Islamophobia, and of escalating anti-Semitism. We are living through a time when ancient tropes and new hostilities have left many in our communities feeling a renewed sense of vulnerability and the weight of increasing fear. In Jewish tradition, the antidote to fear is not retreat, it is engagement. The answer to those who would marginalize us is to lean further into the democratic process. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the institutions that build community and that support our democracy. We must continue to demand that our halls of power remain open, ensure that our neighbors remain allies, and insist that our laws reflect the pluralism that is America's greatest strength. Our citizenship is our shield, and our participatory democracy is our loudest hinenu, our declaration that we are here. With all of this in mind, O source of life, bless then these supervisors. Grant them a lev shomea, a hearing heart, so that they may truly listen to the voices of all who call this county home. May their deliberations be guided by the pursuit of tzedek, of justice, not as an abstract concept, but as a living practice that ensures safety, equity, and opportunity for every resident of our county, regardless of how they pray or where they come from. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Rabbi Salom. Thank you. Thank you. Now we next to the next item, which is announcing the adjournments in memoriam. I would pass this over to Supervisor Abi Koga for our adjournment today.
Thank you, President Lee, and good morning, colleagues and members of the community. Today, we pause to recognize and honor the life and legacy of former Palo Alto Mayor Mike Cobb, who passed away on March 25th at the age of 90. I want to begin by acknowledging his family, who is with us today, his daughter Linda, son Mike, and wife Barbara. Thank you all for being here. We honor a man who gave so much to his city and to this region. Mike Cobb was a dedicated civic volunteer who served on the Palo Alto City Council for more than a decade and who twice served as mayor in 1986 and again in 1990. I had the good fortune of meeting Mr. Cobb when I was a young staffer for Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, and he's definitely left a mark in my memories. He was a graphic designer by profession. Mike brought to public service a creative mind, a collaborative spirit, and a deep passion for sports, recreation, and community life. During his time on the council, he played a key role in negotiating agreements that expanded public access to important community assets, such as the Cubberley Community Center, the Winter Lodge, and the Stanford Mayfield soccer fields. His leadership helped ensure that generations of residents could enjoy the recreational facilities that make Palo Alto such a vibrant and livable place. Mike also represented the city on numerous regional committees, including the League of California Cities and the Northern California Power Agency. His vision emphasized strengthening the California Avenue District, improving ties with Stanford University, and fostering regional cooperation and cultural diversity. Those who worked with him often noted his humility and how he always made time, despite a busy life, to improve the city he loved. Mike remained deeply involved in civic life long after his council service ended. He continued to advocate for the community, particularly around improvements to Cubberley, and that's actually still being talked about today, which was one of his great passions. For 45 years, he coached the Palo Alto Bobby Sox softball team, now Palo Alto Girls Softball, which practiced and played at Cubberley. He later co-chaired a citizens committee focused on envisioning the future of the community center, and that's what they're actually talking about now. Beyond his contributions to City Hall and regional governance, Mike was a leader in youth sports as the league chair for the Green Meadow swim team, a soccer coach, and a longtime supporter of programs that brought families and neighbors together. He was also the graphic artist and founder of Mike Cobb Creative, and he hosted a local cable talk show centered on public affairs. I just remembered that. Mike believed deeply in public service, in thoughtful planning, and in leaving a legacy for future generations. To Linda, Mike, and Barbara, on behalf of the board, we extend our heartfelt condolences and our gratitude for sharing your husband and father with the community for so many years. Mike Cobb leaves behind a legacy of service, creativity, and commitment that will continue to shape Palo Alto for years to come. And his quote, "When you look back at your council careers, I hope you can look back with the idea that you helped the community come up with a truly visionary solution that will serve the needs of future generations," he said. "If you can do that, you can look back with pride." And with that, I'd like to invite Linda and Mike to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us today. Thank you for honoring our dad and husband and grandpa. Olivia is here as well, one of his grandchildren. My dad loved teaching, whether it was explaining pitching or cartooning techniques or offering insights into politics over dinner. In fact, a very strong memory of mine is every election season, my father and I would go to dinner with the ballot, and he would explain crazy propositions to me, whether yes meant no, no meant yes, and all that good stuff. One time a waiter asked to join us, and if he could listen in, I always said he should teach. So that was important to me. He introduced my brother and I to politics at a very young age. We were walking precincts long before either of us could vote. While I'm not quite as passionate about politics, I do take his learnings, and I will give the lecture to an adult who is not voting. So that is going to live on through me. He had the gift of making each person feel like the most important person in the room, whether it was through encouragement, humor, small traditions like milkshake rewards, silver dollars at the bottom of the pool. My dad's dedication to family and the community was reflected in everything he did, from coaching us in whatever sport we chose or attending every play his grandchildren were in, even the ones where they did not speak. I know many will remember him as the mayor of softball more than the mayor of Palo Alto. He coached girls softball in and around Palo Alto for more than 45 years, finally going professional and doing high school. That was a big step. And as a family, we do hope that you will see his name on one of the fields at Cubberley. So we are in the process of hoping that that happens. Thank you again for honoring him, and I'll introduce my brother, Mike.
And let me reiterate the thanks for my sister. For my entire life, my dad made sure to be part of literally everything that we were ever involved in, if there was an opportunity for him to add some value and really contribute. He was my very reluctant soccer coach for a while, despite a knowledge of the game that would compete with Ted Lasso. But he stepped up because no one else was there to do it, and it was important that someone got the work done. He was a leader on the community swim league that I swam in for so long because, again, the work needed to be done. As Linda mentioned, his time coaching her softball teams led to decades of passion for girls softball in Palo Alto, improving the lives of literally countless young women and girls in the city, for his leadership in the league and for his hands-on coaching. And this was just normal in my family. This is what we expected. You give back, you support your community, and when you do it, you go all in doing it. And that's how he taught us. His time as a planning commissioner, city councilman, and mayor of Palo Alto was really just an extension of all these things. And I think his role in establishing the Cubberley Community Center that Margaret referenced was probably his proudest moment, providing an umbrella to serve the needs of such a wide variety of organizations in Palo Alto and the surrounding communities. He remained very proud of that and involved with that to the very end. While Palo Alto may remember my dad as a pillar of the community, my family will, of course, remember a devoted husband, an amazing father, a ridiculously devoted grandfather, and, excuse me, the best mentor I could ask for. So thank you all again for your time.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item. We have item 5, so item 6 is a public comment, which is the item reserved for members of the public to address the board on any items not on this agenda. Any public who wishes to speak on items not on the agenda should request to speak at this time. please fill out a speaker card and return it to one of our clerks. We will call up to 30 names now, and then the remainder names will then be called at the end of the agenda. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by Zoom speakers. No further requests to speak will be accepted under the continued public comment. Remainder for the public on Zoom as soon as the first speaker in chamber starts speaking, so no more speakers will be taken at that time. During the public comment, to respect everyone's comments, we do not allow applause or boos. So in order to show your support, you can raise and shake your hands quietly. And I want to say thank you in advance for your cooperation to keep our meeting moving orderly. All right, clerk, how many speakers do we have so far?
Before we get there, I just was hoping we'd do a quick mic test and
Sure,
see if
let's
our
do the mic
setup is-
test.
Checking to see if this microphone is sufficient. Still seems. Ooh. Only if I get too close. Speaking a little more. Still not. Still doesn't seem to be sufficient.
So the IT gremlin is working today, huh?
Trying again. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Those are my magicians in the background who just fixed that, and we're going to call that good.
Sounds pretty good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your patience on that. We have currently 25 speakers in chambers and 4 hands raised on Zoom for a total of 29.
Let's do 1 minute each, please. Thank you.
We are at 5 on Zoom, 6 on Zoom, all right, it looks like we were holding at 6 on Zoom, so that is 31 speakers.
Right.
Back down to 5. I think we'll close the queue. You said 1 minute each?
Exactly.
All right, I will call some names in chambers, and I will call you up in batches. We have Maxim Namon, Edith Song, Pa Chang, Mark Trout, Q Trong, and Cecilia DeHaro.
Are we ready?
Please go ahead.
Honorable board members, Honorable Mr. Supervisor, my name is Maxim, and I am a graduate student at San Jose State University. I am also assistant professor in the communications department of the College of Social Sciences. And the reason I'm here is because the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara is trying to discontinue the budget for P2P program, which is a very vital program, I think, for everybody. And it is very helpful for younger generation and for younger students trying to somehow get an advantage to complete their classes and to get some mentorship and help. And I just feel that perhaps the board members may consider that maybe there is a chance in the way you guys don't stop this program and to continue maybe contributing some part of the budget to that program. And so that's why I'm here to represent the disadvantaged students of San Jose State University. So thank you very much, board members.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Edith Sonam, 29-year county employee, program manager, Alexian CFCS SUDS outpatient program, speaking on the impact of the program. Alexian CFCS SUDS outpatient program serves adolescents and young adults 12 to 21 years of age, provides clinic-based, high school and community-based substance use treatment services, co-occurring mental health, emotional support, and behavioral counseling for medication assisted treatment clients, and care coordination throughout Santa Clara County. Specializes in complex cases and early intervention to prevent crisis. Maintains strong collaboration with families, district and school staff, partnerships with DFCS, juvenile justice system, pediatricians, primary care doctors, and the BHSD internship program. adheres to Title 42 CFR to ensure client confidentiality, provides a safe and stigma-free space, and increases access to such services at school sites, strengthens families, and builds safe.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Pa Chang, and I'm a social work supervisor with the Department of Family and Children Services. I am also the chief steward for supervisors and social work analysts with SEIU Local 521. The county is facing budgetary cuts, and I hope that the board will ensure that the county prioritizes the importance of programs that support the workforce. One of those programs that should not be dismantled is our staff development program with the SSA. To have these supervisor trainers report to various directors and agencies is a disservice. We need consistency in message, not divide and separation. Please relook at management positions instead. For example, at DFCS, we have grown significantly in management positions. How is it that management can create a new unit but not replace 2 court case carrying units for over a year? We are overwhelmed and understaffed. If child safety is a concern, then please properly manage and staff our critical programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, do that.
Good morning. My name is Cecilia Zaharo. I am Assistant Chief Steward for the Local 521 Worker Chapter, and I am a safety and well-being social worker. Working at DFCS during a time of crisis is a direct result of tragedy that perhaps could have been prevented if it were not for ongoing mismanagement, retention, and staffing issues. It appears that my fellow workers and I are continuing to be held solely responsible for something that as workers we have little to no control over. Management continues to make decisions that negatively impact the workforce and by default families we serve, who by majority continue to be children of color. Yet why do we stay? Because we care. I've witnessed workers who, despite overstandard caseloads and micromanaged with little to no compassion for management, go above and beyond to ensure child safety, permanency, and well-being. They give up their own families to meet families after hours, supervise court order visits, provide crisis responses, and so much more. Workers can only take so much. The turnover rate due to unmanageable caseloads and burnout continues. The current executive team has not resolved anything since the Castro family tragedy in 2023, and we are asking you to hold them accountable to the continual pressure and policy practices that hinder workers who want to do this very difficult job. Thank you.
If I can call a few more names before our next speaker, we have Natasha West, Neil Schreffer, Clariessa Mariscal, Michelle Hawes, we'll just stop there for a moment. Let's go ahead.
Hi, my name is Q Trung. I'm here on behalf to speak for a colleague who used to work here since she can't be here. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Marcela Severa. I worked for Santa Clara County for nearly 20 years in Child Protective Services, including the last 12 years in voluntary services before leaving child welfare. I'm speaking today because while working in that unit, employees repeatedly raised serious concerns about misconduct and unsafe leadership. We documented incidents, followed the chain of command, reported concerns to management and agency leadership, and even came before this board asking for help. Instead of being heard, many of us experienced retaliation for speaking up. Some of the leadership we reported these concerns to still remain in positions of authority within Family and Children's Services and the Social Services Agency today. When employees are afraid to report problems, children are put at risk. We cannot continue ignoring warning signs and acting surprised when tragedies happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming down here. Check out Alex Jones' interview that we had with John DeCamp, okay? Right along those lines. Okay, I'd like to talk about the Junta virus. It was either Dr. Jane Ruby or Dr. Peter Bregan or some other guy, Robert Malone maybe, that mentioned that there's a greater chance of being struck by lightning than dying from the Junta virus. But they're doing the same lies on the rollout of COVID as now, whether it's Tedros and the World Homicide Organization or Deborah Birx and the whole crew. It's the same BS. You know, you can be an asymptomatic super spreader, get your vax, get tested, you know, with your PCR test that some doctors say is 95% false positive, whom what's his name, Kerry Mullis made. Kerry Mullis said that it doesn't work. That's the guy who made the PCR test. So there's no test, is what I'm saying, for COVID. We know we got sick, but let's push back now, and I'm talking to the people behind me, against all the lies of the Junta virus, okay? Check out Infowars.com.
Pay attention, supervisors. This is your job.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Natasha West, and I am a trainer with staff development, and I am here to comment on the reorganization of SSA staff development and training. During previous board discussions, management stated that staff development trainers are being moved into departments to support the departments. We want to be clear that this proposal does not simply move trainers. This restructuring would effectively eliminate the centralized staff development and training structure and disperse those responsibilities across separate departmental operational structures. The issue before the board is not whether organizational change is possible. The issue is whether the county has demonstrated how centralized accountability, compliance oversight, training consistency, and reimbursement coordination will function once staff development no longer exists in its current form. To date, we have not seen a clear implementation or governance framework explaining how those responsibilities will be maintained. We respectfully ask the board to require further review before this restructuring proceeds. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Neil Schreffer. I am here to comment on the reorganization of staff development. I'm a staff development specialist currently. Management has repeatedly described this restructuring as an efficiency measure. However, no documented operational failure, measurable inefficiency, workflow bottleneck, or performance analysis within the current structure has been publicly identified. If the county is restructuring a critical training and compliance system, there should be first clear evidence explaining what operational problem currently exists, how it was measured, and how improvement will be evaluated after the implementation. At this point, important implementation questions remain unresolved while the restructuring continues moving forward. We respectfully ask the board to require additional operational review before approving this restructuring. Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm going to call a few more names and just wanted to note for the record that we had 2 individuals who turned in 2 speaker cards for public comment, but we of course only take 1 public comment per individual, so I will not be calling those individuals a second time. Additional names, Julianne Bonner, Gabriel Montez, Margiana Wells, Carla Torres, Tiris Ashford, and Inessa Christie.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Clarissa Mariscal, and I'm also a trainer with Social Services, Training and Staff Development Department. I'm here to comment on the reorganization. We are requesting the board to require a clearly defined implementation and transition framework before the proposed restructuring moves forward. Currently, no documented plan exists, and the absence is already creating confusion across departments. Recent planning interactions with SSA departments have revealed conflicting assumptions about roles and expectations. These issues stem from a misunderstanding of the staff development department's structure and the fact that only a portion of its current functions will be transferred. If the department will not remain a unified entity, its deliverables and capacity must be reevaluated. Due to no clarity, these differences are being seen as operational failures, even though the restructuring has not yet been implemented. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michelle Haas. I am going to comment on the reorganization of Social Services Agency staff development. The restructuring is being proposed while SSA remains under active CDSS corrective oversight and continues facing staffing shortages, workforce turnover, onboarding pressure, and operational strain. At the same time, the county is reducing and dispersing centralized training infrastructure responsible for workforce development and coordination functions. This raises important concerns regarding implementation timing, operational readiness, and continuity of support systems while corrective obligations are still ongoing. We respectfully ask the board to require additional review before this restructuring proceeds further. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Julianne Bonner. I'm also commenting on the reorganization of staff development. The Staff Development and Training Department helps prepare employees who directly serve Santa Clara County residents across elderly services, child welfare, adult protective services, and in-home supportive services. Centralized staff development currently supports consistent training, curriculum development, instructional preparation, policy interpretation, and quality oversight across all SSA programs. Questions remain regarding how those standards will be maintained once trainers are embedded within separate operational departments. Over time, weakened training consistency can affect workforce readiness, service reliability, and operational consistency across the agency. We respectfully ask the board to require stronger implementation safeguards before this restructuring proceeds. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Gabriel Montez, and I'm here to comment on the reorganization of SSA staff development and training. SSA programs directly serve vulnerable residents throughout Santa Clara County, including children, families, seniors, and individuals relying on public assistance programs. Stable workforce development systems and consistent training structures directly affect service reliability, policy consistency, operational coordination, and the quality of services delivered to the public. At a time of active corrective oversight and workforce instability, important questions remain regarding how the county will protect those systems under a decentralized training structure. We respectfully ask the board to require additional operation and implementation review before approving this restructuring. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Margina Wells, and I'm here to comment on the reorganization of Social Services Staff Development and Training Department. The issue before the board is not simply where training staff report organizationally. The issue is whether the county has demonstrated that long-term operational stability, governance systems, accountability structures, compliance oversight, and centralized service support infrastructure will remain protected after staff development functions are dispersed across these departments. Important implementation questions still remain unresolved regarding governance, accountability, coordination, and operational oversight. We respectfully ask the board to require a documented implementation, governance, and operational readiness framework before this restructuring proceeds any further. Thank you.
Good morning, board. When I come up here, I try to prepare a statement within the 1 minute given, which is not enough. But I thought I'd speak from the heart. You already know the data. You know the tragic loss that we've had in our department with the child deaths, and most recently, moments of silence are not enough. Our prayers are not enough. Our just saying we're going to do something is not enough. It's time to act. And I know each of you care. I know you do. But we have to act. We have to do something. What we're doing has not worked. I stand here with my colleagues and this room should be full. This whole area should be packed with people. This is not the Santa Clara County I know. This is not the Santa Clara County I applied for. We have to go back to that way. Everything cannot be on the backs of the staff that have little decision-making and little authority. There is others who are county council and leadership who also need to be held accountable. And I think that there's more. On next Friday, we want to have a meeting at 12:30. I invite you and others to join us. Let's do something. Let's finally talk about change.
Oh, I'm Carla Torres.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Inessa Christian. I've proudly served
Santa Clara County and seniors, people with disabilities, and other most vulnerable population for over 13 years as eligibility worker, social worker, and currently as a social services benefits supervisor. I respectfully ask the county to retain experienced employees like myself through the established placement process. As a bilingual employee, I have helped many clients access critical services in their native language and navigate complex benefit systems with dignity and trust. I'm submitting recommendation letters from the residents of Santa Clara County describing the impact of my work and support for retaining employees like me. I also support working together with SEIU to find responsible, community-centered solutions that protect both services and jobs while continuing to provide the best possible support for county residents. Thank you.
You can just leave it right there. I'm going to call up a few more names before our next speaker. We have Catherine Kim, Leslie Jimenez, Melina Garcia, Jasmine Silva.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Tyrus Ashford. I'm a Medi-Cal peer support worker for Central Wellness, and I'm talking about success of Central Wellness and the system that they put in place. In '94, I received a diagnosis. In '95, I received treatment. 2003 was my sobriety date. 2009, started at the county and CWBC. 2014, made a digital story chronicling my journey through the system. And 2025, I was certified as a Medi-Cal peer support worker. And I'm just here to say that Central Wellness works. All the staff work together. And we're just standing up for what we believe in at Central Wellness. So we welcome all the community that comes through our doors. I worked through COVID as well, frontline.
Hi, Board. My name is Catherine Kim, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the Dually Involved Youth Unit. I'm also known as the DIY Unit. Our specialized unit works directly with the most vulnerable youth in our county, those involved with the child welfare, juvenile justice, and behavioral health systems. This unit was designed to be a three-pronged team consisting of social workers, POs, and behavioral health staff. Our behavioral health team members are vital to the efficiency and effectiveness of the DIY unit. We are often the first ones to make contact with youth. We act as the liaison between systems, and we hold institutional knowledge of the extensive behavioral health system in this county. Losing this would cause delays in linkage to appropriate services for our most vulnerable youth. So please reconsider keeping behavioral health in the DIY unit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leslie Jimenez, and I've proudly served as a mental health peer support worker for the DIY unit for almost 8 years. Behavioral health is not an add-on to the DIY unit. We are a crucial bridge between JPD, DFCS, the youth, and their families. We provide a natural and trusted point of connection that helps young people feel safe enough to engage. Without us, that bridge collapses. Our team has already been cut in half. Yet from November 2025 to today, we have still responded to 20 referrals. Even with limited staff, we have worked tirelessly to make sure our youth do not feel that impact of these reductions. But if behavioral health is removed entirely, the DIY unit and our youth will feel it deeply. I respectfully ask that you look closely at the purpose and outcomes of our behavioral health team. We are essential to this county, to the DIY unit, and most importantly, to the young people who depend on us. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Melina Garcia. I'm a social worker in the DIY unit. I want to thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. I'm here to respectfully ask that behavioral health remain an integral part of the dually involved youth team. When we talk about dually involved youth, we're talking about some of the most vulnerable young people in our community. Not only are they navigating two very complex systems simultaneously, but many have experienced significant trauma, chronic instability, violence, neglect, and profound loss before they ever enter DIY. Behavioral health is not an extra component to this work. It is foundational to this work. I respectfully ask the board to consider the long-term cost of removing behavioral health from this team. Because when we remove behavioral health, the costs do not disappear.
They simply show up elsewhere, and they will show up in our young people who will continue to feel misunderstood instead of supported. The question before us today is not simply about budget reductions. It's about what kind of response we believe our most vulnerable youth deserve. Thank you.
If I can call up a few more names before our next speaker, we have Rosa Sepulveda, Samantha Rojas, and Carmen Brammer. Please go ahead.
Hi, Board. My name is Jasmine Silva. I am a social worker in the Duly Involved Youth Unit. I'm here to speak about the cuts to our behavioral health team that is being proposed. Our behavioral health team and our unit itself serves the most vulnerable population and the highest risk youth in our county. Oftentimes when youth come to our unit, there is a lot of, understandably, hesitation to work with our social workers and our probation officers because of past history with both systems. Behavioral health serves as a neutral party that allows them to build rapport. They are often the first ones to meet with them and to see that, hey, probation officers and DFCS in our unit will do things differently, and gives them that encouragement. In addition, it is a unique unit in that we do this collaboration between three systems. It serves as a pillar to our county that we can work together and we can continue to serve the highest and most vulnerable population. I ask you to reconsider your cuts to our unit with our DIY. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Sepulveda, and I'm a Deputy Probation Officer in the Duly Involved Youth Unit. Thank you for this opportunity. The DIY unit is composed of DFCS, behavioral health, and probation. And it's basically the embodiment of the integrated core practice model, which is known as ICPM, and it's been mandated per California Assembly Bill 2083. In this unit, through teamwork and collaboration, we're able to investigate, advocate, and determine as a team how youth and families are best served, whether it be through DFCS involvement only, probation involvement only, dual involvement, or a recommendation to dismiss a juvenile petition altogether. Due to the unfortunate need to reduce the budget, our unit finds itself affected by the possibility of deleting behavioral health from the DIY team, and as it stands, the behavioral health team is already conducting the work of 6 people with a team of 3. To maintain the integrity of the specialized DIY unit, please reconsider and do not delete these very important positions. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samantha, a lead patient organizer with Latinas Contra Cancer, and I'm reading this on behalf of Carmen Martinez, our patient organizing director. As the federal administration continues attacking and stripping away healthcare access, we must do everything possible to defend our communities. It is unacceptable that people of color, individuals with unsatisfactory immigration status, are disproportionately targeted and harmed by these policies. A clear example of this was when Congress passed the H.R. 1 bill that included some of the largest cuts to healthcare in history. At Latinas Contra Cancer, we understand that critical importance of healthcare access. That is why we are actively responding by hosting community workshops. During these workshops, we provide political education to help our community understand why these changes are happening. We are showing people that these attacks should not be normalized and explain who is responsible for creating such harm. Our next workshop is May 27th at 6 p.m. at the Vietnamese American Service Center. I would also like to ask the Board of Supervisors to help share our workshop flyer through your newsletters and social media platforms. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carmen Brammer, and I am the CEO and founder of Global Majority Consulting. I'm speaking here both in that capacity and as a resident of Santa Clara County. On April 29th, the Supreme Court handed down a judgment where they actually silenced, quieted the voices of the Black community. What was disturbing to me is I heard nothing from any of our elected officials. No one on this dais published anything, said anything, made a remark, or came to the Black community to say, we've got your back. And that is disturbing to me. I live here. I need to know that I am safe, that my vote is safe, and that the people I've elected to serve me are making sure that I am still allowed to be able to speak and have a voice. So it is critical, and I'm looking upon each and every one of you on this dais to stand up with the Black community and let us know that you consider us human.
We are going to move to our Zoom speakers now. Our first speaker on Zoom is Beatriz Ballesteros Kogan. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning. My name is Beatriz Ballesteros Kogan. I'm a psychiatric social worker that has been working for the county for over 20 years. I would like to kindly request that the board carefully review the budget proposal and ask that the county work in collaboration with SEIU in order to assure that the most essential behavioral health needs for our communities are being addressed and met. The current proposal, which includes closing clinics and essential services, will detrimentally affect many in Santa Clara County who are already struggling with mental health and economic hardship. Our behavioral health system is already overburdened, and by implementing these cuts, we will only increase the hardship for members who are in the most need of behavioral health services. Please, let's keep true to the mission of supporting those who are most vulnerable and at risk. Please consider alternatives and maintain staff that are working to provide the services that are needed, the clinics that are assuring that our members are treated with dignity, respect, and compassion. We can work together on a solution.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Z.
Yes, hello, good morning to you all. I wanted to propose that the control of the Child Advocacy Center be removed from District Attorney Jeff Rosen. I know you guys had already proposed this. I'd like to encourage you guys to follow through with it because Jeff Rosen is helping to conceal the sexual abuse of my children. My son had already confirmed that my ex-wife was letting a man rape him. There have been sexual contact between two of the children, and there's also unnecessary bathing with the children. And all District Attorney Jeff Rosen, when I told him about this, all he did was file charges against me to conceal the sexual abuse of my kids. And we can't have a person who's in charge of the Child Advocacy Center engaging in this kind of really bad behavior. I posted a lot of this information online if you'd like to look this up. If you Google District Attorney Jeff Rosen, petition, sex trafficking, all those terms together, you'll see what I'm talking about in the top 5 results. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Wexler.
Thank you. President Lee, members of the board. In January, JAMA Open published a massive study involving 3.5 million records and 24,000 child abuse deaths. The study found that taking away more children does nothing to reduce such deaths, and reducing entries into foster care does nothing to increase them. Separate from the study, a look at the few places large enough to measure finds that foster care panics sometimes are followed by increases in such deaths. Now Santa Clara County seems determined to replicate those tragic findings. A child known to the system dies, and the response from this board can be boiled down to, take away more kids. Another child dies, and the response once again boils down to, take away more kids. A third child dies, and the response again amounts to, take away more kids. Now a fourth child is dead. I ask that this board reflect on the definition of insanity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Ward.
Hi there, my name is Rob Ward with the Environmental Health Unit. I'm tasked with protecting the water and the air table here from releases of hazardous chemicals. I'm speaking to you today because I have concerns with proposal agenda item 46 and 47. This would be an
Actually, those are items, I believe, on the consent, so we will have to wait, not at this moment. We'll talk about it when we have the consent items. Thank you.
Okay.
Apologies. Our next speaker is Catherine Fuentes.
Good morning, honorable board members. I'm here representing Upwards, the nation's largest network of family child care providers. We are grateful for our county staff's recommendation to fund the BOOST program as a direct investment in County of Santa Clara's child care infrastructure, small business community, and working families. BOOST equips low to moderate income in-home child care providers with one-on-one business coaching and digital tools to strengthen their operations and grow their revenue. Providers work individually with experienced care specialists to build a customized business action plan covering marketing, enrollment, finances, programming, staffing, and more. They also receive free access to child care management systems, which streamline their day-to-day operations and improve programming quality. The result, our providers grow their small business, they create local jobs, and they expand access to affordable quality care for working families in the community. We appreciate staff recommendation and look forward to the approval. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Next, we're moving to the consent calendar. Clerk, would you like to please read out the current proposed consent calendar update?
We have a request from administration to continue item number 8 to June 23rd, 2026. Item number 8 is a public hearing, the appeal of the December 18, 2025 decision of the Planning Commission to uphold the zoning administrator's decision to deny a concurrent land use application consisting of a design review and grading approval for construction of a new 9,200 square foot single-family residence located at 0 Peacock Court, Cupertino, assessor's parcel number 351-42-004. We have a request from President Lee to add item number 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is to consider recommendations relating to state and federal advocacy by the Office of Intergovernmental Relations. We have a request from administration to hold item number 24 to June 2nd, 2026. Item number 24 is to receive report relating to a proposed comprehensive generative artificial intelligence policy framework that operationalizes guiding principles to govern generative AI. We have a correction to item number 97J, which should read as follows. Adopt commendation for the County of Santa Clara Social Services Agency Asian Pacific Islander Employee Committee for its continued commitment to cultural awareness, employee empowerment, and diversity within Santa Clara County. And that concludes my list.
Thank you. Supervisor Abikuga, your lights is on.
Thank you, President Lee. I don't have any items to pull, but I was hoping to make a comment on item 80 and then happy to make a motion to.
Sure.
So item 80 is to consider recommendations relating to Enterprise Core Healthcare Information System to support Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. The contracts under this item are significant and, as I understand it, very important for our Santa Clara Valley Healthcare, as our healthcare professionals rely on accurate and reliable patient data. The delay in having this report and attachments added to today's agenda is something I'd like to ask that we avoid in the future. I and the rest of my colleagues have made a commitment to our communities to go through our budget, including our contracts, carefully and thoroughly. And we need time to do this, and so moving forward, I'd hope you will allow us that time to fulfill our responsibilities. But with that, I will go ahead and move the consent calendar. Thank you.
I'm happy to second with a comment as well, please.
Yes, Vice Ellenberg, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is on item 30. I was very pleased to see that $1 million from SSA's previously approved fiscal 25-26 budget will be allocated towards funding an additional 6 to 8 child care expansion grants with a focus on expanding the space of a currently licensed provider or adding an infant or toddler classroom within a child care center. And very much I'm looking forward to learning how many additional slots will have been added through the end of 2027. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk, let's open the public hearing on public speaking on the consent items. How many speakers do we have?
Yes, I have 2 cards in chambers, and it looks like we have 4 hands raised on Zoom. 5 hands. Looks like we might be holding at 5, so 7 speakers.
Let's do 1 minute each.
1 minute each. We will close the queue and we'll call our in-person speakers first. Our in-person speakers, we have Herb Borok and Darius I am so sorry, I am going to not pronounce this well. Hagihi?
Yes, please come up to the podium. There's a mic built in, yes. Mic? Yes, right there, yeah. Come up a little bit further, closer. Yeah, you're good, you're good. No, just go to the podium, yes. There's a mic already in there. Correct. correct.
Oh,
You
it's in
can-
here, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Fine. Okay, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, and board members, I've submitted a letter to you on item number 99, which is a proposal to delegate authority to the county executive to sign a historical grant agreement with Palo Alto for the Roth Building, based on the false data from Palo Alto that this is on land that is dedicated as parkland in Palo Alto. It is not. I provided you the park dedication for Heritage Park, which shows the exclusion of this area. I also provided you the ordinance dedicating a park across the street because it had received the same kind of funding. So my request is that you remove this from the consent calendar to change the starting date to when Palo Alto has the effective date of a park dedication ordinance subject to its charter. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Darius Hagigi. I'm an environmental health program manager. I come here as a representative for my environmental health SEMA colleagues, most of whom have signed a collective petition urging the board to revise agenda item 47 to retract the proposed deletion of the environmental health director, which we were notified of only 3 business days ago. This proposal is expected to greatly diminish the advocacy and support for environmental health, and we will open up the floodgates for additional consolidation and reorganization efforts that will greatly impact the efficiency and quality of services we provide to the public. The proposal to delete a full-time environmental health director to replace with a part-time public health deputy director will inevitably lead to less support for environmental health, and we urge you to reconsider this proposal. Thank you.
All right, we will move to our Zoom speakers here. Our first speaker is Ashley Ryder.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Ryder. I am also an environmental health employee and SCIU 521 union steward. I also have deep concerns and am requesting review and removal of agenda items 46 and 47. They are intended to delete the head position of environmental health and replace it with an executive position that will increase the budget by $19,916 a year while reducing the ability of environmental health to work effectively. The environmental health director that currently exists is critical to driving the day-to-day functions of our work to protect the community from foodborne illnesses and chemical spills, ensure proper medical waste disposal, well water safety, and the management of landfills. The proposal suggests we remove this person and install the deputy director of public health that will be responsible for managing the workings of EHS, but also complex budgetary needs. Please consider the impacts on small businesses who feel the brunt of rising permit fees and
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz.
Good morning. This is Dr. Ken Horowitz from your Health Advisory Commission. I'm here to speak to item number 38, and I want to support the Public Health Director to submit a grant application to the state for $605,900 to implement strategies for oral health care. One of the goals of our commission is to improve medical and dental integration. We'd like to see our insurers integrate dental care into their medical programs. And so this proposal will hopefully work on this particular item. I want to thank Dr. Rudman and Supervisor Young for attending the Healthy Teeth event this past Thursday at the Telehealth Clinic. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Zertuche.
Good morning. I'm speaking today to oppose agenda items 46 and 47, which would eliminate the full-time environmental health director and replace it with the part-time public health deputy director. This proposal isn't based on efficiency and doesn't explain how environmental health fee-for-service funds would be used within public health. At a time when we're cutting budgets and suspending cost of living adjustments, Public Health is proposing to add a nearly $20,000 for a new deputy director position nobody asked for. With the required REHS differential, this role becomes even more expensive, an added cost not reflected in the proposal. We would be paying more and getting less. Environmental health and public health have fundamentally different missions. Our current environmental health director has led the county through complex enforcement actions, including drug lab hazards, restaurant issues, and massive demands of the recent Super Bowl. This new job specification barely mentions regulatory oversight, enforcement, or environmental.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Ward.
Hello again. I'm also speaking on agenda item 46 and 47, and to pick up where folks left off, I do have concerns that the current fiscal impacts that have been listed don't adequately capture the long-term cost to the county. As they said before, I believe we're going to be paying more, but getting less, and this loss of close oversight from our management may result in critical delays to our service, especially in events that are high visibility public events like foodborne illnesses, preparing for the Super Bowl, or dealing with hazardous chemical leaks. Our current consolidation efforts have already led to inefficiencies, so we know that this may become a future problem. We are required by law to ensure that our fees pay only for the reasonable and necessary costs of implementing our business, and we believe that this proposal goes against that fundamental promise to our citizens. I'd like you to reconsider this on the consent item and consider it for a secondary review. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gail Osmer.
Excuse me, good morning. I'm not sure if can I speak on one of the items on consent or not?
You may speak to
Item number 40?
Yes, go ahead.
I can go ahead and speak on that?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Okay, hi, I'm Gail Osmer, and I'm with the Source 5's Advisory Council. And I'm here to speak on item number 40. As most of you know, I'm a unhoused advocate and also an older adult advocate. And as we should know, older adults are the fastest growing population experiencing homelessness here in our beautiful Santa Clara County. BHSS Housing Intervention Fund should be strategically, I can't pronounce that word, leveraged to create PSH, permanent supportive housing, designed specifically for our older adult population with much accessibility, age-appropriate design, and integrated services. We really need to prioritize older adults in this budget. Please.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. We've got a motion with a second. We are closing our public speaking portion. Oh, sorry, there's more comments. Vice President, regarding the consent calendar.
Yes, I want to ask about the items 46 and 47 and this transition from environmental services to public health deputy director.
Sure. So the board back in, I think it was 2022, approved a policy shift and to move in the environmental health department from being a standalone department into the public health department. More recently, the board adopted ordinance code amendments maybe 9 months or so ago to formally make that action official. This is kind of the next piece of that, implementation of that action to integrate environmental health into the broader public health department.
I'd like to pull this and discuss it because it seems more appropriate for a budget conversation. And while it was approved before I started my term, I respect previous boards' directions. except that we are in a completely different place than we were in 2022. And I want to see if this is an appropriate plan of action in our current conditions that we have. So I'll be pulling item 46 and 47. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move that item to the end of the agenda today. 46, 47, correct? Yep. We have a motion seconded otherwise for the currently proposed consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, we have a motion.
Oh.
We have a second, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, with that, let's take a vote, clerk.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Abe Koga and a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Abe Koga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries with 5.
Okay, item 8 has been continued, so we're moving on to item 9, which is a report from OCLAM, the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring, relating to its annual report for 2025.
Good morning, President Lee.
Good morning.
Vice President Arenas, Supervisors. I am very happy to be here today to present our annual report, which is really meant to be an overview of the work that we did in 2025. And much of that, as is reflected in the report, has to do with us establishing a sort of regular presence in the various review meetings and oversight processes that the Sheriff's Office has and their own internal mechanisms. A lot of our day-to-day work involved reviewing cases, reviewing incidents, so that we could go to these meetings prepared to make a meaningful contribution, to offer our opinions and recommendations, and kind of weigh in with our views on these various and important issues. And that really did keep us busy on a day-to-day basis. The annual report is our opportunity to step back from that and to report on these activities to the board and the public, to offer and share our insights and the observations that we made, and to offer some transparency into these internal review mechanisms. We presented this report to the Community Correction and Law Enforcement Committee, Monitoring Committee, 2 weeks ago, and we appreciated the robust discussion we had with that committee. The report is divided into six sections that kind of mirror the main categories of our work. Those are relating to critical incidents and the Sheriff's Office review of those incidents, and really centers on a discussion of 3 unfortunate and tragic incidents that resulted in fatalities. We also discuss administrative investigations and report favorably on the timeliness issues that has been a subject of numerous reports that we've presented to this board in the past. We also discuss in-custody deaths. There were 4 deaths following incidents in the jails in 2025, and we take a look at those and the review processes that went with those. We also discuss the use of force review, and that section largely focuses on work and observations we made following during and following custody use of force review committee meetings. I am happy to report that since we published this annual report, the Enforcement Bureau has had its first 2 force review board meetings, and so in the future we will be able to report more robustly on the review of force on the enforcement side. We provide an update on Sheriff's Protective Services officers and the staffing concerns that they have in that division, and then the final section is kind of a grab bag of other activities that were part of our year. And with that, I am eager and happy to answer any questions and contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Undersheriff, you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add, just available for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. I have some lights. Supervisor Ellenberg, would you want me to do the public speaking portion first? Yes. Curtis, how many in the public is speaking on this item?
I have no cards in chambers for item number 9 and no hands raised on Zoom. We have no public comment.
Okay. Go ahead and close the public speaking portion. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg, please.
Thank you. Then I will begin by congratulating the Sheriff's Internal Affairs Unit for the diligent work in clearing the backlog of cases. You all created double the work for Oakland, who then had to review nearly twice as many IA cases in 2025, and was very pleased to read that your shop did not find any decrease in the quality of work, even though the processing of cases had sped up significantly. So great work, and thank you to both entities. I do have a few questions and some direction regarding recommendations that were made in the report, and I'll start with the Sheriff's Office. The department has been making good progress in developing a major incident review policy. Can you share when the policy is expected to be completed, please?
Yes, we have started the enforcement use of force review meetings, and as was mentioned, we have had 2, and our goal was to go through the first couple of sessions just to iron out any bugs that we might have had to ensure that the policy would be a robust policy. So we anticipate that policy being done within the next 30 days.
In the next 30 days, great, thank you. And regarding the process to equip Sheriff Protective Services officers with body-worn cameras, when do we expect this to be operationalized?
This is a challenge because of HHS due to the confidentiality concerns within the hospital setting, and having our protective service officers or Sheriff's Protective Service officers equipped with body-worn cameras. It elevates that confidentiality concern. So we're continuing to work with the hospital system to move forward with that. But at this point in time, we don't have any set date of implementation. From a fiscal perspective, and equipping the officers is not a barrier for us at this point. It's simply coming to an agreement with the hospital system.
So it's a policy. Thank you for that. Let me turn to James. Is our privacy officer involved, or Paul Lorenz? I certainly understand HIPAA concerns. I also understand that there are safety concerns both for the safety officers and for patients or others in the hospital by their having the cameras.
I know that there's active involvement with our health system compliance office related to any issues related to HIPAA. The health system privacy and compliance and HIPAA compliance is kind of separate from the rest of the county organization with the privacy office, so that would fall under their domain. And I know that's something that they actively engage in.
So I guess, and I probably need to ask them directly, just want to understand whether the approach is, let's see how we can find a way to get to yes, or no, this isn't going to work, and please don't ask us again.
I know there have been, I can't speak to the kind of ongoing conversations, but I know that there have been conversations in the past around that, and I think multiple ones.
Okay.
And I don't know if the undersheriff has more to kind of add to that, but.
Yeah, I think our position is that we already have our deputies assigned to the hospital system that are equipped with body-worn cameras, and they are in and out of the hospital settings on a regular basis. So from our perspective, that precedent's already been established. So our hope is that we're moving towards the direction of yes to equip our Sheriff's Protective Service officers, but we're just not quite there.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I'd like to request an off-agenda report from HHS on what their, I don't know if this has to be a confidential memo or not, but what the process is. Do they agree with you on the precedent being set by deputies coming in and out already? And what are the barriers, and just a sense of where they are since they're not in the room?
Sure.
Thank you. There are also recommendations in the report that seek to increase engagement with our Inmate Advisory Council and to support more frequent and less formal opportunities to get feedback from folks that are incarcerated in our facilities. I was really glad to see that. But there's just one element that I think actually could be more formalized, and that is our survey process. I know in the past we've had numerous challenges conducting surveys and getting direct client feedback, and I think especially now as we are embarking on a facility transformation, the ability to deploy a survey and get a good number of responses, I think would be very advantageous. Has there been any thought around how we can improve our ability to distribute surveys?
Yeah, first of all, we do appreciate the recommendation by OCLIM. We have explored that in the past, and that is something that we can certainly bring forth and work with our programs division that have provided surveys to our incarcerated population in the past.
Great, thank you. And what about community partners? Do we have any process or policy that would allow them to deploy surveys for their own programming and purposes?
We can certainly explore it. I know we've utilized our incarcerated tablet platform as well as paper for survey, but we can certainly work with perhaps CCLEM in maybe devising some sort of questions for the incarcerated population, because I know we've utilized them in the past for questions and surveys or evaluation as to their stay with us in the facilities.
Okay, thank you. I will make a motion to receive the report, to direct a report from HHS to provide an update on the HIPAA policies regarding the protective service officers in the hospitals. And I would like to direct a report to PSJC in August with an update on the status of the OCLIM recommendation around surveys and a calendar of IAC meetings for fiscal 26-27 and a policy and process that would support more direct client surveys. And would look for a second.
Second.
Thank you. And then just want to thank again the OIR group, the sheriff, the staff, members of CCLEM for their work promoting greater transparency. I think you all have made really strong progress. I look forward to, as ever, continued improvements in that direction. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Young, Gillette was on first.
Oh, thank you. Following that note, I really appreciate the partnership and the level of transparency that we really achieved here and continue to strive towards. So thank you so much for this detailed report. I really appreciate the depth of the report, and given the number of recommendations across this year's and last year's reviews, I'd like to better understand how OCLIM tracks progress over time. Can you explain the system you use to monitor whether recommendations are implemented, how you document progress across reporting cycles, and how you ensure that the recommendations are consistently followed through with? And looking ahead, is it feasible for next year's report to include a visual summary such as charts, matrix, or other type of tracking tools to help both the supervisor and the public clearly see the status of each recommendation?
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. We certainly internally track our recommendations and the efforts made by the Sheriff's Office to reach compliance with those. It is something, I really do appreciate the question and the direction for the next year's report. I had hoped that we would be able to provide a sort of table of all the recommendations we've made over the years in this report, and we just didn't pull that together. But internally, our office has been discussing ways, and we've got a plan for a recommendation tracker that will provide a really, I think, a detailed, exactly the kind of presentation you'd like to see, and some tables or charts in next year's report where we can clearly lay out, over the course of our time working in the county, what recommendations have been made and what is the status of those. And so I will absolutely take that, and you'll be seeing that next year. Thank you.
I look forward to it. Thank you. As someone who does not sit on PSJC, it can be difficult for me to follow the many review bodies and oversight processes referenced throughout the document. For next year's report, I would like to request that the report includes a visual flow map or a structural diagram that clearly lays out the different review committees, their roles, how cases move through each stage of review, where Oakland gets to lean in and participates, and how final decisions are made. I believe adding this would significantly improve accessibility and help everyone better understand how these oversight systems function, especially one so robust and collaborative as ours. Is something to definitely brag about.
Yeah. Thank you also for that. It's a great recommendation, and we can certainly accommodate it. You know, when you sort of live within a system and you get used to all the acronyms and you get used to all the different processes, you sort of forget that it's a foreign world for others. So I appreciate the suggestion, and we can certainly work with that and present that in the next report.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President?
Thank you. And thank you for, as well as for the very comprehensive report. Really appreciate it. And I see that there's some progress in some of the areas that we've talked about previously, so appreciate that. I'm going to go back to an area that I think I've mentioned a number of times, but I don't know if there's been any improvement, and that's the camera screen monitors that are inside the facilities. I know that the screens are very small and almost impossible to really decipher. So an easy fix would, and very inexpensive, is something that I've suggested before, and that is a bigger monitor, just so that you can clearly see more detail. Has that been done?
So we have installed additional cameras throughout the facilities to cover areas that were blind spots for us for safety and security. The monitors have been ordered, and they'll be installed as soon as we receive them. There's a larger scope facility needs assessment for incorporating some additional technologies specifically related to safety and security of our jail facilities. That's something that we're working directly with the CEO's office, because there's some monetary components to that, but we are working on a larger scope referral as well.
Okay, so it sounds like you've ordered them, they're on their way. What is the timeline for that?
Just to expand on what the Undersheriff mentioned, there are some monitors that have already been installed in areas throughout the facility. We are just waiting for the shipment to arrive within days, I was told by our internal IT unit. So once that comes in, hopefully they'll install as soon as possible.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a maker of the motion if they would add this update of the screen monitors that reflect some of the cameras, and I don't know if some of the additional cameras that have been added. It's an easy fix. We've been talking about this for some time. I just want to know when it's actually done.
As part of the August PSJC report?
Yes.
That's fine with me.
Please. Thank you. And so my understanding is that most of the cameras that have been installed track after the fact and may create a false sense of surveillance because there's not enough deputies to actually be tracking. Is that accurate, or can you correct my statement?
What we do remind staff is cameras are a great tool, but nothing beats the direct presence of staff to do the wellness checks, to walk around the modules in the housing areas. We also encourage, and our supervisors do this, is by management by walking. So their presence is definitely felt and important when they go and conduct these like staggered rounds, unannounced checks. So we do have staff, and they're reminded often to conduct their wellness checks staggered in the units.
Got it. I appreciate that. I agree with you that there's nothing like the presence. It's the most optimal. The second best thing is our cameras. But if the IPs already know that nobody is checking, it doesn't really matter if you add more if no one is checking them. So I hope that the monitors will continue to assist, and maybe if now you can't really you can't see the details, you can't really see images, that the monitors actually clarify that and are more helpful. If that's something, hopefully you can include in the report and see if that makes a difference. I just want to know that every little bit helps. While we don't have enough deputies on site. And if it doesn't, then you let us know, and then we have to make other kinds of decisions, right? Okay, I'm gonna go to the deputy-involved shooting. This is a gentleman that was in his car, and I think after 2 hours, I think there was some launch of pepperball rounds, and after this person complied, exited the car, and I think with a knife in hand, then was fatal. More fatal strategy was used to fatally shoot him. And so I guess I don't, if you could please connect the dots for me, if he finally complied after 2 hours, why was he shot? Was he asked to release the knife beforehand, didn't release it? If you can give me more details so I can understand that.
Sure, Supervisor.
I don't think it's on.
Sure, Supervisor.
Here we go.
Assistant Sheriff Adam Oberdorfer. That incident's still under investigation by the San Jose Police Department. However, the individual did come out of his vehicle armed with a knife and run at our deputies. So our deputies did use lethal force.
And that is on camera?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask after the investigation is done. Thank you.
I would like to add to that, Supervisor.
Oh, please, thank you.
Yeah, no, the investigation is still pending, but the recommendation that we make in the report about releasing the body-worn camera footage, I'm happy to report it's now out since the time we published this report, and it is on the Sheriff's Office transparency page. So that video is available, even though the investigation is still pending.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that. And, you know, now that you're on the topic, body cam footage, and I think death reports have been slow to be released. I'm glad to hear that this is being released. What is typically the policy on the release of body cam footage and death reports?
So we've recently had some internal discussions on what best practices are among agencies releasing critical incident footage, and we're revising our policy to align that to a 30-day time window following the incident.
So is that now in place, or is that in a future update of policy?
That's a policy that we're currently revising right now.
You're currently revising?
But as was recommended through the OIR's report and was just mentioned, we did release this particular officer-involved shooting video, despite the fact that there are still ongoing criminal investigations. So it's aligning with how we're going to be proceeding in the future.
Wonderful. So maybe what I could ask our maker of the motion, if we could have it maybe on in a year's worth of time, or 6 months, whatever you see fit, but if we could see how that compliance of body cam footage and then the death reports are released. You talked about the body cam footage released. Now, currently the policy is being written and it's going to default to a 30-day. I'd like to see what that compliance is over time. And so I'd like to make that motion to include that in a future report to PSJC, and you can determine the time, whether it's 6 months and a year from now, how that policy is unfolding over time, and the compliance.
Great. What I'd like to do is take that back to PSJC, think that through, figure out what timing makes sense, but have the conversation.
Sure, I'm open to that. And could you also break down for me the death reports and what the policy is and if you're updating it currently?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So
In what regard?
The release of death reports, what is the current policy?
From the medical examiner's office? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Your portion of that in connection to the coroners. Is there a portion that you play a part in terms of whatever you submit to the coroner? Your role, the sheriff's role?
Well, we don't have any say on when the coroner's office releases their death reports. I think this item is specific to body cam footage related to critical incidents.
Okay, I'm going to skip on that, please, and then move on to my last question. I think
Okay.
I think I'm done. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Oh, no, actually, you know what? The last one is around administrative investigation and internal affairs review. I think it was nearly 65% of the cases resulted in some sustained findings of misconduct. And there's a number of highlights in the report. And I wanted to figure out what is the number in terms of how do we fare compared to other jurisdictions that are similar to us?
In terms of a percentage of sustained findings?
Yes.
I don't know that I could fairly characterize that, and just because there are so many different factors in the way different agencies conduct their administrative investigations, and what sorts of things are handled by internal affairs versus other handled at a lower level. There are a lot of distinctions. I'm not sure a pure comparison would work.
Then what would raise an eyebrow for you?
What would raise an eyebrow is if that number was much lower, and if everything that got investigated ended up in unsustained or unfounded findings. Then I would have questions about how thorough and how fair those investigations were. 65% findings seems in the right ballpark to me in terms of other agencies that we work with, and the number, it shouldn't be 100% because, you want to be investigating lots of things. If it's 100%, then you say maybe, there are things that are going uninvestigated that need to be. And if it's, lower than 50, I think then you're concerned that those investigations aren't rigorous enough. 65% seems in the right ballpark to me. That's the best I could offer.
I thank you. I appreciate that. And then I think for the next step in terms of if you say 50% is kind of a baseline and generic baseline, and I know you said there's a lot of different there's a lot more that is factored in that complicates having a baseline, a real baseline. But what would you say in terms of when there is this kind of misconduct at this percentage, what would you expect that to be connected with? New policies, new types of training, a reassignment? What would you say would actually address? Because you can have an investigation, determine 65% misconduct, but then what? What is the accountability built in that would tell you that flags for you? The findings are actually connected to some kind of follow-up that changes the cultural norms or understanding or training, something to that effect.
Right. So the range of misconduct is so great, right? You certainly want at the upper end of things, and a very important piece of your internal accountability mechanisms are to identify those people who should not be wearing the badge, right? That you need to separate from the agency for a number of different reasons. And then, on the other hand, you have sometimes a very, forgot to turn on their body-worn camera, or, in repeated
Right.
incidents didn't turn on the body-worn camera, which is not something that rises to that level. And so, it really, it's so case by case in terms of what is the right thing. I think it's important for administrative investigations to not just, for the people who are reviewing these, to not just look at what this person did and that's important, and determine discipline on that particular thing, but also to look at how were they trained? Is this part of a larger pattern of conduct that we're seeing from others in the unit? Are there issues about how clear our policy is? Those are also questions that come out of a really robust administrative investigation system that are important to address.
And would you say that is already built into what some of the recommendations to account for that analysis of a greater trend and pattern? Or do you think that's missing?
No, I think that is very much in the IA review meetings that we attend. I see that as very much a piece of it. Just where the captain sitting in on this sees the particular misconduct allegations and the findings of that investigation, but also will say, like, I also think we have some issues with how sergeants are really supervising and passing down the message about what our expectations are, and I'm going to talk to my sergeants about this.
Yeah. What I'm hoping to hear is how is it systemically, how is the system responding? It could be, with some of the folks who are involved in the process who might have the ability to change a future policy. And I'm wondering, is that built in already into the process? Is there an ability to, or have you seen that there is system changes according to the recognition of the patterns and trends of the people of the cases that have gone through the system, and that level of analysis has been rendered, and now we have a different kind of standard operating procedures around X, Y, and Z. I'm wondering if it's systemic.
I have seen that in various different contexts. Yes, I think that those messages are getting pushed down.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, and those are my questions, President.
Thank you very much. A couple items I just want to bring up. First is the amount of drugs that actually still getting into our jail. That amount has always been something that's been very concerning to me. We have had administered Narcan many times and have saved many lives within our jail environment. But the thing is that I really would like to see if we could do more. I've made this request as OCLAM through a referral many months ago, so I certainly would like to get a report to come back to PSJC, say in 6 months, with an update on this referral and the progress on OCLAM's, that third recommendation. Is that acceptable to the maker of motion?
I'm very sorry. The maker of the motion needs you to repeat that.
Sure. The use of Narcan has been great in terms of saving lives in our jail. However,
The use of marking?
Narcan.
Oh, Narcan.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So what we have here is we have made that request previously as OCLAM through referral a few months ago. And I would like to see if we can get a report coming back to PSJC in 6 months on an update on this specific referral regarding how we could do better to deter the drugs coming into our jail.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and
Just to clarify, that's not part of the August report. It's a 6-month
no,
report
that's
out. Great.
That's right.
Thank you.
Right, yeah. And then the other issues regarding the mental health episodes that's been identified. So there have been, the report states that there have been 50 incidents revolving an incarcerated person having some serious mental illness incidents. That seems to be, a bit high. The question I have is, a lot of these are urgent matters. You need to immediately intervene quickly. My question is, whether or not, is there a way that we could build in the system to have a mental health professional, somebody from the 8th floor, let's say if it's in the main jail, to come down immediately to try to help de-escalate the situation instead of just letting the deputy handle these issues?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. Just like what you said, for these cases, it depends on the urgency or the immediacy of the actual situation. But when time is afforded to us, we certainly do call our mental health partners as well as staff that have a good rapport with the incarcerated person, and we do kind of a multi-pronged approach where we do de-escalate the situation by talking to them. So it's already ingrained in our process.
Okay, I guess my question really is that regardless whether how urgent it is, that let's say the deputy had to deal with them first immediately, that the mental health professional has already been called, so that while we deal with it this very second, hopefully somebody from 8th floor or the mental health professional will be there as soon as possible to assist on the what is de-escalation or whatever the situation to deal with, whether it's self-harm or whatever episode might be. I just want to make sure that if we could make sure that is built into the protocol so that we are having the best folks at best we can to proceed instead of relying on our deputies. Our deputies are great. However, they are not trained mental health professionals, and when it comes to these episodes, a lot of times I think we really do need those professionals on site as fast as possible.
We do make that contact with our mental health professionals on site.
Good. Yeah, I mean, we know we have them on 8th floor because that's what the floor is handled, so we know they're in the building. And I believe we have those in Elmwood as well, correct?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, right, okay. Thank you very much. And I think that's all the questions I have. We have a motion, we have a second. Oh, sorry, yes, and the sheriff, please.
Yeah, I just in closing before you move to the vote, I just think it's important that we all understand that as we know, the community needs and expectations are constantly evolving, as are the needs and expectations of our incarcerated population. And while the sheriff's office, we take steps and we strive to meet those needs and adjust our service levels accordingly, the ability to have the oversight through OIR to work and highlight things that we may miss. We're not always going to get it right. And to have that layer embedded into our organization is something that we value and that ultimately is improving the way that we provide service to the community and to our jail system. As you mentioned, there's complexities within our jail system with the influx of narcotics, the level of sophistication, so we're constantly trying to adapt to that because we do have that responsibility to provide the safety and welfare of our incarcerated population. So I just wanted to underscore the importance of the oversight and the collaboration that we have with OIR.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheriff. And I certainly want to thank OIR again continuously for many years doing this really important work, highlighting these gaps that we hopefully could fill once we identify them. Thank you very much for all the report. With a vote up pending, we have a motion. We have a second. Clerk, can we take it, please?
Absolutely. We have a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abaikoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well. Thank you very much.
Motion carries with 5.
Moving on, item 10 is a public hearing for the 2026 Mosquito Vector and Disease Control Assessment. The public hearing this morning will be the conclusion of the ballot proceedings that allows property owners within Santa Clara County to decide whether the proposed 2026 Mosquito Vector and Disease Control Assessment should be approved to provide funding for mosquito abatement, vector control, and disease prevention services. This public hearing provides property owners and residents with another opportunity to obtain additional information about their proposed assessments and services, and to provide comments to the board. After the close of the public input portion of the public hearing later today, the balloting period will end. The procedure for today's public hearing will be as follows. 1, we will open the public hearing for comments from speakers here in person and in attendance remotely via Zoom. If you wish to provide public comments in person today, please fill out a request to speak form and give it to the clerk at the back of the chambers. If you wish to provide public comments remotely, please raise your hand on Zoom. Speakers will be called during the public input portion of the public hearing. The public queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking. Speakers will not be able to comment after the close of the public input portion of the public hearing, so please submit your request to speak form to the clerk or raise your hand on Zoom now. Second, prior to the close of the public input portion of the public hearing, there will be a final call for ballots. 3, after the close of the public input portion of the public hearing, the ballots will be tabulated. 4, the ballots will be secured for tabulation by the Registrar of Voters, ROV. After the close of the public input portion of the public hearing, there will not be additional public input allowed. However, the board will continue this public hearing until June 2nd, 2026, to allow the Registrar of Voters to tabulate the ballots. And 5, the board will reconvene the public hearing on June 2nd, 2025, where the balloting results will be announced, and depending on the results of the balloting, where a resolution to implement the 2026 Mosquito Vector and Disease Control Assessment may be considered. I want to reiterate that all ballots must be submitted prior to the close of the public input portion of today's public hearing. The ballot box is located in the back of the chamber, that little blue box right there, as you can see being raised. Please drop your ballot in this box if you wish to submit your ballot. Now, if you have misplaced your ballot or need a replacement ballot, you can request a replacement ballot today, right now, just outside the doors of the board chambers. You must provide some form of identification and proof of ownership for the parcels that you own. So please see the SCI Consulting Group at the table just outside the board chambers to request a replacement ballot, and you cannot submit a ballot remotely. So now I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for the proposed 2026 Mosquito Vector and Disease Control Assessment. For those who have submitted a request to speak form, please wait for your name to be called. If participating on Zoom, click the raise hand button to request to speak. You will be asked to unmute yourself when your names are called. Please be ready to speak as soon as your name is called. You may speak only once during this hearing. Clerk, how many requests to speak do we have for this item?
I have 2 cards in chambers, and we have no hands raised on Zoom for a total of 2.
2. Give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do 2 minutes each.
2 minutes each. We'll close the queue at this point in time. Our speakers in chambers, Don S. and Kelly Cash.
Hello, my name is Dawn. I've been a resident of Santa Clara County now for 39 years. I've owned my home for 36. My Property taxes started out with 3 direct assessments for a totaling under $150. It is now $1,200 with 14 items, of which we've had 2 items that are for the vector and mosquito. In the last 36 years, the bill has gone up for the vector mosquito 500%. And since 2022, and the supervisors left, but she rightly pointed out things have very different since 2022 here in Santa Clara County. And I already assess 7.8% increase, and now you're asking, or they're asking for another 5.7%. I am adamantly opposed to this increase. I wonder what that money is being used for. It's a totaling of over $8 million. As I sit here this morning and listen to all the needs in this county, I do wonder, since I haven't seen a mosquito now in years and years and years, and I had a pool in my backyard which occasionally went green, and I was able to take care of them myself with a bottle of chlorine. So we need to train our residents how to use chlorine to get rid of mosquitoes in their backyard. We don't need $8 million to be spent. I would also mention that I did look through and I read every line of this brochure. There was a lot of fear-mongering, 26 cases, raising concerns, severe forms, blood pressure and death, but no specific details about what happened with those 26 cases. So I do wonder, what happened with those 26 cases? Is this just another, fear-mongering that's happening? My biggest concern is, will this assessment increase in the future? And oh yes, if approved, this assessment will be collected annually until the Board of Trustees determines that the assessment is no longer necessary. That is unacceptable. There's been 1 decrease in my 36 years, 4 cents it went down in 1 year, 4 cents.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
I'm Kelly Cash, and I have a background in environmental science. I'm not here to advocate for or against this vector control effort. I personally have no love for mosquitoes, but there's an aspect to them that does warrant consideration. The reason there are so many of them is that they're a food source for birds, bats, lizards, and so on. A significant change in their population, to say nothing of their wholesale or eradication, could likely change the ecological balance by causing a cascading effect through the food chain and the ecosystem. It could be potentially disastrous. Hope it's not too late in the game for me to bring this up. Thanks very much for your time and your consideration.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. At this time, I'm issuing the last call for ballot submission for the proposed 2026 Mosquito, Vector, and Disease Control Assessment. Please turn in any ballots that you wish to have counted. Ballots received after the close of the public input portion of the public hearing will not be counted. So this is your last chance to get your ballot in, to put it into the box back there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is no rush going to the box, I see. So I would say the public input portion of the public hearing is now closed, and no further ballots may be submitted. Thank you. Now I bring this back to the board for discussion. Are there any board members' comments on this matter before us? Okay, I see no lights. All right. So the district has recommended that the county's registrar of voters to be designated as the tabulator of the assessment ballots, and the board continue the public hearing to June 2nd, 2026, to allow the ROV, registrar of voters, to tabulate the assessment ballots at the office of the registrar of voters at 1555 Burger Drive, Building 2, San Jose, California, from 9 a.m. until the close of business, starting on May 20th, 2026, and continuing daily until all of the ballots have been tabulated. Is there a motion by the board to designate the registrar of voters as the tabulator of the assessment ballots and to continue the public hearing to June 2nd, 2026, to allow the ROV to tabulate the assessment ballots at the office of the registrar of voters, 1555 Burger Drive, Building 2, San Jose, California, from 9 a.m. until the close of business, starting on May 20th, 2026, and continuing daily until all of the ballots have been tabulated?
All right, I'll make a motion to direct the Register of Voters to begin counting and tabulating all ballots prior to the continued public hearing on June 2nd, 2026.
Okay, have a motion?
A second.
A motion and second. All right, so, all right, without no further comments, I believe we can now take the vote. Am I correct, County Council?
Just wanted to make sure that motion also included continuing the public hearing to June 2nd, 2026.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moved and seconded. Let's go take the vote.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Jung, seconded by Supervisor Abe Koga. Supervisor Abe Koga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you. And finally, to all interested parties, please advise that the public hearing will be continued on to July 2nd, 2026 at a time no earlier than 10 a.m. Prior to June 2nd, 2026, the registrar of voters will tabulate the assessment ballots at the Office of Registrar of Voters at 1555 Burger Drive, Building 2 in San Jose, California, from 9 a.m. until the close of business, starting on May 20th, 2026, and continuing daily until all ballots have been tabulated. The results of ballot tabulation will be provided to the board at the continued public hearing on June 2nd, 2026. If there is a majority protest to the assessment, the district shall not impose the proposed assessment. A majority protest exists if ballots submitted in opposition to the assessment exceed the ballots submitted in favor of the assessment. In tabulating the ballots shall be weighed according to proportional financial obligation of the affected property. If a majority protest does not exist, the board may consider whether to impose the proposed assessment. All right, and I think that ends this issue. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now we move on to the next item, 11, which is public hearing relating to the building and fire marshal fee schedules. Good morning.
Good morning, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, board members, Jacqueline Anciano, Director of Planning and Development. With me is Deputy Director Stuart Petrie over our administrative services. Also with me is Michael Alvarez, Deputy Director and Building Official. And also Courtney Ramos with our consulting firm Matrix. We are available. We have a presentation to present to the board, but we are available to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
I think we all read the report, so we could just go straight to questions. I don't see any lights from my colleagues. Let me see. Let's open up the public. Any member of public wishing to speak on this item, let's open the public hearing.
I have no request to speak for item number 11.
Okay, if that's the case, then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, no further, I see a light, Supervisor Abe-Koga.
Oh, thank you, President Lee. I was actually just going to say thank you to staff. I know you've been working on cost recovery for a while, and I appreciate that. And with that, just wanted to make a motion to move staff recommendation. Thank you.
Moved. I'll go and second it. All right. If no further comments, let's take the vote.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Abe Koga, seconded by President Lee. Supervisor Abe Koga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well. Thank you very much.
Motion carries with 5.
Good. Moving on, item number 12 is a public hearing. Consider the CDBG Community Development Block Grant and the Home Investment Partnerships for fiscal year 26 to 27. And do we have staff almost there? Good morning, KJ.
Good morning, KJ Kaminsky, Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. I'm joined by Natalie Monk, our Housing and Community Development Division Manager, Katrina Anderson, our Community Development Manager, and Aaron Makbul, our Senior Housing and Community Development Specialist on the Community Development team. We just have a brief verbal report on our annual action plan, which is related to federal CDBG and home funding, and I will pass it to Natalie to provide that report.
Thank you, KJ. The county continues to manage CDBG funds for the urban county and home funds for the county's home consortium. The recommended actions would program approximately $7.2 million in CDBG and home funds for various housing and community development activities during fiscal year 27. These funding recommendations include 13 public service projects estimated to provide approximately 1,600 low-income individuals with critical services. These include legal advice, temporary housing and shelter, case management, senior support services, and mentorship for at-risk youth. 1 economic development program, fair housing services, funding for the acquisition, rehabilitation, and/or development of property for affordable and supportive housing, and facility improvements for organizations providing public services. And of course, funding for approximately 35 home repairs for low-income homeowners. The full list of recommended projects and programs can be found in attachments A and B. And in addition, recommended action number 5 would ratify an amendment to an agreement with the City of Morgan Hill and extend the term by 12 months for a capital improvement project at the Magical Bridge Playground. That concludes our report. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public like to speak on this item?
I have 1 card in chambers. Looks like we have 1 hand raised, 2 hands on Zoom. Let's give it a moment. We seem to be getting a couple here. All right, looks like we are settling at 3 hands on Zoom for a total of 4 speakers.
Let's do 2 minutes each.
All right, we'll close the queue at this time. Our in-chambers speaker is Deanne Everton.
Good morning.
Ann Everton with Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley, a nonprofit dedicated to preserving safe, livable, and affordable housing for our low-income neighbors. I want to express our sincere gratitude for the county's past support of our mission, and thank you for your continued partnership to support our work in fiscal year 26-27. This funding allows us to complete critical repairs that help seniors age in place safely, allow people with disabilities to live with dignity, and support families struggling to keep their homes sustainable amid rising costs. These are not cosmetic fixes. They are vital repairs like replacing failing roofs, fixing unsafe plumbing or electrical systems, and installing accessibility modifications like grab bars, ramps, and walk-in showers. The people we serve are often long-term residents. Many are older adults on fixed incomes who've given very much to our community. Our program prevents displacement, preserves what's left of our natural occurring affordable housing stock, and strengthens neighborhoods by allowing residents to remain in their homes safely and with dignity and stability. It is said that the most affordable home is the one you live in, emphasizing the benefits of having a secure place to build equity and live without housing insecurity. It is also proven that home preservation is the best and most affordable housing option for many low-income households, costing about 26 times more to build a new affordable housing unit than to repair an existing one. Your support of the work of Rebuilding Together directly addresses your consolidated plan's priority goal of preserving existing affordable housing. We appreciate your investment in our program to ensure that Santa Clara County becomes a place where all residents, regardless of income or age, can live safely, affordably, and with dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is Mateo Lumbreras.
Hello and good day, and thank you for your time today. My name is Mateo Lumbreras, and I serve as the Director of Client Services with West Valley Community Services. Our mission is to unite the community to fight hunger and homelessness. I would like to thank the board for its continued support of vulnerable residents throughout Santa Clara County. I also want to express our gratitude for the recommendation of Santa Clara County CDBG Home Fiscal Year 27 funding, which will help us continue supporting low-income and unhoused individuals and families in West Valley communities we serve. At West Valley Community Services, we continue to see the growing impact of housing instability and food insecurity across the region. Last year alone, we provided more than 1.1 million meals, supported over 4,200 individuals with weekly groceries, and served over 1,500 families through our mobile food market program. We also distributed more than 1 million in emergency rental and utility assistance to help prevent homelessness. On behalf of West Valley Community Services, our staff, volunteers, and partners, and clients, we thank you for your continued support with this critical work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Georgia Bassel.
Good morning. Georgia Basile, Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, or SALA. We provide free legal services to seniors throughout Santa Clara County, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. Our current CDBG grant from the county supports expanded availability of our services for seniors in Campbell, Morgan Hill, Los Gatos, and Saratoga, and we thank you for that support. We provide our services primarily at appointments at senior centers in these jurisdictions and by phone for clients that cannot leave their homes or with emergencies. We're recommended in the action plan for continued funding next year, and we hope the board will support that recommendation. We address a range of matters impacting our clients' lives. For example, we address income insecurity by assisting clients with problems related to public benefits they need to meet their basic needs, such as Social Security, SSI, Medicare, and Medi-Cal. We address housing instability by assisting clients that are facing eviction, clients needing reasonable accommodations in housing, or clients whose housing is otherwise in jeopardy. We address loss of autonomy by assisting clients with basic legal planning for the future to help them age in place by appointing someone they trust to step in and manage their affairs when they cannot do so. And we address elder abuse and domestic violence by assisting clients that are victims of abuse, often by someone they know. We can't charge fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases. The primary way we support our services is through grants like CDBG. In this current climate, your funding is more critical than ever to help us provide the highest level of service possible to our clients. So we thank you for our current support, and we do hope you'll support the recommendation for funding for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Fuentes.
Good morning. Upwards is the nation's largest network of family child care providers, and we're so grateful for the board's recommendation to fund the BOOST program as a direct investment in the County of Santa Clara's child care infrastructure. The child care shortage in the County of Santa Clara is both a family crisis and an economic one. The access gap is about 52% of children under 6 in the County of Santa Clara lack access to a licensed child care slot, leaving thousands of families, especially mothers and single parents, unable to fully participate in the workforce. Child care workers in the county earn an average of $18.30 per hour, far below the wages of elementary school educators. The wage gap drives high turnover and deepens the shortage. BOOST has a strong track record. Across 30 cities and counties, Upwards has mentored over 500 family child care providers, created 180 new jobs, helped providers increase revenue by an average of 25%, and expanded child care slots by 30 to 50% in various jurisdictions across California and nationwide, all within the first year of implementation. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to continue supporting the BOOST program with federal funding, and we welcome the opportunity to meet with the board members ahead of the next public hearing to answer questions and discuss how BOOST can serve the County of Santa Clara's community. For providers or organizations who are interested in learning more about the BOOST program, please reach out to email me with the information that can be provided by staff. Thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of your morning.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Milton Cadena.
Good morning. My name is Milton Cadena. I'm the Program Director of Senior Services at Catholic Charities. Today here I'm advocating for the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program and to thank you for your past and ongoing support. We are here to support the plan, the action plan for funding and recommendations for this year. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman is an advocate for our community's most vulnerable residents, those living in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. Authorized by the federal and the state Order Americans Act, our program protects the dignity, rights, and well-being of seniors and adults with disabilities who call these facilities home. We provide a unique and duplicated service. Ombudsmen have a 24/7 access to all these resident facilities, and our information is constantly posted at all those facilities. Our primary functions are to investigate and resolve complaints related to quality of care and abuse, mediating disputes, making referrals, witnessing advanced health care directives, and preventing inappropriate discharges when possible. All services provided are free of charge to the residents and their families. Through these activities, we work to improve their quality of care and quality of life for the frailest members of our community. In Urban County specifically, we constantly visit 11 skilled nurse facilities, 24 residential care facilities for the elderly, totaling 2,228 beds across Los Altos, Los Gatos, Morgan Hill, and Saratoga. The need for advocacy is great, and we sincerely appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Going close to the public speaking portion, to my colleague. May I entertain a motion?
I guess I'm happy to make a motion to move staff recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
Okay, motion seconded. No further comments. Let's take a vote.
And for the record, President Lee, you closed the public hearing on this item.
Yes, I do. I did close the public hearing of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Supervisor Abekoga, seconded by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you. Moving to item 13, which is public hearing, consider an increase of fees for certificate of competency examination. Go ahead, Curtis. You have a report?
Good morning, President Lee, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I am Curtis Boone, your clerk of the board, and with me is Kathy Taylor, management analyst. With this item, I am proposing an increase to the fee for the plumber's certificate of competency examination to $274. We've been updating the fee based upon the Consumer Price Index for the Bay Area since 2023. This prevents significant jumps in the fee at one particular time. The Board of Plumbing Examiners has previously expressed some concern that large increases may result in an increase in unlicensed plumbing work in the county. There can be some considerable variance in the number of applications received each year, which can lead to fluctuations in the full cost recovery amount. But that said, there is some room for a greater than CPI update next year. So if the board would like us to explore that, I'm happy to look at that next year to bring the fee closer to full cost recovery if so desired. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the requested action and with further direction to bring back information next year about helping us get to cost recovery faster.
Motion?
Second.
Seconded? Okay. All right, motion seconded. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing portion. How many would like to speak on this?
There are no requests to speak on Zoom, and I do not see any speaker cards. So 0 speakers.
If that's the case, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, we have a motion with seconded. Let's take a vote.
And that was a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg and a second by
Arenas.
Vice President Arenas. Thank you. Supervisor Abacoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
And President Lee.
Aye as well.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, another public hearing today regarding the vacancy status reporting requirements. Good morning, still, to our ESA Director, Dave Hubner.
Good morning, President Lee, Supervisors. David Hebner, Director of the Employee Services Agency. We're here to discuss any of the items that were provided in the report on vacancies across the county, broken down by bargaining unit. And our understanding is that there are 2 unions that are here that are looking to provide their 5-minute presentations as well.
Right, okay. All right, let's see. Yes, James, your light's on.
I just wanted to make a kind of broader overview comment regarding vacancies. As the board is well aware, we have had now for a number of years a countywide hiring freeze. And the purpose of that hiring freeze is to deliberately create and hold vacancies with the goal of, to the greatest extent possible, being in a position to either delete vacant positions as opposed to filled positions due to budget reductions, or to have vacant positions in other places in similar or identical classifications into which employees in an affected filled position reduction could move. I flag that because as a result of that, our conscious goal is actually a vacancy rate significantly higher than we would be seeking to have in normal times. Our internal target is a general vacancy rate of around 15%. As you see from the report, we're actually significantly lower than that, notwithstanding the very aggressive hiring freeze that's in place, with an overall county vacancy rate of 9.8%. And this is prior to the actions in the forthcoming budget, which will delete several hundred additional positions, as the board is well aware. Now, obviously, vacancies aren't always in the right spots, and you see in the information presented that there are certain units or certain areas where there are different impacts. But I think that overall context is really important because these are not normal times for our county organization. We foresee, unfortunately, very significant budget reductions in the next several years to come. And that context is really pivotal because there's a conscious effort to try to preserve vacancies where reasonable and appropriate when we do have turnover in staff. So anyway, I just wanted to provide that additional context for the benefit of the public.
Thank you. Tony, your light's on?
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, no worries. All right, if that's the case, all right, should we go ahead and open up the public hearing then, clerk, at this point?
I know there is specific presentations from the
Correct,
unions.
yes.
Do
So
you
I
want
would
to
like
do
to
those?
get the public presentation first before calling any additional speakers. But yeah, let's do the presentation by our unions. I believe we're giving 5 minutes for each of the unions that are here to speak. For example, I believe the Park Rangers Association is here. Yeah, please come up and speak at the staff table, and you could begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors.
Morning.
My name is Jacob Altemeyer, and I'm the president of the Santa Clara County Park Rangers Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by telling you a little bit about what park rangers do, because it's often a misunderstood profession. Santa Clara County Park Rangers are the primary emergency response and public safety officers for our 28 regional parks across 55,000 acres, which with 53 rangers authorized is about 11,000 acres per ranger. We respond to medical emergencies, search and rescue, animal interaction incidents, resource management emergencies, wildland fires, and any other problems that arise in our parks. In some of our parks, the nearest fire station, deputy, paramedic, or fellow ranger is 45 minutes to an hour away, if not more. We have to be able to handle a situation until backup arrives. Think of us as a Swiss Army knife first responder. But our mission isn't only emergency response. We are also here to help people enjoy and be inspired by these parks through outreach, interpretation, and answering questions about the natural world around them. The last 5 years, we last bargained in 2021, have been some of our hardest years. When COVID arrived, parks became one of the few places people could safely go. Visitation in some of our parks surged 200 to 300%. Rangers stayed on the job as essential workers, managing unprecedented crowds, supporting public health enforcement even outside of parks, and providing security at testing and vaccination sites as disaster service workers. The same season was one of the worst fire seasons in generations, but we were there for that. Jump to 2024, which was a significant year for us. Rangers handled 1,001 emergency responses, 3,021 public safety contacts, a 40% increase in 3 years with the same number of rangers, which currently we have about 40 of our 53. Our rangers also responded to 35 fire incidents, managed 71 hours of wildland fire operations, and conducted 442 hours of prescribed burns, in partnership with CAL FIRE and other local fire agencies. But 2024 was also the year we saw the highest ranger injury rates in years, and the year our vacancies peaked. While live-in vacancies may sound small, at roughly 20% of our full ranger force, or 25% of our park ranger 1 and 2 positions, it is a substantial burden and a substantial strain. Our rangers are reaching a breaking point. The county's most recent 2024 Employee Engagement and Wellbeing Survey ranked our park rangers as one of the lowest scoring groups in the Parks Department on morale and engagement, with scores meaningfully declining from prior years. A recent PRA member survey that we conducted found that around 70% of our park rangers are actively looking for other work or considering leaving county employment. There's a gap between what this job asks of our members and the resources, recognition, and protections they have to do it. We have identified 4 areas where the county can take concrete action immediately. Our job specifications. Our job specs were last revised in May 2011. They are severely out of date. We were asked to provide our recommendations to update them in 2022. Within 3 or 4 months, we returned that recommendation. We've still not met and conferred or had initial meetings for our job spec updates. Second, we want to remove barriers to applying. Currently, we have a certification that's a week-long course, and it's required to have it before applying. PC 832 qualifies us to be a peace officer. It's required before, but then it's also repeated the first week of our academy, the same exact certification. And it's a week-long course. You have to find where it is. Usually it's in a school farther away. So finding transportation, the time, and it creates a barrier to a lot of people in different communities that we'd like to see coming into parks. Third is compensation. We did see in the report that it stated that no union requested the subsection C4 opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. We did request that May 8th, and we do hope to see a response to different ways in which those can be improved. Just for reference, Mid-Penn open space rangers, our best direct comparator, earn roughly $14,000 more in base salary and approximately $27,000 more in total annual compensation at their top step. A few more working conditions things are housing, our alternative work schedule, rotations, and then our industrial disability and presumptive injury protections. And I do have a quote if you guys give me extra time, but if not, thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, any comments you have that you cannot finish, please give it to us and we'll add it to the record.
And we did submit a supplemental report with everything kind of extensively laid out.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jacob. I believe there's a second union here. Would like to have a 5-minute presentation. I believe, is it SEIU?
Can you guys hear me? Oh,
Yes, we can
okay,
hear you. Good
Thank you.
afternoon. Recognize you. We're purple. I knew that was SAIU. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry. Okay. First, I just want to say hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Julie Barajas. I am here representing SAIU, and I wanted to echo what was said in public comment by my fellow coworkers that the essential positions we all hold to serve the public in the way you want long-term knowledgeable staff to assist our most vulnerable. And with that being said, Santa Clara County workers are the backbone of essential public service. Yet today, departments across healthcare, social services, behavioral health, public safety continue to experience severe staff shortages that directly impact services delivery, workout burnout, and community outcomes. ESA's recommendation acknowledge the existence of vacancies, but they fail to fully address the structural causes driving them. The reality is this: the county cannot solve a workforce crisis simply by deleting positions and reposting positions faster while failing to sustainably improve retention, internal transfers, workforce development, and frontline working conditions. SAIU 521 represents over 13,000 of frontline county workers across virtually every major operational area of the county's government. The data presented here show Santa Clara County's 12-month turnover rate currently sits over 12%. Vacancies have fluctuated dramatically over recent years and remain elevated across critical classifications. The largest vacancies concentration exists in classifications that directly provide essential services. Number one being social service benefit specialists, social workers, licensed vocational nurses, health service representative, hospital service assistants, psychiatric social workers, and janitorial and maintenance staff. There is no peripheral positions. These are workers that community and patients rely for healthcare across access, mental health, treatment, child welfare programs, hospital operations, benefit access, and safe county facilities. The data also shows significantly vacancy levels across entire bargaining units. 634 vacancies in APT unit, nearly 291 vacancies in our clerical classifications, 144 vacancies in social services alone. This is not a temporary staffing fluctuation. It's a systemic workforce instability problem. ESE has not meaningfully engaged with SEIU on workforce mobility solutions. For almost 3 years, SEIU has consistently raised practical solutions that would improve retention and fill vacancies faster. Easier transfers, faster promotion pathways, pre-bid, career ladder development, training, and upskill partnerships. Despite repeated discussions, the county has not sustainably engaged the union in implementing meaningful structural reforms. SEIU already has infrastructure to help solve this problem. The county also overlooks a critical fact. The union already operates workforce development and infrastructure that could immediately support county staffing goals. SIU Education Trust Fund has existing capacity to support healthcare career mobility, help workers maintain certifications, develop career ladders, and retain experienced frontline staff within the county services. Rather than treating a workforce developed as a separate from a labor relations, the county should be partnering directly with frontline workers and their union to build a sustainable internal pipeline. This is specifically urgent in healthcare and behavioral health, where staffing shortages are becoming increasingly severe. Contracting out does not solve workforce instability. The county has increasingly justified contracting our services as a cost-saving strategy, practically in behavioral health. But the data raises serious questions on how efficiently public dollars are actually being used within a contracted system. SAU's research found that the fiscal year for 2023, just 4 behavioral health nonprofit contractors spent a combined of $7.9 million on rent alone. And those 4 organizations represented only a portion of the county's contractual behavioral health network, meaningful. We can go ahead and you guys already have the presentation as
Yes.
well.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any other group wants to speak today that we are aware of? Nope.
I'm only aware of the 2.
Okay, very good.
Same here.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and open up the public hearing now for the public to speak on this. Anybody from the public like to speak on this item?
I have 4 cards for speakers in chambers. I do not see any hands raised in Zoom, so it looks like we are at 4 speakers.
4 speakers is 2 minutes each.
2 minutes each, and we will close the queue at this time. We'll call our in-chamber speakers. We have Jennifer Contreras, Joel Gonzalez, Cassandra Hosseini, and Patrick Choi.
Jennifer Contreras, President of Local 1587, Probation Peace Officers Union. I represent 475 dedicated public service workers committed to justice, transformation, and community safety. For years, group counselors and probation officers have tried to mitigate the effects of long-term, high-volume vacancies. This is simply unsustainable. We have advocated for vacant codes to be filled and for workloads to be modified to manageable levels. Unfortunately, our concerns remain unresolved, and 1587 continues to navigate court and department mandates with administrative duties with 58 total vacancies. The average supervision caseload for an adult caseload is responsible for 90 individuals, each with their own unique needs and risks, varying levels of motivation. Our members take pride in the restorative work that they do, but with countless vacancies and a huge wave of retirements expected this year, morale is down and fears are growing. We want to avoid the potential for error. We want to maintain safety in our institution and in our community. We can only achieve this by reducing the number of codes set for deletion and by filling these important public safety vacancies. Thank you.
Good morning. Joel Gonzalez, Vice President, Local 1587. I work in juvenile hall, and our goal is to rehabilitate our most at-risk young adults and guide them to be productive members of our society. We now work with young adults up to the age of 25, the majority being violent offenders. Assaults on staff and youth have been on the rise and resulted in major injuries such as broken orbitals, broken ankles, crippling back injuries, amongst others. Response time is critical for youth and staff safety when these assaults occur. We want our youth and staff to feel safe when these incidents occur. This can only be achieved by ensuring we keep our current coded staffing levels. 30 seconds feels like an eternity when our youth and staff need critical support to neutralize these assaults. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Hosseini, and I'm a supervising probation officer in the Juvenile Division, and I am here today representing Local 1587 Probation Peace Officers Union to speak specifically about vacancies with juvenile services and the serious consequences any additional cuts would have in our community. Our work is not simply about supervision. It's about intervention, accountability, rehabilitation, and public safety. We work directly with youth who are often exposed to violence, gangs, trauma, abuse, and increasingly firearms. Right now, our community is seeing concerning levels of juvenile violence, highlighting 2 cases in the media. According to NBC Bay Area, we recently saw the tragic case involving a 13-year-old accused of murdering another youth on Valentine's Day in Santana Row. We have also sadly witnessed the heartbreaking murder of a 2-year-old child allegedly committed by another youth. These incidences are devastating reminders of what happens when vulnerable youth fall deeper into violence and criminal behavior without effective intervention. This is not the time to weaken juvenile services. Currently, there are 14 vacancies within juvenile probation. Eliminating those positions may appear to save money on paper, but the real cost would be paid by our community. When staffing levels are reduced, probation officers are forced to carry larger caseloads, absorb additional responsibilities. That means less time for mentorship, family engagement, school coordination, rehabilitation planning, and less opportunity to truly connect with youth who are desperately in need of guidance and structure. Reducing staffing does not reduce the workload. It reduces the quality of intervention. And when intervention suffers, public safety and our communities are the ones who are negatively impacted. The department's own mission speaks about building trust, empowering individuals, and creating safer communities through transformation and collaboration. These goals cannot be achieved if juvenile services continues to lose critical staffing resources. Investing in the juvenile probation is investing in prevention, rehabilitation, and safer communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Choi. I'm a supervising probation officer and steward for Local 1587. I want to briefly speak about the impact that retirements, vacancies, and code deletions are having across probation services. Within the adult division, we're continuing to see increases in caseloads of our domestic violence, mental health, and sex offender units. These assignments involve some of the highest need, highest risk populations. Officers in these units are responsible for managing contact with clients in the office and out in the community. Working closely with service providers, ensuring treatment participation, balancing rehabilitation with community safety. As staffing levels decrease and workloads continue to rise, it becomes more difficult to maintain the level of supervision and community engagement that these cases require. Probation officers continue to work extremely hard and remain deeply committed to accountability, reform, and public safety, but the strain on these units continue to grow. Consistent supervision matters. Timely field contacts, treatment coordination, compliance checks, and proper adjustment in the community are critical in helping reduce risk, which improves community safety. I want to thank the board for its continued support, and I respectfully ask for your consideration in restoring and filling these positions so probation can continue providing the level of service, accountability, and community safety that Santa Clara County deserves. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. If that's the case, then the public hearing is now closed. Any questions from my board? I don't see any lights on. Do I have a motion? Relating to receiving report to the status of vacant positions.
I'm happy to move receipt of the report.
I'll do a second on that, but I do have a question.
Motion and seconded. Go ahead.
So my question is to our county executive around a response on how we anticipate meeting the needs of our kiddos in our juvenile justice system, and the reduction in the vacancies.
So we've taken a careful look in conjunction with the probation department, and actually, as you saw in the recommended budget, did not move forward some of the budget proposals from probation that affected the juvenile division of probation. So that's something that we try to be attuned to. And I'm sure the probation department could speak at further length about some of the reorganizations, activities, and vacancy management that they have in that regard related to the budget. But it's something we've been particularly attentive to, and there was an entire proposal that the department brought forward to meet its budget target related to the juvenile division that was not moved forward in the recommended budget at all.
And so I guess I'm wondering, at this point, we're going to do this outside of the budget process, and I'm wondering why we're doing this outside of the budget process.
So this, you're talking about this public hearing? This is an annual process created by a new state law that's just an annual public hearing regarding vacancies. I believe the intention of the sponsors of the bill was to create a forum to surface and highlight challenges associated with the recruitment or retention of employees in different positions, which is why there's specific additional reporting where vacancy rates exceed 20%. It's really not a budget process item, and it can be held at any time, but does have to be done at least once per fiscal year.
I'll just
Wouldn't it
add,
make
actually, per the statute calling for this hearing, it actually has to be, this hearing has to happen before the budget process.
Okay, I'm just saying, what I'm wondering is, wouldn't it make more sense to do it in conjunction with the budget process rather than do it separately from the budget process?
I mean, we can certainly do the hearings, we could do this hearing in conjunction with the budget process in the future. I don't think we have any concern one or the other. We just don't see them as directly connected.
You don't see this connected to the budget?
The vacancy rates, I'm not saying it's not, I'm not saying it's completely disconnected, but, we have, for example, units where there's no proposed deletions or additions of positions, where there's vacancy challenges or not. We've got, I would arguably that's more connected in some ways to labor negotiation processes than it is to budget processes. Obviously, those conversations happen in closed session. So it's certainly a piece of information, but no, I don't see it as directly connected with the budget process, because you can have, for instance, we have vacancy information here related to, our correctional officers. We've had 0 reductions in FTE, notwithstanding vacancy rates in that unit for the last several budget cycles, including in the upcoming recommended budget. So I think they're kind of distinct.
Okay, so let me take one example here. I'll do let me see one that actually stands out here. All right, so we'll do the Santa Clara County District Attorney Investigators Association. It has a vacancy rate, a vacant position count of 2. And then the filled position count and total position count is it's 92 and then 94. So they have a 2.1%. We would take this into account, wouldn't we, when we are proposing changes to asking for reductions in the district attorney's overall budget?
We do take into account whether we have filled position reductions being proposed and whether we have potential landing spots for individuals. So that's generally taken into account. That's a moving target, right? So I think the purpose of this report, as I see it, is really to try to identify whether there are units or areas where there's exceedingly high vacancy rates, and if there's actions that need to be taken to help promote recruitment and retention into those classifications. And, it's like I said in my opening comments, it's an odd context for us. The intention, I think, behind this legislation was not really a budget cut environment, but how do we fill positions, right, that are authorized positions.
Okay.
So that's really the goal, which is why the statute requires a bunch of additional reporting specific to any unit where there's more than 20%. And the other odd thing I would just say, I mean, this I think gives some insight into the purpose behind the legislation. It's by bargaining unit. which in our county organization, in some of our bargaining units has very close alignment with certain job roles. I think the park rangers are a great example of that. It's a small bargaining unit, it's a discrete bargaining unit, they represent park rangers. But some of our bargaining units are very different. So by the other end of the extreme, APT, which is one of SEIU's several bargaining units that bargains together, but they're all distinct bargaining units, is 25% of the entire county workforce. And so, you know, what you see in there is an amalgamation by bargaining unit, but that is the way in which the information under the statute is to be presented and analyzed, which is why, from my perspective, this is a report that's really more to inform overall recruitment and retention efforts and to be a useful vehicle for addressing where there may be challenges or concerns through the labor negotiation process, such as some of the data, for instance, presented by the park rangers, which would absolutely be the kind of data that's very relevant at the bargaining table.
I understand. I also think that this is also an insight to allow us to further understand the needs of the department. And it would be wonderful to have it more jointly connected to the budget as it makes sense. I understand that this might be maybe a baseline of information for some negotiations or to figure out what kind of plan of action to take if there's a high vacancy rate. And I think you said more than 20%. Certainly, that is one track of it. I think that the board also needs to know in connection with the budget so that we can see where we are in terms of staffing ahead of the budget. And in the budget, we're actually making decisions about reductions. And so I think this connected to this report helps inform at least a very difficult situation that we'll have to take as we move forward.
Yeah, we do produce two things in conjunction with the budget process and have for years that I view as more useful for the budget process. One is consistent with a board policy. There's a review of positions that have been vacant for longer than 2 years. And that information is provided to the board in advance of the budget hearing. And in addition, there's a vacancy report that is produced that lists out all the specific classifications by department. In my view, obviously we can move this report to the board, to the budget process, but in my view, those are two pieces of information that are far more useful pieces of vacancy information in conjunction with the budget process than this particular public hearing, which, like I said, is by bargaining unit, and so you don't really get the information the same way. So we absolutely do have relevant vacancy information part of the budget process. It's just not this particular report, this particular format, this particular analysis, which is dictated by this somewhat recent statute. And like I said, I think is really geared more towards the bargaining process.
I understand. And I appreciate your explanation. And if there's, if the maker of the motion is open to it, I think if we can add this, I don't think additional information hurts us, so that we can have it all in one place as we are looking at the budget.
Thank you, Supervisor Menace. Respectfully, I don't want to include that because I view this as a compliance report and not a policy document, and I think it could actually be more muddied and confusing to look at this at the same time as the budget. This is the way I understand it, and happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, is that it is a status report. It is not directing policy decisions or funding.
Right.
And I like the idea of having it done and approved several weeks before we do the budget so that they're not conflated. But if you want to try that as a separate motion, maybe somebody else would like to do that.
Sure. Listen, I just think that it's important for us And I understand that this is a report and an update. It's not, we're not making a decision about any matter. It's informational and it's based on a bill. I just think it's important for us to have the information. I don't know that we'll conflate it. I think we'll understand the difference between an update and then the policy decisions that we need to make in a budget. So, yeah, I'll make a substitute motion to.
Is it substitute or is it separate? Because it's not instead of what I'm doing. I
can make
it's
it a
an addition.
substitute motion. Either you reject my friendly amendment, you rejected my friendly amendment.
So your new motion would include that and acceptance of the report, presumably.
Yes.
Go for it.
All right, so I'll go ahead and include your motion, Supervisor Ellenberg, and ask for us to include this information as we are presented with the overall budget information in June. All right, and it dies and it goes back to you?
Yes, Supervisor Young.
James, excuse me. The two other vacancy reports you referenced, can you say them again?
Yes, so there's two things that happen in conjunction with that are pieces of information that are provided in conjunction with the budget hearing. One is the list of vacant positions, or there's an analysis pursuant to a board policy, and I forget the specific number off the top of my head, but there was a board policy that was adopted maybe a decade ago or so. An analysis of so-called chronically vacant positions. These are positions that have been vacant for more than 2 years, and the default is that those positions are proposed for deletion. And that analysis is done around this same time frame, or actually I think maybe about a month ago or so, as well as a list of all the vacant positions. And what I mean by that is the specific job classifications, which is much more granular. So it's basically a table that's many, many pages long, but it's a list of the specific job classification vacancies across the entire county organization, whereas this information is by bargaining unit, and for some of our bargaining units that are very focused and narrow, like park rangers, that's pretty one-to-one, but for most of our bargaining units, like APT or blue collar or clerical or our other broader bargaining units, the classification specific information, I think anyway, is much richer. But those are the two things.
And those two items, just want to make sure we have it in our materials. That's already in our materials in preparation for the budget season?
No, they come out in June because they're, right, they come, which I think it's, I want to say around the week before the budget hearing.
Okay, so I'll be on the lookout for that. I really want to thank all of our union representatives for being here today to provide your insight into providing clarity around what vacancy means in your department. I think the triangulation of all this information really still leaves the question with me. I know this is outside the specific intent of this legislative report now, is that how much of these vacancies live in our front lines of staffing, and how will that impact how we meet need in community? And so I found really the public hearing portion of this to be extremely helpful today. Thank you to all of our representatives who came to provide comment and information. Even though this legislation did not intend for this to be directly to budget, the timing is helpful for me to take this to budget. And I will be forming my questions and discussions around vacancy amongst frontline staff and how that will impact direct services. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further comments? Oh, Vice President, you have comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, all right. And we can go ahead and take a vote.
Just for clarity, I believe the motion was Supervisor Ellenberg, and it was seconded by Vice President Arenas.
That's correct.
All right, Supervisor Abaikoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries with 5.
Okay, I have 12:35 right now, and then the good news is the food is here for lunch. Therefore, if we do a 45-minute break, we will be coming back at 1:15. My math not very good. Yeah, let's come back at 1:15. I think that'll be good for folks to digest the lunch, because I figured the afternoon could be quite long. So, all right, so we return back at 1:15 from our recess. At that time, we'll be starting item 15. Thank you. Thanks. I'll sit.
Test.
Actually, I already have 119, so it's 4 minutes past our initial time for our afternoon session. So I'll just go and ask to see if we could have, I think we have quorum already. So Clerk, would you mind please take the roll?
Of course, Supervisor Abakoga? Here. Supervisor Jung? Here. Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm here, and I do have a request for Supervisor Lee after we finish the roll call.
Sure.
Vice President Arenas? Here. President Lee?
Present as well. Good
You
afternoon.
do have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg, please.
Thank you. I know we generally hear items pulled from consent at the end of the meeting, but I understand that both Supervisor Abakoga and I are a little bit, not rushed for time, but have hard stops later today, and I want to make sure that we hear 46 and 47. So I wonder if you agree, we could hear Supervisor Arenas' pulled items now.
Yes, Supervisor Arenas, Vice President, you pull 46, 47. We'll just get
Is that all right?
here right now? Yeah. Okay,
Awesome,
thanks.
great.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that and everyone's indulgence with the change.
Yes. Yes. Vice President, you have questions on this item?
Yes, I did have questions on this item. If you give me a moment, I wasn't expecting to talk about this.
Yeah, let me explain why we're waiting. The 46, and the audience, item 46 is the recommendation relating to executive leadership job specifications. A couple of actions. A is to approve the job specifications, adding the chief pharmacy officer, and B is approving a revised job specification to revise the deputy director of public health. Item 47 is adopting the executive leadership master salary ordinance relating to compensations of person in leadership represented by these recognized employee organizations. Those are 46 and 47, and we're hearing those together. Okay? Yes, Vice President, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, I'm concerned about this increase. One, the development of this position, and then second, the increase in pay, as we are asking the rest of our county employees to do more with the same amount. Yet here we're not doing the same thing. And even though this started in 2022, I think in 2022 we weren't under these same exact conditions. And I'm concerned that why couldn't environmental health division simply report to the already existing deputy director now?
Sure, Supervisor. So two key, I think, important pieces of contextual information. So as I noted earlier, in 2022, the board did take action to place the Environmental Health Department under Public Health and basically to combine those two. Back in October of 2025, the board actually took action by ordinance to repeal the authority and the position of the Director of Environmental Health. And so we view this item really as an implementation action. The reason for the small cost is associated with the addition of a differential for the deputy director who would be having the oversight of environmental health. And that's because pursuant to state statute, there's a special certification that's required. I forget the exact term of the certification off the top of my head, but there's a certification that's required in order to perform that particular function, or at least a portion, I should say, of that particular function. And so that cost is directly associated with the differential associated with the special certification. There's no change in the broader compensation structure. I know there were a number of public comments also regarding the utilization of fees. It is true, as the board is aware from the prior discussions back in, I think it was December and January, around the fees associated with environmental health. This is a function that is about 94% 100% fee funded. Those fees have to be used for designated purposes, and while we're making significant steps to integrate the work better with the broader public health department, which was the vision going back to 2022 with the original actions and subsequent actions in October of 2025, the uses of that fee funding remain restricted pursuant to the California Constitution and are not transferred more broadly into the public health department, which is one of the reasons we've maintained environmental health as with separate accounting. So there's no change there. So anyway, hopefully that answers some of the questions. I know Dr. Rudman's here if there's additional questions too.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't make sense. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but it just doesn't seem to add up for me, especially as I'm going to reiterate that we are asking the rest of our, we've gone through discussions with some of the unions, and we haven't increased. We have no increases for other members of our county structure and system. And while I understand that there is a state statute that requires a certain function or a certain certification for environmental services, and I think I can't remember what the certification is, but whatever that certification is already, that one of the deputy directors that is already in public health has that certification, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if they already have this certification, it's not that we are acquiring a new person with that certification. We are just asking them to continue to do their current job and add an additional task to their position.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. We're asking them to take on an additional 100 reports and an additional function. So it's not just an additional task. But that's the intention, is to kind of have to acknowledge that different role in that piece of things. So I would note, in terms of the broader situation with employees, you're
Well, let me give you an example, because later on in an item, there is a CANS, a Child and Adolescent Needs Assessment, that is now being dispersed among all staff instead of having a behavioral health social worker fill out. And all of the staff in DFCS, or at least the ones that are assigned as social workers to cases, will now be conducting that assessment. They need to be trained in order to do that. They're not getting additional compensation for that task.
I think that would be fairly characterized as a task.
And where would you characterize this as?
As oversight of what was formerly a standalone department.
That sounds like a task to me. And so let me ask you, aside from this certification that this current deputy director, do they have, there's 2 deputy directors in that same division, correct?
That's correct right now, and this proposal would create a third.
A third. And so the 2 deputy directors, what kind of education do they have?
The requirements for that position
No,
don't-
I'm asking for the current deputy directors. What is their education level at this point? Is one of them a doctorate, one of them a master's level, one of a bachelor?
I have to admit, I don't believe either has a doctorate at this time, but one does possess the REHS certification, and that is the deputy director we intend to assign to this new broad scope of oversight of the environmental health branch, in order to make sure that we have the operational and strategic coordination that we think follows closely in the direction of the board.
Okay, so I agree that I'm not opposing for the integration of environmental health, although, I mean, I think it deserves its own unit, but because we are all having to restructure, I'm not opposing that. What I'm opposing is a raise that will create a lack of equity among your deputy directors. So now you'll have 3 deputy directors, and one of them will have a slightly higher salary. And I don't know if that person is newer, older, has less education. Do you see the reason why I would be very uncomfortable with somebody getting an increase this way?
Hi, Supervisor Arenas. David Hebner with the Employee Services Agency. When we look at it, part of it is looking at the scope of the role and the different responsibilities that ladder up to that. And so in having this person take on this additional responsibility, in doing that assessment, the scope of the role is greater, and it includes then having to oversee this team for which you do need that accreditation. And so this is a reflection of that. And I just say that in this position, I try to look at more through the lens of the positions themselves. The scope that is needed is just greater because we've added these responsibilities.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? I would love to have this logic applied to the rest of the county employees. So if you're asking the rest of the county employees to take on additional responsibilities or tasks, that they're also that they're rewarded with a salary that also reflects that.
And I think as James was mentioning earlier, this was an entire department. And so from
How large is that department?
It's about 170 when fully staffed, about 150 FTE right now.
And currently they're under who?
Currently, they report to Dr. Underwood, who sits in the Environmental Health Director role, or the Department of Environmental Health Director role. But because that department no longer exists, this proposal would delete that role and create the new Deputy Director that would lead both that former department, now branch, as well as all fiscal systems for the Public Health Department.
Interesting. So why wouldn't you just transfer that person over to your?
Because the newly proposed role also has an additional scope of overseeing all of the finance systems, which right now are 2 completely separate systems between environmental health and the rest of public health. We want to have somebody who's knowledgeable about that entire system, overseeing all of it, but that person also needs to possess the state-required REHS license and have knowledge of environmental health to do so thoughtfully.
Why you wouldn't prepare somebody to actually, who is doing the job currently, prepare to have that kind of license or accreditation is beyond me. You have somebody who's already doing the job, who you're not going to promote, and from what it sounds like, she's a woman, and I'm going to suspect that this other one is what? The one who's going to take on this new deputy director position is what?
So Supervisor.
Okay, so then I'm going to assume that that is a man.
Supervisor,
I'm speaking, James, I'm speaking. This is my opportunity to give my comments about this item that I feel very uncomfortable about. We're moving in a direction where we're asking frontline staff to do a lot of work. And this sounds like preferential treatment to me. And I'll call it every time I see it. I'm going to assume it's a white, and I'm going to assume it's a guy, a man. And I'm going to assume the rest of the deputy directors are not. So I'm not going to make a motion, but I'm going to abstain. And I want you to know that I'll be catching everything that you do. This is not the way that we treat our employees when we're asking them to work harder. And for somebody who's already doing the job and not to prepare them with a certification, to me, says a lot about the leadership of that department and the ones that are taking on those new units.
Okay, Ron, do you have any public who would like to speak on this item?
I currently have no public speakers in chambers, and I do have one on Zoom.
Okay, 2 minutes on Zoom.
I'll just note that there were a number of public speakers on this item when it was on consent.
Already,
It was pulled
correct,
after,
yes.
so we should just make sure that this isn't a duplicative speaker.
So Rhonda, could you just check to see if the speaker has spoken earlier today from Zoom?
All right, let me check with my staff. All right, it does look like our speaker is a new speaker. Deborah Butler, we've asked you to unmute. We have closed the
Hi.
queue. Go ahead.
Hi, I am a county employee, but I am actually calling about the issues regarding the CPS situation.
Oh, no, so this is not the issue, right, for 46?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
This is
just
not
hold
the
off, we'll be moving to that item after this item. So this is not the item, so hold off, we will call those items a little bit later. Thank you.
All right, then it looks like we have no public speakers on this item.
James, your light's on?
Oh, I did want to make a comment I was trying to make earlier, which is we regularly use differentials across the organization, including with line staff, to differentiate between different roles and responsibilities, including greater duties. It's exceedingly common across the county organization, across every department, across virtually every union contract, where there are additional responsibilities. And so, as I think David was saying, this is from that assessment, consistent with the approach that's taken across the organization, where people might play a lead role, or where people might have a special certificate, or where people might be assigned to a duty or in an area where there is greater responsibility. And that's true across the organization, across bargaining units. It's very, very common utilization for a differential.
Okay, thank you. With no further comments from my colleague, do we have a motion? Oh, we don't have a motion yet, do we?
There's no
Brent?
motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor. I'll just make a motion to approve 46 and 47. Motioned and seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg.
All right.
Let's go take a roll. Yeah.
Motion by President Lee, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Abakoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
No.
And President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Or 4-1.
All right, thank you. So next, we are moving to item 15. Since item 15 through 18 is all related with many of the similar issues, I was hoping to just check my colleague whether we could be hearing them together, or at least to hear the public comments together, so people don't have to wait around all afternoon to go through each of these items. So I'm going to open up for some discussion. Yes, Vice President, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to hear the item 15 separate from our child welfare, which is our 16 and 17. And then very separate from that is our SDRTP, or our placement of options for youth with complex needs. So that's very separate from our child welfare.
Okay, so you're proposing to hear 15 by itself, then 16 and 17?
Together.
Together?
And then
put
18
after.
separate.
Okay, so that's.
I don't know if you want to take all of the comments
Yeah, I think
collectively,
it'd
but I
be-
do want to hear them. I want
Yes.
the motions to be very separate from each other.
Understood completely, yes. So I think the proposal is to hear 15 by itself, 16 and 17 conjunction, and then 18 separately
Right.
afterwards. Okay.
Yes, thank
All
you.
right, that's the proposal. I'm okay with that. And any comments regarding hearing all 4 items together for the public comment, so folks can all give their comments up front? Would that work? Let's see, how many people do we have like to speak on item 15 through 18? And if you do, please fill out a card so we know which item you want to speak on, and then we'll count the number of folks and go from there. Right, so if you have not submitted a card yet, please go ahead and fill out the card to Rhonda, and we could count how many people are willing to speak on these 4 items this afternoon. Thank you.
All
Rhonda,
right, I
yes.
do have 10 people in chambers. Some did submit duplicate cards, so I will only be calling their names one time.
Oh, no, so total, you have 10 in chambers?
In chambers.
How many in Zoom?
In Zoom, I currently have 8.
How many you got?
So 8. So for a total of 18.
And just to
Yes, Tony, go ahead.
And just to confirm, President, that's for items 15 through 18 that
That's
we're taking
correct.
public comment, but then the staff report and any motion would be
Separate.
separate.
15 by itself,
16,
16,
17 together,
17
and then 18.
joint,
Okay.
and then 18 separate. Right? That's what we want. Okay, good.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
so we have total of 10 in person and 8 Zoom,
We now have 9 in Zoom.
9 in Zoom.
All
Okay.
right. Are we,
All right. No, I guess normally I would do 1 minute for many people, but given the fact that we're speaking of so many items, let's do 90 seconds each. Would that work?
absolutely,
All right.
we are prepared for that.
Okay, thank you for the 19 speakers.
Okay, so we are closing the queue at 19. I'm going to call the first 5 in person. We have Pa Ching, Lorena Briones, Michaela Goldstein, Carla Jones, and Sean Allen. And you may speak in any order. Go ahead.
Oh, 1 second, it's not working yet. Let's try again.
Good afternoon.
Here we go. We can hear
Good
you.
afternoon. My name is Pa Chang, and I'm an emergency response social work supervisor with the Department of Family and Children's Services. I am also the chief steward for social services supervisors and social work analysts with SEIU Local 521. DFCS has provided a report back on the progress of the child welfare reforms, but the executive team has continued to fall short on their transparency and lack of collaboration with us and with our union. We continue to get unclear policies and contradictions to the work that we do. There is no consistency. Any agency can implement trainings and coaching and coffees with the executive, but progress is not going to be made when you have the same team who is unable to model good practice, accountability at their level. Safety in our trainings through DFCS is described as acts of protection and behavior change over time. We have not seen behavior change by our executive team. We have continued to be talked down to, retaliated against, and when we do speak up on the changes in the reform that we need in order for us to be able to do our job, which is child protection first, we are labeled as difficult, hostile, challenging, and those do not describe the work that we do day in and day out, because our people are hard workers, and we need change.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lorena Briones. I am a placement social worker, chief steward for the worker chapter of the Department of Family and Children's Services. We were here a couple of years ago due to the tragic loss for the Castro family. And although recommendations were made in 2023 and the state placed us on a corrective action plan, the executive team has continued to fail our families. I urge the board to look into the systemic and infrastructure gaps that places social workers and supervisors in compromised situations to meet deadlines. Working under these circumstances is some of the consequences of these tragedies. The department has failed to follow Division 31 and to put in place the proper staffing levels. SEIU continues to urge the executive team to hire more social workers, but it falls under the guise of the budget crisis. I urge you to request an organizational chart so you can better understand the workflow structural gap and request the data on vacancies, the overtime that is spent within all the areas of DFCS, and the continued disproportionality of our families of color. You will see that almost all of the social workers and supervisors have been working up to 7 days a week to manage their caseloads to keep children safe. We continue to lose social workers due to the unmanageable caseloads. I'm getting cut off on time, so I would like you have never witnessed DFCS to be in this state. I would like them to be held accountable. DFCS overhaul, the director, Daniel Little, and Wendy Kinnear and her executive team need to be held accountable. There is
Yes, if you have any further comments, you can leave it there and we'll add it to the record. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Goldstein, and I am a safety and well-being social worker currently working out of class as a supervisor. The recent tragic and highly publicized child fatalities under the care of DFCS has intensified public concern and scrutiny regarding the state of Santa Clara County's child welfare system. The heartbreaking events have exposed deeper systemic challenges that extend beyond any one individual or case and underscored the urgent need for meaningful structural reform within DFCS, change that we as social workers have been pleading for years. In this environment, social workers and supervisors are operating under extraordinary pressure, managing increasingly complex and high caseloads while bearing the blame for failures rooted in structural issues. Without intervention, the system risks further harm to children and continued erosion of workforce morale, which is at an all-time low. We need to focus on addressing staffing vacancies and retention challenges that impact service delivery, transparency, accountability, and collaboration between county leadership and frontline staff, as well as elevating public understanding of the critical work performed daily by child welfare professionals. We respectfully invite the board and county administration to work collaboratively with us and SCU 521 to identify solutions and ensure that reform efforts are informed by the lived experiences of the workforce responsible for carrying out this mission every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sean Allen, president of the Silicon Valley NAACP. How does a child die of malnutrition in one of the wealthiest counties in the country? This death, the 6 to 7 other deaths that we are aware of, combined with the deaths in our county jails, deserve far more than what this board has authorized so far. We need a complete, independent investigation, not internal, not consultant-led, detailing how many children have died, the demographics of those deaths, and the chain of command under whose leadership each death has occurred, all the way up to you. To date, the county's pattern has been to suspend or discipline lower-level employees while the leaders responsible receive promotions. Families are being destroyed at the expense of the taxpayers, and the people accountable for the policies that destroy them are being rewarded. How long before the next one? What is clear is this. In Santa Clara County, once you enter the care of the county, the odds of you living are against you. This board has the authority to make change. That's what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paula Souza, Marty, Rebecca Luna, Megan Goldhue, Lisa Laddle, Carla Jones. I also had notification from staff that Deborah Butler, who was a Zoom participant, has requested to speak in person.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today on behalf of Parents Helping Parents in response to the Child Death Review Team report and child welfare reform discussions. The report highlights the serious vulnerabilities faced by children and youth with disabilities in Santa Clara County. Several of the tragic deaths described involve children with autism, seizure disorders, developmental disabilities, complex medical needs, and significant mental health challenges. These tragedies underscore an important reality. Families raising children with disabilities often face fragmented systems, limited support, caregiver exhaustion, and major barriers to accessing coordinated care. Research also shows that children with disabilities are at significantly higher risk of maltreatment and poorer outcomes once involved in child welfare systems. We appreciate the county's willingness, as shared by Sarah Duffy, Deputy Director of SSA, to begin conversations about how disability can be more fully considered in child welfare reform. But we urge the board to go further by ensuring disability-informed analysis, stronger family supports, better coordination across systems, and inclusion of disability community voices in lived experience and future review efforts. Parents Helping Parents stands by, ready to partner with the county to help build a more family-centered system that keeps all children, including children with disabilities, safe and supported. Thank you.
Were you Megan?
Yes, I'm Megan Goodhue.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Daniela Luna. I am a social service analyst, and I've been with the department for 10 years. Sean is correct. There's 7 deaths, 3 that were underreported, the 3 toddlers and the 8-year-old. But let's also talk about the deaths and the tragedies that happened during COVID when the department was refusing to give us Narcan and we had teenagers overdosing of fentanyl in our transitional housing placements, or releasing youthful offenders out in the community without substance abuse treatment and often going against the social worker's recommendation. Those children went out there and created more damage to themselves and the communities that each one of you represent. But that's also the secret that DFCS carries. They provide false data, and they repeatedly silence people who are trying to make a difference. So in the last 35 seconds, let's remember all the teenagers too. Let's hold a moment of silence for them too. For the moms who overdosed because we took their children and we didn't provide them support, inpatient services. For all the Latino Spanish-speaking communities that don't have inpatient services in Spanish. And for James Williams, a CANS assessment is a report on each individual family. A social worker will have to do about 100. Let's get compensated for that too.
Hello. My name is Carla Torres. Oops, I brought a prop. I'm representing the employee group El Comité, which is part of the Coalition for Effective Services. And I thought to show you a visual. Some of my colleagues are not here because they're doing work and it's too much. The feeling at the department is a very low morale. The families in the community are also sad. The parents that we serve are telling us, are you sure our children are safe? I've never seen this in the 25 years that I've worked here. When I came, we were innovative. We were pro-family, pro-staff, and we had services, right? This is your innovation. We had foster parents, resource centers. We had a children's shelter, not the best, but we had it. And then slowly through the budget cuts, through the years, you all had to make decisions, and they went away. Right? And then line staff, we had social worker ones, transportation officers, public service aides. These helped. They went in the home and provided services. I know, because I supervised a unit. It was awesome. We had resource centers, one in Gilroy on Monterey Road, closed down 2008. Nuestra Casa on Alum Rock, Ujirani, the Asian Pacific Islander Resource Center on Will Creek. And those were consolidated in 2008 to the King Road. This year, you all approved for that to completely go away. And I know you have to make difficult decisions, but now you have a structure in place that is top-heavy and with not a lot of staff, and the staff we get are leaving. Please, we have people who have ideas that work. Listen to us. Next Friday, 12:30, Martin Luther King Library. Sorry.
What was the name on your speaker card?
Oh, Carla, I think you meant.
Thank you.
Yeah, it came earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Sylvia Arenas. My name is Marty Estrada. I represent Caras in South County. We respectfully request this Board of Supervisors, including Sylvia Arenas, prioritize the support of safety and security of our children within the Department of Family and Children's Services. We are deeply concerned about another tragedy, another death. The community of Santa Clara County needs assurances that child welfare systems is effective, safeguarding our children and ensuring their safety, providing quality and comprehensive services to families, and responding promptly and effectively to our children's needs and families within the department. We demand action, increased investments, strong support in the workforce, and preventing future tragedies for all children that don't fall through the cracks. We urge this board to make clear that this matter is urgent. There's been a lawsuit that happened here in 2026 because of this in May. I'm surprised that there's not more lawsuits happening now that are probably coming because of this issue. We also support Sylvia Arenas on point number 15, and recommendations in 16 and 18. Please take this in advisement because this is damaging the county's ability to perform services for families and youth. We used to have a program in South County for cultural brokers that got us. It was connected with Department of Family and Children's Services. It was a great project, but now all that's gone away, and several other ones have got away. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Liddell, and I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for almost my entire life. I am very concerned that we are still having less resources to support our staff and hearing about all these child welfare issues. I was a member of the Commission for the Status of Women for 6 years. I represent Young Men Research Project, which is focused more on 18 to 29-year-olds, but it all starts with the day that you're born and the support that we need to give and the domestic violence that is going on throughout the county, throughout the nation. We need to really address, because that really affects our children, and it really leads to all the mental health issues that's been really just horribly affecting our community, and that goes for the parents as well as the kids. So I urge you to support the recommended actions of Supervisor Arenas and do as many things as you can to do the public awareness campaigns to make sure that you align the CEO's recommendations from the report and all the reports and feedback, and continue to do research on the broader structural reforms that need to happen in this county. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Butler. I am a county employee and an SICU member. I came in person. I left my shift because I am a survivor of domestic abuse, and I am a mother who has tried in every avenue to protect my children, and yet my claims are repeatedly dismissed by everyone, and I knock on so many doors to be heard. My co-parent has 50-50 custody, but there is over 30 hours on YouTube that he has released that includes sexual and predatory things with my children in the background. I have gone to CPS, I've gone to sheriffs, I have gone to the family court judges, and I am silenced as a mother, and it is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Over 50 CPS reports have been filed, over 50, where teachers have complained about my children not being bathed, about my children's teeth not being brushed, and it's different during my parenting time, and they can tell the difference, and nobody is listening because they silence me in the name of parental alienation, and it is bullshit. I need you guys to understand there's no meaningful investigation in my case. My children remain in serious risk. In my father's home, the children are neglected. Basic caregiving tasks are routinely ignored. They are not bathed, they are not brushed, the most medical and developmental needs are disregarded. They have IPPs and their father is not following through with them. They have autism and their developmental needs are dismissed. He denies them medication. He denies them recreational activity. And nobody listening. I left this because of domestic abuse. And he is involved with animals, and nobody is listening. Help my children. Help my children.
Paula Sosa, are you still in chambers? All right, we're going to go ahead and move to our online speakers. Our first speaker is Steve Barron.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Steve Barron, a member of the Child Abuse Prevention Council, but not speaking for it. Strongly recommending that the Board of Supervisors endorse all of the recommendations included within the Child Death Review Team report, and that they hold DFCS accountable for implementing and following through on each of those recommendations by regularly requiring quarterly or semi-annual reports on such implementation and the results of same. It should be noted that child abuse and neglect are also contributing factors to child fatalities due to medical reasons, drug exposure, some drug overdoses, some suicides, some drownings, and some high-risk adolescent activities such as accidents. where there has been a history of multiple referrals to DFCS for suspected abuse or neglect, which referrals apparently turned out to be missed opportunities for the early accurate identification of maltreatment and early effective intervention. Instead, referrals were sometimes evaluated out, investigated, and determined to be unfounded or inconclusive, or substantiated and referred to voluntary services that never occurred. Safety needs to be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Louis Vidal.
Hi, my name is Louis Vidal. I'm a mentor parent with Dependency Advocacy Center. I'd like to speak on behalf of my sister organization, First Call for Families. These are people who go in the trenches and help families who are in jeopardy of having an open case with the family with DFCS. They show up to meetings with them. They show up to court dates with them. They help them so that way no cases are opened on them. There's been a lot of success stories. Every single mentor parent that works with First Call for Families have lived experience, have prison incarceration, and are now ecstatic citizens. I ask that anybody who takes over the new contract or maybe more funding comes to them, because this is a prevention service that has had success stories. All you need to do is look it up. This would devastate the community if they don't have any more funding or they continue to just stop existing. It would definitely affect the amount of cases that are already coming in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ana Navarez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ana Navarez, and I'm a senior mentor parent at Dependency Advocacy Center. I've been here for 5 years. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about the closure of Dependency Advocacy Center after 18 years of serving families in Santa Clara County. We are recently been told that prevention services will end mid-June and all programs will close August. This means experienced staff will be laid off and families are now unsure who will support them. What is the county's plan to make sure there's no gap in legal services, court services, and prevention services for the families who depend on them? Right now, families are in limbo. At Dependency Advocacy Center, we provide legal support, wraparound services, advocacy support, and emotional support. These services help families stay together and stable. These services are also critical in preventing families becoming more deeply involved in the system. I urge the Board of Supervisors to make sure that these services continue to stay intact so families can stay together and they don't lose access to essential support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Olivia Navarro. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, County Executive James Williams, and community members and county staff. My name is Olivia Navarro. I serve as Director of Community Organizing at Somos Mayfair in East San Jose. I'm also a proud mother, community advocate, and longtime organizer who has spent years working in Santa Clara County alongside working families, youth, residents to build a safer and healthier community. My work has focused on prevention, violence prevention, parent leadership, youth development, and ensuring families have access to support before they reach crisis. Today I stand before you because we cannot remain silent while children continue to fall through the cracks of systems that are not meant to protect, that are meant to protect them. We are demanding immediate action, stronger investments, and meaningful support for the child welfare workforce so that no more children are lost, harmed, or overlooked. Social workers, behavioral health staff, caregivers, educators, and frontline workers are carrying an enormous responsibility under difficult conditions, and they need the staffing, training, resources, and support necessary to do this work effectively and safely. As someone working with Eastside San Jose families, I see every day how families are impacted by poverty, trauma, housing instability, domestic violence, mental health challenges, and substance use, racism, and lack of access to coordinated care. Families are often trying to navigate multiple systems while carrying deep stress and instability. We know prevention matters, early intervention matters, and culturally rooted support matters. Trusted community relationships also matter. I'd like to submit this for.
Yes, put on the box on the side. Yes.
Just go ahead and sit it right there, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Cocaine.
My name is Maggie Cocaine. I'm a staff attorney at Dependency Advocacy Center.
a member of SEIU Local 521 and a county resource parent. After baby Phoenix's tragic death, removal skyrocketed. I'm concerned about the most recent death of baby Jackson, dictating misguided policy changes that cause more harm than good. Removals are harmful and don't guarantee safety. In fact, increase in child welfare cases only spreads existing department social workers and family defense staff more thin. Stop the foster care panic, listen to the experts, and don't let emotions dictate policy. Follow the research and make thoughtful reform, not knee-jerk reactions that have caused nothing but needless death and harm. If we're going to go against research and increase child removals in the name of child safety, at minimum, we have to do right by the families and the children by adequately funding family defense with an interdisciplinary model of mentor parents, social workers, and attorneys to prevent unnecessary and wrongful removals, and properly fund DFCS so there are enough social workers to thoroughly assess placements, whether relative or foster care, on an ongoing basis, not just a one and done, and to properly support and provide reunification services to the parents so outcomes are not poor and costly to the community, not just financially, but socially. It's irresponsible and put lives at risk if we don't adequately fund the safety net programs charged with keeping our county's children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Meyer.
Hello. Can you hear me okay? Yes. I'm here to speak on the idea of increasing removal as a way to keep more kids safe. So reform in child welfare is definitely needed. Safety is paramount. And what we know is that there are things that work. In other counties, there have been up to 60% reductions of the number of family separations and kids in care. The data show that the kids are as safe or safer. And in those counties, there's up to a 98% staff retention rate. And so I urge you to follow the research as the previous speaker did. There are 2 new pieces of research in our field. One with 3.4 million cases reviewed over 13 years, published in the Journal of American Medical Association, which confirms that there is no relationship between child removal and the decrease of child death. And so if we remove more kids, it does not keep more kids safer, and that evidence is clear. Additionally, there's another study that shows in equally maltreated groups, if children go into foster care as opposed to staying home in maltreating homes, the kids who go into foster care are 4.5 times more likely to be dead by the age of 20, most by suicide because of the profound lifelong harm of family separation. And so I urge you to think about reform different from increasing removals, because increasing removals does not keep more kids safe, and that is abundantly clear in all of the research. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michaela.
Hi, my name is Micaela, and I'm a resident of District 1. The last meeting was deeply disappointing. Instead of meaningful discussion focused on solutions, we watched what felt like political theater at the expense of public servants. Supervisor Arenas, please don't use this tragedy as a platform for political gain. The loss of a child is devastating, but leadership requires responsibility, restraint, and a commitment to solutions, not public humiliation. Removing leadership does not solve systemic failures, it does not address challenges facing frontline workers, and it does not bring Jackson back. What it does create is fear, instability, and chaos within a workforce already struggling with this loss. If accountability is the goal, then it must apply across every level of oversight, including the supervisors. Should we reevaluate your role too? This happened under your leadership. And James Williams, it was very disappointing to watch county staff be publicly criticized without any visible effort to support them. The message you sent to employees is that they are expendable and unprotected when political pressure rises. That is not how trust is built, and it is not how we retain dedicated public servants who do this difficult work every single day. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Z.
Yes, and we've had 2 deaths in less than a month. I mean, we need to have accountability now. I mean, we need to remove Daniel Little and Wendy Kinnear-Rausch. I mean, it doesn't make sense that we have people that need to be continually babysat by DCSS. It doesn't make any sense. We need people who are already ready to do this job. How many times have I come to meetings and spoken about the sexual abuse of my kids, that my son, he'd already confirmed that my ex-wife was letting a man rape him, that there had been unnecessary bathing with the children, and there was sexual contact between two of the children. When they were present, both of them present, and they didn't do anything to help me. I mean, I've contacted them by email. I've made reports to the Kank Center. I mean, everybody in this room knows that my kids deserve a screening. There's never been an investigation of any kind. And I mean, like, if a person is able to do that to somebody else's children, to just ignore reports of sexual abuse, then these are people who we shouldn't be having them in this position to be influencing how Child Protective Services operate in this county. It's just terrible. And I want to know how many other children have died that haven't been disclosed yet, that's after the period of this report. I mean, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Luna.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Sharon Luna from San Martin. I am a strong supporter of child welfare prevention efforts. To be clear, I am from a multiracial family and could be labeled as upper middle class. Abuse happens where you think it would not. Accountability and solutions need to be in place for the well-being of all children. No more talk, it is action. My husband and I have adopted 2 children and have 2 children from my son's ex-wife, who left him for she is now married to drugs and alcohol. We could not see these children separated, and they did not want to go back. I encourage greater coordination between those who have firsthand knowledge that a child is struggling, early intervention, and that nosy neighbor who notices something unusual without retaliation. Social workers and child welfare staff must be provided with a manageable and realistic caseloads so they can effectively perform their duties. I also encourage county leadership to work with federal partners to secure funding. While there are disagreements, we have to rise above it and get that financial assistance. Also, crimes committed against children should be treated with seriousness they deserve. Cases involving severe child abuse and neglect should not be plea bargained. Thank you very much.
And that concludes the speakers who had their hands raised before we close the queue.
Thank you, Rhonda. So we're going to close the public speaking portion for item 15 through 18. This is, we've taken the testimony from the public. So item 15 is what we'll start first, is the report relating to the Santa Clara County Child Death Review Team report from 2021 to 2023. Staff, do we have a presentation?
Yes, good afternoon, President Lee, members of the board. Before I turn it over to Dr. Rudman, who's going to kick off the presentation, and you'll hear from a variety of folks from across county departments, I just wanted to preface the presentation with a few important comments. Each child death in our community is a tragedy, and what the Child Death Review Team does and the work that's demonstrated in the regular reporting that they do is highlight each example where there may have been a preventable death in our community and the work that we need to do collectively across not just our county organization, but the community more broadly to try to avoid every single preventable child death. You see involved in this process many different county departments. And that's because there are so many county employees, county partners, and members of county leadership who have dedicated their careers to this difficult work of trying to reduce to the greatest extent possible with the goal of having no preventable child fatalities in our community. And while you'll hear that Santa Clara County does overall in aggregate much better than the state and the United States, the reality is that there are preventable child deaths for a variety of causes, and that there's important and continued work to do including in DFCS, which we'll talk more about later this afternoon, but across a variety of county departments and a variety of community partners, because each represents a distinct pillar of support in helping provide for child safety, child well-being in our community. I really want to commend all of the members of the CDRT process. I think we have one of the most exemplary processes in the state of California. It's a well-established and very thorough process that we have, with leadership from both public health and, in particular, our medical examiner's office, to ensure that every single such fatality is carefully looked at and examined, discussed, considered, and that appropriate steps are then taken to try to avoid such deaths when they may have been preventable ones in the future. And it's a lot of dedication and effort that's been going on for many years here in our county organization. And there's much work, of course, that needs to continue to be done in this area. But I really want to begin with a lot of gratitude to the many folks who have committed to working so hard and whose work has made a huge difference in the lives of many. I know that they want to walk through a lot of different pieces of things in the presentation. I think Dr. Rudman's going to kick things off as I understand it, so I'll turn it over to you now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board. I'm Dr. Sarah Rudman, and on behalf of the Public Health Department, I'll start with some additional information that complements what is in the CDRT report that Dr. Jordan helps lead the team to produce. Because in public health, every time that we examine a bad health outcome, most importantly a death, and most critically a death among youth, we owe it to that youth, their family, their community to ask, what could have been done? Is there anything we could have done to prevent this death? And in public health, we look at the broader patterns of what deaths overall, not just in our immediate community, but our state, our area, our country, and across time tell us about what may be preventable, and marry that information with the details of that death, the expert input of folks like you see surrounding me today, and the members of our community telling us what they need to see, what are feasible changes that would make a difference. So in this report, I'll bring exactly those data that show you that bigger trend pattern across deaths in our county and the surrounding area. These are basic preliminary analyses, but I do want the board to know that public health has set as its goal to really prioritize looking at disparities in death in everything we do. And so that we have now joined a national cohort working to expand this work so that we know our policy interventions will be measured and we can come back to you with the information you need to offer that policy guidance. I'll start by framing that while you do see variations in overall deaths over the last 10 years here, on the right is the time trend over the last 10 years. We only have preliminary data from the last complete year, 2025, because some of these death certificates, especially those being processed outside our county, are often delayed. We are hopeful that even when those deaths numbers are final, we may see a pretty significant improvement in 2025. And even more importantly, that when we look over the past 5 years compared to the 5 years prior, the left, that's the red bar for the past 5 years compared to the blue bar for the 5 years prior, we do see a statistically significant improvement. But whenever we look at patterns like these, we look to our experts, we look to our broader data to say, what do we think is behind these patterns? So for example, this overall improvement happened despite the onset of fentanyl in our neighborhood and in our community, which we know was a national trend that increased child and adult deaths everywhere in the country. We know that this change happened on top of the depths of the COVID pandemic, which had an outsized impact on deaths, especially in certain communities already vulnerable to other bad outcomes. Looking at where Santa Clara compares to the rest of the state and the country, we fortunately continue to have a child death rate that is steadily below those in the rest of California and across the entire nation. Now, one important framework that we look at to help us understand who is at risk of death and what can we do about it is called the ACEs framework, adverse childhood experiences. Now, this is a framework that was discovered with some data in the Bay Area from Kaiser Permanente, really showing that if you could capture certain types of stressful experiences that someone may experience in childhood, it actually changes their physiology. And not only are they likely to experience death at a younger age or in a higher risk, but they experience certain chronic diseases differently. Things like diabetes and heart disease, because our bodies themselves, not only our mental health, are shaped by stressful experiences that occur in childhood. And so you'll see that this framework is adopted into the report itself. Now, while we know that the rates of these overall ACEs in Santa Clara County are often lower than they are in other parts of the state and the country, they do not fall equally on our community. These very experiences fall disproportionately in lines that show impact negatively to our populations of color, especially our Latinx and African American communities and our multiracial communities. And ACEs can extend beyond stressful experiences that happen in the household to those that happen in the community, things like lack of jobs, the experience of structural racism or violence outside of one's own family, but in their own community, or environmental changes, things like natural disasters and climate crises, which we know are on the rise. And looking across this big picture can tell us who is most vulnerable to death, so that you can understand if two children, or adults as well, experience the same life-threatening experience, why one may be more likely to die than another. Now, what we ultimately find, not just from this report itself, but taking this step back to look at the overall trends and the evidence basis, is frankly that understanding child mortality is complicated. And we have to look to historical disparities. We have to look to systems of historic racism and structural racism. We have to look to areas that have been disinvested in that lead to not only increased ACEs, but other increased structural factors that need to be intervened upon to prevent future child death. Some of the greatest predictors from the evidence basis are family socioeconomic status, parent education level, income, substandard housing, food insecurity, and interventions that fall at this level and change the entirety of a family's experience and their entire community, not just one child, is often what's needed to make a really meaningful difference in the overall trends of child death. And in fact, looking at the map of child death rates in Santa Clara County, it maps most specifically onto something called the Healthy Places Index, which is a marker that tells us that the exact same areas in our county where we have community members living with the least investment, in some cases the highest struggles with poverty, the lowest access to job opportunities or clean air or spacious, safe living conditions, that's exactly where we see the highest child death rates. What we do see that gives me hope here in Santa Clara County is that as we looked at Santa Clara County's rate of child death being lower overall than the state and the country's, we also see when we look age group by age group that in some cases the causes of death that are preventable fall lower in our county than causes of death that are not preventable. One of the key examples in what is understandably, and I apologize, a very complicated slide, occurs first in that upper left rectangle. You see that purple box for sudden infant death syndrome or sudden unexpected death syndrome. This is part of what we try to prevent with safe sleeping interventions. And you'll see that that purple box falls lower in Santa Clara County than it does for the rest of California. A potential sign, married with some data that supports it numerically, that we are making headway in preventing sudden infant death syndrome here by our Back to Sleep campaigns. Likewise, when you look at our 11 to 17-year-olds, homicide falls lower as a cause of death in our county, whereas deaths that are much more difficult to intervene and prevent, such as cancer, fall higher. And finally, unintentional injuries. These are car crashes and drownings that we experienced as a, unfortunately, major cause of death for 1 to 4-year-olds, falls lower than cancer deaths in our county than it does in the state of California. So with that, I'll turn things over to Dr. Michelle Jordan, our medical examiner, to share more about the Child Death Review Team and its review itself before I take us back to some of the interventions we'll discuss today.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, President Lee,
Madam Vice President and the board, I am extremely honored to be here to give you an overview of the Child Death Review Team, or CDRT, as we call it for its acronym. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So what is the Child Death Review Team, or CDRT? It's a multidisciplinary collaborative group of experts that have agreed upon goals and objectives. And as a team, every 3 years, we review our mission statement and we review our bylaws to make sure that we are current with our agreed upon goals and objectives on how we conduct child death review. The Child Death Review Team, its primary purpose is to provide a professional review of unexpected child deaths less than 18 years of age that are examined by the medical examiner. Now, I do want to underscore that the Office of the Medical Examiner conducts very detailed investigations, and it is based on these detailed investigations that we actually had shed more light on why babies were dying, and that was due to unsafe sleep practices, as well as in 2015 through 2019, when the medical examiner was identifying fake pills at scenes that helped us identify the early parts of the fentanyl epidemic. Now, as you can imagine, due to the sensitivity of the material discussed at the team, confidentiality is maintained pursuant to the Penal Code. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have currently 37 members on CDRT. And we recently have a return of first 5 back to our team, which I'm very happy with. It is notable that the members consist of county agencies as well as non-county agencies. We have our close partner, the Public Health Department. We have representatives of my office. We have the District Attorney's Office, legal advocates for children and youth. We have several jurisdictions representing law enforcement. Again, that would be representing our non-county agencies. We have Santa Clara Valley Healthcare, including experts, physicians, and nurses in child abuse. We have California Children's Services, and I would like to highlight this one. So we call this CCS in our meeting. It is a state program for children with certain diseases, illnesses, and disabilities. And it's through this program that those children up to the age of 21 years can receive their health care needs and the services that they need. But this is a key partner in our team. We also have DFCS, we have Family Court Services, we have Behavioral Health Services Department, the Probation Department. We have the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. We have the Office of Education, which is a very strong partner in this team. Again, just highlighting this is a non-county agency. And we have EMS agency. Next slide, please. So our mission statement is 2 parts. Number 1, it's to learn why children die and to prevent those children from dying. And number 2, we review these child deaths to determine whether there was a component of abuse or neglect that contributed to that death. Now, the reason why we are one of the strongest CDRT teams in the state of California is because our membership is very committed to reviewing that child's death with not the intention of assigning blame to any particular healthcare professional or agency. So we have a very hard job. I am very, very grateful for our membership, but this is hard work. We take deep dives into these cases to figure out what can we do, not only as agencies in the meeting, but also beyond the agencies in CDRT to help prevent child deaths. Next slide, please. So the slide before you shows the steps of CDRT review. So if there is a death in the county of Santa Clara and that death falls under the jurisdiction of the Office of the Medical Examiner, that death is reviewed at CDRT. Now, for those who would like to know more about the types of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction, You can find that on page 49 of the CDRT report. There are approximately 30 child deaths that are reviewed each year by the team. As I stated, our CDR team is multidisciplinary. We're very committed. We meet once a month. We meet every fourth Wednesday of the month, either in person or virtual. Our meetings are slated for 3 hours, and the vast majority of time, we take the full 3 hours to review these child deaths. The only month we do not meet is in December. Each child's case is discussed in detail, and when I say a deeper dive, I truly mean a deeper dive, looking at what that home looked like for the child, as well as contacting our agencies around the table for them to provide us a verbal report out of any contact with that child or the family. And the reason why we do this, now this goes for both county agencies as well as non-county agencies, because what we want to do is we want, with those verbal reports out, we want to capture the whole life of the child, including their and their family struggles. Once a case is reviewed by CDRT and a cause and manner of death are determined, we then classify that death according to very well-vetted categories by our entire team that's developed based on the medical examiner's manners of death. If you're interested in knowing more about this or what that classification looks like, I refer you to pages 49 and 50 of this current CDRT report. The case is then entered into a database that is housed under our public health partners, and that database contains a multitude of variables. And when the annual report is generated, that database is then further analyzed, and then that data is then checked by our public health partners, particularly their epidemiologists, who are experts in statistics, to ensure that the data that is in the report is absolutely accurate. Next slide, please. So the goal of CDRT is to prevent child deaths. We increase public awareness of emerging trends, and we've been doing that for a number of years with all the partners before us. We also bring to light to the public any safety concerns and any risks that are posed to our children in our community, with the most recent example being the fentanyl epidemic. We want to ensure that children live in safety by understanding how they died so we can prevent further deaths. We collaborate with member agencies as well as outside public agencies to inform policy and practice changes. And to give you examples of a few, I'd like to highlight these. Our Safe Surrender program, which emerged in the 1990s. Our Safe Sleep campaign, which was in collaboration with the Office of the Medical Examiner, First Five, Public Health, and the media. Our fentanyl messaging, which included our behavioral health partners, our DFCS partners, in which I provided multiple trainings on opioid use and the importance of Narcan administration, as well as most recently our campaign against the use of chuck pads in cribs, collaborations with the ME, or the Medical Examiner's Office, and our Public Health Department. Next slide, please. I think Dr. Rudman did a great job explaining the ACEs. But based on the wealth of information that is shared in our meeting and that we learn from each child death, in 2021, it became clear that as a team, we should consider the integration of ACEs into every child death. Now, we spent a lot of time researching the literature, and we decided that we were going to capture ACEs not just through original ACE scores, but also through using urban ACEs as well as revised ACEs. This will give us a more complete picture of that child's life.
If you'd like to know more about the ACEs and the chart that we use for each child death, I refer you to page 11 of our current report. This is what is most prominent in this report and really a take-home message of the utility of using ACEs. Higher ACEs were observed in those children who exhibited high-risk behavior. This included using drugs, it included motor vehicle fatalities, it included other accidental deaths, as well as homicides and gang activity. The most common ACEs captured in our youth were exposure to domestic violence, emotional abuse. To highlight, children not only experience an abuse, but actually witnessing abuse upon others, as well as mental illness. We as a team have found that the ACEs have been extremely valuable. We will continue to use this in our reports because I do think that capturing the ACEs, particularly these 3 categories, tells us more about the life of that child. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Redman.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. So I'll pick up here, and I appreciate, 99% of the work and the leadership of CDRT falls to our medical examiner. I have the honor to begin to present just some of the findings, observations, and recommendations that came out of the report. Again, reminder, it focuses on 2021 to 2023, but we do not wait until the full report to come out to take action on the findings of each individual death if there are potential preventable components to that death that align with what we understand from the experts, the broader patterns of the data, and the words of the community telling us what they need to keep their children safe. And so these combined frontline departments begin to act while sharing their expertise in these reviews and while the report is under development. And one of those pieces of change that has really come forward since the most recent report has been better partnership with the Office of Disability Affairs, in part response to exactly that community input, that understanding how disability intersects with risk for child death was vital to making a difference in protecting these lives. So just to touch on some of the major findings, many of which Dr. Jordan previewed here, we did again see a number of child deaths in households with very high levels of ACE scores. We did see school truancy, which we know from the experts is on the rise in recent years. And we saw a number of recommendations, including increasing the resources and the policy solutions that are going to make a difference for things like reducing substance use among youth, especially those with outsized risk for overdose, supporting the access to primary care in a culturally appropriate, linguistically appropriate way for all community members, collaborating across agencies, including staff education, that act to decrease substance use and promote mental health. We recognized an intersection of suicide and mental health disorders, as well as other risk factors that play a complex role and need further policy examination intervention, including bullying, substance use, social isolation, social media use, and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity or expression. As Dr. Jordan mentioned, there were specific findings that, again, arose from individual death investigations, but aligned closely with what the experts and published data tell us, including finding that things like Chuck's pads, when used under infants' sleep area, could be a significant risk and need to be part of our safe sleeping campaign. That naloxone for parents to administer for children was important, as well as the work we were already doing to administer naloxone to adults who may be at risk of overdose, and to enhance our work to increase road safety and swimming and water safety, both from a policy and regulatory standpoint, as well as an educational one. So with that and these big buckets of intervention, it explains why we need so many people before you today to dive into what's already happening in multiple county departments, especially in collaboration with outside non-county partners and community partners, to act on all of these different elements that lead to meaningful prevention of child death. I'll start with a few that are specific to the Public Health Department and then pass back to my colleagues to share a bit more. And so while everything we do in the Public Health Department is ultimately for the prevention of early death, the quality of life, and the equitable access to a healthy, long life, some specific things that align with the findings in the Child Death Review Team report include our primary prevention in violence, our work in the CSEC program, Commercially and Sexually Exploited Children program with nursing support, and our screening in our in-home nursing programs around identifying domestic violence and coordinating closely with DFCS when additional safety planning and support are needed. We focus on substance use and overdose from a primary prevention and policy standpoint, working with cities to reduce access to tobacco, cannabis, and emerging drugs like kratom and nitrous oxide, as well as the work to expand naloxone access to parents. We focus on road injuries and drownings and everything from bike lanes and distributing helmets and car seats to examining and regulating pool safety and lobbying the state or educating the state to make changes to their pool safety regulations to tighten safety for children. And then we focus on the chronic disease elements that play into, as we started, some of the overall trends we see, and especially disparate child deaths, through direct support for food as well as changing food systems, and recognizing ACEs and protective child experience frameworks into our nurse home visiting programs. And then finally, we tackle some of the less obviously preventable individual deaths by changing systems that increase chronic diseases like asthma, cancer, and climate risk. Everything from reducing hazardous materials from leaking into the environment and ensuring safe access to food and drinking water, to working to reduce secondhand smoke through policy change, which we know can be a critical difference in asthma safety. And then finally, we work directly in maternal and infant mortality in home visitation programs, policy programs, and supports for pregnant folks and new parents, especially in vulnerable settings. With that, I'll hand it off to Dr. Terrell in the Behavioral Health Services Department.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Redmond. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Sherry Terrell, Director with our Behavioral Health Services Department. I just wanted to share in opening that the Behavioral Health Services Department serves as the behavioral health plan for the county. We are responsible for ensuring access to behavioral health services, including mental health and substance use treatment for those with Medi-Cal insurance and or that are uninsured. And we're responsible for ensuring that that access is available to those services. With respect to this report, we've highlighted some of the efforts that are tied to reducing preventable deaths. Next slide, please. The Behavioral Health Services Department offers outreach and proactive messaging around substance use, misuse, and prevention. One example is our Q Corner Harm Reduction Project that provides overdose prevention, resources, and information to the community, including naloxone and fentanyl test strips. Next slide, please. BHSD has also provided fentanyl overdose prevention public education campaigns to raise awareness of the dangers of fentanyl, how it may be unidentifiable in other drugs, specifically pills, and the importance of family connection to prevent accidental use or overdose. Next slide, please. BHSD has also focused on development and distribution of public education campaigns to raise awareness of youth cannabis use, synthetic cannabis products, and the associated risks. 2025 survey data showed that parents that heard the campaign reported they were significantly more likely to agree that they had knowledge around the risks of use, identifying products, and how to speak with their kids about synthetic cannabis. Next slide, please. Since 2018, Schooling Services has implemented school-based partnerships that provide training related to suicide prevention, education, and resources to families that focus on identifying suicide risk and early connection to treatment and crisis response. This slide highlights data related to these activities, including parent education, restorative practices for providers serving youth, and provider trainings. Next slide, please. Finally, BHSD coordinates supports, including field response to post-crisis services to provide immediate support to youth during an active crisis. These efforts support de-escalation, stabilization, and connection to treatment. BHSD also works collaboratively with DFCS and our probation department to ensure same-day or next-day services for youth involved in child welfare and probation systems. Thank you.
And next, we'll go to our Division of Equity and Social Justice.
Good afternoon, Maria Vera Martinez, Division of Equity and Social Justice and CDRT member. The slides following give an overview of some of the activity of the two main offices that to this point have been engaged. I do want to acknowledge that we anticipate more engagement from the Office of Disability Affairs and the work of the Division of Equity and Social Justice, led by Dr. Ana Lilia Garcia, who's in the audience, is also moving towards a more intersectional approach across all of our offices. So the following slides are just a sampling of what's happened so far. First of all, the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention is the office that responds to and works to prevent gender-based violence, which in our county includes domestic violence, intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking. We partner with community-based organizations and have awarded funds in our community investment around 6 of the service categories that include advocacy, flexible support services, education, outreach and engagement, emergency shelter and supportive housing, legal services, prevention, and therapeutic services. Next slide, please. In this effort, the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention also focuses strategic response around CSEC, commercially sexual exploitation of children, and transitional age youth populations. Significant focus is also on college students around Title IX and Know Your Rights awareness campaigns. These efforts also are as an attempt to address root causes around consent and relationships that focus on efforts around youth education, teen dating violence, engaging cohorts of youth leaders on gender-based violence broadly. Lastly, for the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention, over the last 2 years, we've worked with consultants to finalize a report of the county's first of its kind gender-based violence prevalence study and needs assessment. Next slide. Moving on to the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, as it relates to supports related to suicide prevention, the Office of LGBTQ Affairs provides training, resources, and partnership toward this effort. As part of the training available to service providers, county staff, families, and educators, we have RISE, Recognize, Intervene, Support, and Empower, which is the only federally evaluated evidence-informed training around this topic. HEART, Healthy, Equitable, and Respectful Together, focusing on LGBTQ healthy relationships. Rainbow Kids, which is an activities program for LGBTQ families, also available in Spanish. And Step In, Speak Up, on an online module specifically to produce inclusive schools in the K-12 system. The Office of LGBTQ Affairs maintains a website with robust resources, including the Care Connection Card, LGBTQ resource cards, and the 988 Crisis and Suicide Prevention Line. These are available to all of our residents, both in the electronic download through the website and as a physical printout at our office and different community events. The Office of LGBTQ Affairs also coordinates several engagements and events and activities with partners in the community that focus on providing services to LGBTQ youth organizations such as the LGBTQ Youth Space, Outlet, PFLAG, both in Spanish and English, and the Santa Clara County Office of Education, as well as all of the Pride Centers in the area at universities and community colleges.
We'll turn next to the Office of Children and Families Policy.
Good afternoon. Dr. Heidi Emberling, Director of the Office of Children and Families Policy and CDRT member. In January, next slide. In January and again in May, our office convened a county schools collaborative to align with the learnings from the Latino Health Assessment and to coordinate priorities around improving the health and well-being of high acuity youth. Leaders from 5 priority school districts attended, including Gilroy Unified, Morgan Hill Unified, Campbell Union, Eastside Union, and San Jose Unified, as well as the Santa Clara County Office of Education. County departments included leaders from DFCS, behavioral health, and probation. In addition to improving communication and coordination between county and school district systems, a key concern that emerged is addressing high rates of chronic absenteeism, particularly for impacted student groups, including youth with disabilities, homeless youth, foster youth, migrant youth, LGBTQ+ youth, and youth from low-income families. The collaborative's focus on chronic absenteeism rates aligns with the learnings from the CDRT report, noting that school truancy was associated with some child fatality cases. More details about the work of the County Schools Collaborative will be brought to the full board and to CSFC in June.
Thank you, President Lee and Vice President Arenas, Board of Supervisors, Daniel Little Social Service Agency. Before I turn it over to Wendy, I just wanted to offer some thoughts and really appreciation for requesting this group of individuals come forward and do a deep dive into this CDRT report. I think what you've heard already is the deep complexity and the significant challenges faced in even one of the most resourced counties in the state and in the country. And the complexity of challenges faced by these families and the need for the coordination among not only the county partners here, but partners such as our school district that together put our arms around these families and around these children. I think that I really need to reflect on even an ongoing significant heartbreaking tragedy of an 8-year-old in our county that appears to underscore the need for the coordination across system partners here, and developing really both a shared understanding as well as a shared language of what it means to care for every child, every family within our community. DFCS is one of the key safety net pillars for our county. We do incredible work. We also have to get that work right. So with that, I'll turn it over to Wendy to talk about some of the stuff that they've done within DFCS.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Wendy Kinnear-Rausch with Department of Family and Children's Services. For the next few slides, I'm going to walk you through some of the opportunities that DFCS takes. We take very seriously every child, every family poses an opportunity for us for education, intervention, and responsiveness. And the next few slides illustrate that. First slide. The first slide really has to do with substance abuse. Within the world of child welfare, over half of the families we come in contact with have an underlying issue regarding substance abuse. I'm happy to report that in August of 2024, in responsive to the information we got both from the Child Death Review Report as well as our partnership from Public Health, we implemented fentanyl testing as part of the regular substance abuse testing that we do for all parents. We also partnered, as you heard from one of the speakers, the concerns around Narcan and our high acuity youth. We partnered with behavioral health and made sure we had Narcan access for staff, including those teams that were working in our duly involved youth teams, as well as those out at our transitional sites, as well as all the other staff across the department. The other thing we did is to make sure we had active education for parents, for staff, and for youth regarding the dangers of fentanyl. This included both marijuana and the concerns of dangers of fentanyl included with marijuana. Next slide. With regards to preventing drowning and motor vehicles, if we have a child abuse situation that has an underlying concern for either a safety threat for an open body of water or for something around motor vehicle, we would ensure that we address that safety threat. That could be actually purchasing a car seat for a family if that's the active safety threat. It could be working with them to make sure that a body of water is secured for a child situation. We know that sometimes we have to work with others. So we could have a family in an apartment complex and there's concerns around a child getting out of a door and getting to that body of water. We would partner with that family. I also want to lift up to this board that for any children placed in relative or non-relative extended family member situations, as well as our resource family approved family situations, we make sure that all of them are secured for bodies of waters, including fences, locks, anything needed for that. Next slide. With regards to unsafe sleeping practices, we had a huge responsiveness and partnership with our public health department. As you heard from my partner and colleague, there was a lot of training and a lot of education for staff around safe sleep. But we took that a step farther. We make sure that every family we walk into with a child under the age of 1, that we review their sleeping practices, that we take a look at where that child is sleeping, that if that child does not have an appropriate space that they could be sleeping, that we actually go out and purchase a pack and play for that family and leave that family safer than when we found them, so that we're intervening specifically regarding safe sleep. Next slide. With regards to our partnership on things, I wanted to lift up to this team the Child Youth Systems of Care, or the Interagency Leadership Team meeting. This is actually a mandate across all California in partnership that we established an MOU with 5 key partners: Child Welfare, Probation Department, County Office of Education, the Public Health Department, Behavioral Health. In Santa Clara County, we also have our court partners and First 5, along with lived experience that's sitting around that table. This serves as the governing and coordinating body, working together to ensure we have coordinated, timely, trauma-informed system. This is the group we lean on to be able to lift up challenging situations, to share our responsibilities around funding. It should serve as a framework to guide our operations, activities, and decisions, and the directions of system partners. I'm proud to say that that group also developed an operating manual to guide our work, and we lean into that partnership meeting every month. Next slide. Within regards to the area of addressing abuse and neglect, I want to say that DFCS partners actively in the CRDT process, as you heard from my colleague, Dr. Jordan, as well as regular meetings with community partners, law enforcement, our medical and hospital partners, and participation in regular meetings for SCAN, including Stanford, Kaiser, and other hospital systems. We make sure that we're supporting the mandated reporter training across the department, and we learn from our partners what other things we need to do to lift up. Through our corrective action plan, along with other actions, as you hear and you'll hear more today, DFCS and CDSS have focused on our consistent use of structured decision-making, which is our mandated way to do assessments, making sure we're doing appropriate evaluations of child welfare history, appropriate evaluation of the current circumstances, appropriate discussions with our partners who may have information to lead into that investigation. I also want to lift up to this body and remind them that we've developed safety toolkits for random reviews of referrals and cases to check on the quality of those assessments. In addition, DFCS staff have received additional training, coaching, and supervision. And in partnership with CDSS, DFCS is updating our policies and procedures. And I just want to lift up, as you heard from some of the speakers, our staff, and having a well-informed, healthy staff is key to doing this work. The next slide. For continued addressing child abuse and neglect, I want to lift up that we have and continue to try to, even in light of budget situations, have robust prevention and intervention services. This includes our non-court services to have a pathway for families where appropriate that don't need to be involved in court. In those interventions, we highlight parent education, substance abuse, mental health, domestic violence challenges and interventions, basic needs for families that you heard about, and partnerships with local regional centers to help families with developmental issues. I also want to lift up our partnership and our opt-in with our probation partners around our Families First Prevention Act. We have invested so much in our community partners and into our community to mitigate the negative impacts of poverty, most notably in the communities that have suffered from, as you've heard today, historic and/or discrimination, including the following: our differential response providers, our Strengthening All Families Equitably or SAFE, and our Parent-Child Plus a home visitation program. Next slide. And finally, I want to lift up for all families referred to voluntary services or non-court services. One of the things that was lifted up by this study is how well we are engaging with families. I'm happy to report that we have changed our policies now several years ago to make sure social workers conduct frequent home visits to assess case plan progress and the need for support and services. We meet with those families at 30 days and then again at 3 months to make sure we have the right interventions at the right time to partner with those families. And I want to lift up that no voluntary case will be closed with an active safety threat or an active safety plan. Next slide. With regards to commercial sexual exploitation, I'm pleased to report that DFCS has a specific team that partners with community-based partners and all of our county partners. The Santa Clara County Transformation Team is a specialized high acuity program focused on supporting children and youth at risk or suspected of or confirmed of experiencing CSEC. This does not have to be an open case. We take referrals at the hotline and will provide interventions for youth or families that are in need. This operates as a therapeutic, multidisciplinary team across county partners and community direct service providers. We have social workers on this team, probation officers, public health nurses, behavioral health specialists, and human trafficking advocates. And it takes a team to intervene and support these children. This team meets bi-weekly to discuss youth identified being at risk, coordinate service planning, and these collaborative efforts ensure that we've got the necessary communication and a coordinated response for these vulnerable children. I also want to lift up my partnership with law enforcement around this and that intervention. And now with that, I'll pass to my colleague from Probation Department.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Alex Villa, Assistant Chief Probation Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about what the Probation Department does in respect to the Child Death Review Team. Next slide, please. So just to give you a high-level overview of some of the work that we do within the department, it is important to just acknowledge first and foremost the relationships that we build with the families and the youth that we work with. This is a very dynamic space, and you will often hear from youth what is evolving already in their lives. And if you're not in tune with that, you may miss the opportunity to evolve your system or a response that may provide them the assistance or support that they need. So for the Probation Department, a lot of the work that we do, we have a long-established domestic violence protocol that prioritizes victim safety, accountability, and rehabilitation. We absolutely focus on a coordinated community response to domestic violence. And that means that we coordinate with any agency or any department willing to work on the issue, the social problem of domestic violence. There is a court-ordered 26-week domestic violence intervention program, which is unique to Santa Clara County. You won't see that really anywhere else in the state or in the nation. Our intervention is provided by FACES. They provide our services, our programming for domestic violence. And just as a note, the sessions for domestic violence are group-oriented, so young people can learn from one another. They can actually hear from one another. They can learn how to work through the issues of power and control dynamics, and they socialize with one another in terms of learning how to better conduct themselves as it relates to power and control dynamics. Next slide, please. Commercially sexually exploited children. We have a CSEC coordinator that works to strengthen the collaboration with DFCS and the transformation team that was just mentioned. We continuously work on our communication, our service coordination, our continuum of care. All youth are screened with the See-It tool, which guides services and planning. We have reassessments that occur on a regular basis. We have weekly prevention workshops that occur within juvenile hall to increase awareness and connection to community resources. Our coordinator participates in the South County Coalition, as does the department in many spaces. Probation and DFCS collaborate to fund a public health nurse, which actually participates in the MDT meetings and coordination of responses for concerns related to CSEC. Next slide, please. In preventing substance abuse, the probation department has a multi-layer response. Really, it's listening to youth, seeing what youth are doing, experiencing, and what that raises for us by way of concern. The example that's been used many times today is fentanyl. When we learned that fentanyl was becoming an issue, what we did was we really started to educate our partners, CBO partners. We started looking at our assessments. We trained our staff on Narcan. We trained youth and families on how to use Narcan. We did a peer education effort in collaboration with Custody Health. And then we just started distributing Narcan everywhere we could in the grand scheme of things. We provided Narcan to our staff, and they were able to dispense it when somebody asked for it. We have public access to Narcan within our lobbies. And our neighborhood safeties unit led opioid opportunities in terms of workshops and education for Valley Palms and the East Gilroy. NSU also partnered at Overfelt to provide more education. And one notable example at Overfelt was there was a young student that was suffering due to opioid overdose, and the principal there did administer Narcan and actually saved that young person's life. So we're grateful for that. Next slide, please. Suicide prevention. Youth that enter our facilities receive a screening within 24 hours. BHSD provides an individualized assessment. If there's any safety concerns, those measures include immediate behavioral health clinician notification at any hour. All of our staff carry Narcan within the institution, and we do have body scanner technology to help avoid any contraband coming into our facilities. NSU partners to provide workshops on coping skills, well-being, school retention, relationship health, suicide prevention, mental health, gun safety, gang awareness, and traffic safety. This is all in an effort to just educate and provide resources and build connection with the community. NSU also participates in statewide convenings that help provide awareness around gun safety, substance use, and coordination of resources and referrals. Next slide, please. So this is just one example of our attempt to, or not our attempt, but our actual intervention that we provide for roadway safety. So we provided these opportunities at Elliott Elementary and Brownell Middle School, where families and youth attended a presentation to hear about safety related to traffic, e-bike, and pedestrian walkways. And it was well attended and well received, and so we're very glad for that. Thank you. I'd like to pass it on to.
Thank you, President Lee, members of the board, Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. Santa Clara Valley Healthcare is deeply engaged and committed to early intervention and identification, as well as trauma-informed clinical care for children and youth exposed to domestic violence, household dysfunction, and sexual exploitation and abuse. This work occurs across the full continuum of care in your healthcare system, including family medicine, pediatrics, and emergency medicine, as well as in specialized programs such as the CAC and the Spark Clinic, which provides clinical support and care to our foster youth. Throughout the system, we have adopted and used the ACE screening tool. So that's something that you've heard is very critical and important to their early identification and support for our youth and children. Next slide. For substance use prevention and intervention for our youth, prevention, early identification, and treatment linkages are provided for youth and families, as I noted, across the full continuum of care. including in prenatal and postpartum care and newborn and family support recovery. Next slide. Affirming trauma-informed care for our LGBTQ youth includes integrated clinical services, coordinated behavioral health support, and suicide prevention, screening, and response. Next slide. Safe sleep practices are promoted across our maternal, newborn, and pediatric care settings to reduce preventable infant deaths and support infant safety. Next slide. Pediatric and family medicine provides anticipatory guidance and support for children and families on injury prevention and roadway safety, including guidance on helmet, seatbelt use, pedestrian bicycle safety, and age-appropriate car seat booster use. As you well know, we operate 2 trauma centers in Santa Clara County, and as part of that accreditation, we are required to provide targeted discharge education to our patients and families, but also we are required to do community support and education to ensure that we are focused on prevention relative to accidents and deaths in our community. So with that being said, I will turn it back over to Dr. Rudman. Thank you.
Thank you, and unless Mr. Williams has anything to add, we'll be happy to take questions from the board.
Okay, thank you. Vice President, I see your lights on. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you.
Let's do the 10 minutes, like rounds. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I want to thank you all for the presentation and for all the work that took you about a year's worth of time and effort in helping us organize the information and make sense of some of the deaths. I know in the report, it clearly states that most of the deaths were preventable, right? And that is a real shame. I'll start with, I think, Alex, you spoke of it last, and this is the fentanyl overdosing. And I just want to highlight for my colleagues that in 2010 to 2018, your reports had 2 overdoses for fentanyl. And 2019 to 2023, which is 5 years, the other one is 8 years, it's 25. So there's a huge difference between the overdoses, and I just wanted to highlight that because we want to continue to not only just distribute NORCAM, and that is wonderful that the principals have access to it, or people who are closely connected to our youth that can save lives, but we also need to have rehab treatment and programs that are available for our kiddos before we have to use a NORCAM pen. I wanted to thank my colleagues for hearing this item today. I know it's the first time that we've ever heard it. Actually, the first time that child death review item has ever been heard in front of the board, which to me is unbelievable. And so I've written a memo, and you all have heard all the immense amount of work that gets done in these multi-year reports. And really it's so that we can take a look at the lessons that the deaths of these children are sharing. And so the memo that I have written is connected to those recommendations or recommended to some of the conversations. We've had a number of conversations, meetings in this multidisciplinary or cross-departmental framework that you have here for the CDRT. We've had a number of meetings and we've discussed some of the ideas that I have placed into this memo as well. Just so that I'm sharing a little bit of what has transpired between my office and then, of course, all of you. And we talked about a countywide plan for how adverse childhood experiences and related indicators of trauma and resilience and protective factors are collected and shared. And so I have asked for administration to to explore developing a countywide plan. You all accepted and thought it was a great idea to have a shared language among cross-departmental, or have cross-departmental language that you all can identify with, that you know what you're talking about, and that is easily implemented. So that's part of one of the recommended actions. The other one is the Chucks pads, and this is really for our child care expansion grant program, and so that it becomes part of the guidance that we provide to our grantees. I also have here a number of things, but before I go through all of the memo, I just want to just highlight a couple of things. We also discussed about how to better integrate how we assess trauma in kids and coordinate that across departments, and how we improve the interdepartmental coordination during child welfare investigations. And then, of course, we need to recognize how disabilities contributed to the children's death. And so one of the items that I've asked is to ensure that we continue to look at youth with disabilities, and that your team membership also represents a member from the disability community. I know Parents Helping Parents could be one of them, but certainly it's up to Dr. Joder, and you lead this task force, so you figure out who best would serve. But I think it would be great to have somebody, since I know one of the highlights was that a number of the deaths of the children that we lost had disabilities, and that was an impact or contributed to the death of those children. There is also recognition in terms of other factors that contributed negatively to the health and well-being of those children. And so included in my memo is to launch a domestic violence public awareness campaign focused on the emotional development and long-term impact of domestic violence exposure on children. And we have seen that in our violence, in the public health studies that you brought forward in, oh my gosh, it was overcrowding. And overcrowding also had some notable highlights, one of which was there's a higher propensity of child abuse, whether it's physical and the severity of the physical abuse, or sexual abuse, right? And so I think there's another opportunity for us to take what we learn, connect it with the deaths that we see here, and then also feed it into the violence prevention initiative so that it's all interconnected. And this is one of the reasons why I really wanted us to hear this here, so we can connect these dots, because it is a shame if we don't connect the dots here. And you all have been connecting the dots for us, and we're doing the work silently and without really bringing it to the board. And not that it doesn't exist if you don't bring it to the board, but we see the rest of the systems. And so I really appreciate this opportunity to have your work connect all the dots for us. I also have here reporting to the board how the AB 2085, which narrowed the definition of reportable general neglect, is limiting DFCS's ability to investigate and act on general neglect allegations, and then report to the board on local, state, and federal legislation that creates barriers to implementing any kind of actions that are outlined above. And lastly, it's really to bring this CDRT reports to CSF committee so that we can continue to really connect these dots. And so here are some of the questions that I have for the last 2 minutes and 42 seconds that I have. But the questions are, how does DFCS have any direct domestic violence contract and that integration of referrals? I mean, we have contracts that we fund, but how do we shape it in a way that we can have some level of prioritization, especially for children who have witnessed or are part of a referral that is substantiated that includes domestic violence?
Thank you, Supervisor, for that question. Yes, we do have some direct contracts for intimate partner violence. However, we also lean on our contracts throughout the county and make sure we're fully utilizing them. The contracts that we have within the department help with assessments around intimate partner violence and having an advocate readily available at the child and family team meetings, but I lean on my partnerships with other counties within the greater span.
It would be wonderful to have in the contract language, and maybe this is for the county executive, to have some level of priority for our children who are being reported into our CPS system.
Yeah, and are you, Supervisor, I think maybe what I think I hear you saying is, we fund separate outside of DFCS a very significant investment
Yes.
annually in
Yeah.
gender-based violence prevention work. And if I understand your request, it's to make sure that within those contracts, we have clear avenues for prioritization so that when, as Wendy said, DFCS might lean on those contracts or other contracts that we have from other county departments, there's a jumping the queue, so to speak, but a priority placed on addressing the needs or requests that are coming from DFCS. Is that how I should understand it?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense, and we can certainly incorporate that in the contract renewals that will be forthcoming.
Great. And the same, I'd like to apply the same thing for immigration-related services, because I heard from speaking to some of the social workers that there was a family that had some immigration-related expenses, and what they did was they did a fundraiser to cover some of the costs, and it just seems to me, I don't know, we fund immigration-related support services for families. Why wouldn't they qualify?
We do. We can certainly do that. I mean, one of the good things about those two categories of investments that this board makes annually is those are basically general fund contracts, and so we have pretty much unlimited flexibility in criteria with those contracts in ways that we don't for contracts that are mixed funding stream contracts, where those contracts are subject to federal and state restrictions on scope of work and how they operate and reporting and other things. But for those two buckets that you just mentioned, those particular contracts are general fund, and so we can put in, we can help shape those however the board believes should be the policy priority for how we're using that general fund money. So I think both for the immigration services contracts and the gender-based violence prevention contracts.
Reentry.
That's.
I think the reentry contracts fall into that category as well.
Reentry is a little more complicated because that's not technically just general fund, right? That's AB 109 funding. So we do have reasonable flexibility there too, but not quite the same. Not quite the same. There are restrictions that come with statutory restrictions that come with that funding. But I think for the first two categories that you referenced, Supervisor, that we absolutely have the ability to incorporate that.
Right, and lastly, I would say the same thing for substance abuse, and obviously and behavioral health. But this is a team that is actually doing a lot of that cross-departmental conversations. But it really is focused around the deaths, and this is after the fact. And so I would really encourage us to have these conversations ahead of time. And I think that's the idea of bringing this to the board, is so that we can honor the deaths of all of these children that lost their lives. And I got to say that I have to mention that the suicides to me were very impactful when they were young as 12 years of age. And it just breaks my heart that there's some families that don't have their children anymore. And so for me, this is lessons that we need to continue to bring to life, if you will, and then continue to connect the dots within the work that we're doing. Thank you. Oh, and then with that, I'd like to move my memo.
You're talking about the item number 15 on
yes,
action related to child
actions
death
related to
review team
child
report
death review team
2021
report.
to 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moved by Vice President. I'll second it. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other comments on this issue?
Sure. Supervisor Arenas, thank you very much for having the board hear this. I guess sometimes we don't know what we don't know, but this was a tremendously educational, useful, and in some ways inspiring report. We have a really impressive array of experts here, and I think we are very fortunate in this county to have access to such rich sources of knowledge and professional experience. And I want to recognize and express gratitude for the enormous collaborative effort by all of you representing so many agencies and stakeholders on the Child Death Review team in contributing to this really insightful report and working steadily and with urgency year after year to reduce preventable deaths of children and youth across our county. So just thank you. I have just a couple of questions. The county invests in really a wide range of prevention efforts in the community through public health, certainly, and within our systems across a variety of departments, including DFCS, probation, mental health, OSH, and others. But I want to understand the distinction between when you're looking at eligible cases for this. Is there a distinction made between children who had no contact at all with county services prior to their deaths and children who had touched the system in one of a myriad ways?
Yes, I can take that, Supervisor, and the answer is
Thanks,
yes.
Dr. Jordan.
Yes, so when we do our deep dive into these cases, and we have, as part of the membership of CDRT, we have certain agencies that perform a regular report out to the team, and so that is captured. We do have children that we review who never had contact with any county service, and for the non-county, there might be a little bit information on that child's death, but we do capture that data.
Thank you so much. And that 30 a year that you get to,
Yes.
is that 30 because that's the capacity of the team?
No.
Is it a statistical number? Is it a certain percentage of the cases?
It's dependent on how many child deaths occur and make its way to our office, which is the Office of the Medical Examiner. So when I said approximately 30, that was just an average. There's some years that are a little bit higher, and then there's some years that are lower, but I wanted to give an average.
Thank you so much. So you are investigating every case?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate that clarity. And then finally, was Anna Lilia up there before? Oh, you were, right? No. Sorry, I'm mixing.
Yeah.
I'm mixing folks up. I wanted to understand. I know the Office of. I'm so sorry. The Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention really does tremendous work. I hear that in public health we do work with regard to IPV and CSEC concerns. Does the work? I want to ferret out any potential redundancies and make sure that we are not duplicating work in the different departments. Do they complement one another, and how do you divide responsibilities? Sorry.
If I may, I'll take a first pass at that. I think one of the ways that we try to ensure that we're not only not duplicating efforts, but synergizing efforts and making sure that we're complementing each other right up to not leaving any gaps either, is a frequent meeting between Maribel, Dr. Garcia, myself, and two other members of public health leadership, Rhonda and Angelica, who represent our primary violence prevention work, as well as Casey Halkin in her role overseeing some of more of the violence interruption work that happens, especially in coordination with law enforcement. And so you'll see many of us at the table in some of the same places, like the South County Youth Task Force or the San Jose YAY, but we're there representing different elements of the county's response, everything from sort of true upstream primary prevention on the population level, building gardens, community advocacy, affecting socioeconomic structures, to focusing on some of the discrimination and policies that Maribel and Dr. Garcia focus on, to the law enforcement and justice involvement interventions that Ms. Halkin is expert in.
Thank you so much. And Maribel, I really am sorry. I can hardly see anybody out there. I certainly know who you are. I appreciate all of that. I do want to say to my colleague that you've clearly, Supervisor Arenas, done a tremendous amount of work on these multiple referrals. I obviously haven't had a chance to review them at all. I like to do that. I like my team to be able to review. And I know we're all aware that the board voted for a process where referrals would go first to administration. And in this case, I feel like it's particularly important because this looks like a very significant new body of work. And I want to understand how much of it we may already be doing, what's brand new, what the bandwidth and resources are. So I'm not going to support it today, but I want you to hear that it is not because of a concern with the subject matter, but a request that perhaps you'll consider putting it through the process and then having it come back to the board if it doesn't get 3 votes today, would be my hope.
If I could just add on to that, I mean, I would be remiss if I just did not remind the board that per the November guidelines, referrals do need to go through a process. Now, the board can waive that. That was part of the discussion back in November. So I would recommend that the motion and seconder, if they want to move forward with the referral items in this motion, include in their motion a waiver of the process as it relates to referrals. And I would say that that would apply both to this item, and there's a couple items in the following 2 memos as well.
So you're saying that the motion should include a request for a waiver?
Should just, it would be to waive the,
So then I'll make the
protocols
motion.
that the board agreed to in November of 2025.
Thank you for the reminder. Then I'll ask, included in my motion is a request to waive the protocols that of submitting a referral initially in the way that we approved it in November.
Okay, I have a question for James. On this specific referral, from an administration point of view, these are things that administration can take on?
I'd certainly seek any additional input from the staff representing departments who'd be involved. My understanding is these particular items here regarding the CDRT, these are reports or follow-up items largely related to the existing report. I don't have substantive concerns with any of these items, if that's your question of me, regarding this item. I don't know if there's any other comments, but I don't have any substantive concerns with any items on this.
I think speaking for DFCS, I think we agree with the items. Some of them we would need to look at the time frame, but we do agree substantive with the items.
Okay, all right. Tony?
I'll just ask the seconder to agree to the amendment to the motion.
Oh, okay, yes, I will do that. Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Yong.
Yeah, thank you. Ironically, I was the one vote on this board against this process. I want to echo Supervisor Ellenberg's sentiments and thank Supervisor Arenas, Vice President, for the considerable amount of work that has gone into this. It is very thoughtful, very thorough, and at this time, it is beyond my depth of knowledge. I want to get to yes, but I also need the opportunity to vet this with my team to make sure that I understand what I'm voting on and to make sure that I'm representing a good vote and being a good partner. So I don't know what procedurally comes next, but I'll just be direct with my ask is that I would appreciate time to be able to vet this with line staff through 521, through DFCS, through administration, through our community-based service providers who do this work with us, to make sure I understand what I'm reading and to understand the impact. And personally, as someone who have spent more years in this county organization as middle management and as line staff, I have seen numerous times where the good intentions, the righteous intentions of this board delivered beautifully to staff has gone through ends up going through multiple layers of management that then turns into something else, right? Sometimes with unintended consequences. So before I cast a vote, I would like the opportunity to make sure that I can stand by my vote. And I do that through the vetting process, through additional research and engagement on that. But I just want to be clear that I want to get to yes. The intentions of this document are righteous. The recommendations are deep and thorough and currently beyond my depth of knowledge because I haven't had a chance to really go into this before. So again, I don't know what operationally would require that, a substitute motion or a friendly amendment or a request to defer, just so that we could have time, just so me and my staff could have time on this.
Either of those options are available to you, Supervisor. You could propose a friendly amendment, or you could make a substitute motion.
Yes, I'll start with a friendly amendment because it sounds friendly. May I offer a friendly amendment for this document to just come back at the next board meeting, the next scheduled board meeting, so that we just gives me some time to do some homework so I could be a good, proper partner.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't have to happen today because I know that there's no rush for this. The rush is for the integration of the work, so absolutely. Yeah, I'll take that friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Add on more friendliness, perchance?
Could we just to maintain good process,
Yes.
can we confirm with the seconder that
Yes.
is okay? Thank you.
Thank you. With you. Thank you. If it comes back at the next meeting, will you be able to put it through the referral process? And it sounds like James doesn't have a lot to do with it. Can it go through the process so it comes back with whatever that cover letter is that we agreed to?
Yes, I believe that's what Supervisor Young is asking, for it to
I
go
didn't know
through
if-
the...
To go through the process?
I was asking for more time to do my homework, but yes, if
okay.
that gives us enough time to do the process.
No. I thought it was you were asking for it to go through the process, and I'm happy for it to go
Okay,
through
we
the
could do
process.
that.
Yeah,
Thank you
Again,
so much
ironically,
for
the
that.
one person that voted against the process.
I'm noting it now. Thank you.
And we can commit, we can turn that around very quickly, for sure. Like I said, reading this, I don't have any substantive concerns, and we can certainly do that and turn that around so that that information is available for the board.
Yeah, and I think also with the process, there's a fiscal implication
There
piece
is,
to it,
yes.
right? That could help
Yes.
us prepare for budget. I think
Yes.
that would be appropriate.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, maker and seconder of the motion.
Supervisor Koga, your light's now off. You have comments?
Yes, that was
Okay.
exactly where I was going with. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
perfect. All right, good. I do have a few questions regarding this item. First, I want to acknowledge and thank staff for this work, as this report only weighs heavily on our hearts. This is definitely difficult work. I want to express the gratitude to the many county staff members who work on these very difficult issues every day in hopes of providing the love, support that our children and families needed. The report is coming in the midst of the administration proposing reducing a lot of the resources, unfortunately, due to the HR 1 cuts, like substance use prevention services, suicide prevention services, and these recommendations certainly are very much a stark contrast from the recommendations from the CDR, the Child Death Review Team. That preventing death from occurring, we need more direct investment in prevention, right? Screening, education, outreach services to prevent any more future baby deaths, for example. So while we are doing this, are we cutting too much? And what exactly, like, do we need to reduce or remove these cuts to substance use prevention, suicide prevention services? And what are the thoughts on how the CDRT recommendations as related to our recommended budget reductions?
Yeah, as I tried to share at the beginning of the budget workshop, I mean, obviously, it's a difficult budget to bring forward, but one of the things I tried to observe as a comment was It's hard to see what's not being cut when the budget's set up in a way that focuses on specific reductions. A lot of prioritization was given both at the departmental level, but also at the county executive level, in putting proposals together to minimize reductions and impacts in precisely these kinds of areas. And I'll name two very specific examples of where we focused on minimizing impacts on programs and services that affect children and youth. There was a proposal related to social workers that was brought forward in order to meet SSA's departmental target. That was not included in the recommended budget. There was a proposal brought forward by probation related to juvenile division that was not put forward in the recommended budget. And that necessitated identifying cuts elsewhere in our county organization to the tune of millions of dollars. And I highlight that not because those departments did anything wrong in bringing those forward. They were given large targets, very large targets, because we had a $737 million gap, sorry, $787 million gap that needed to be addressed. And yet, at each layer of review, we've attempted to make efforts to try to mitigate things. I don't believe we're anticipating any reduction in substance use services through the recommended budget, and in fact, there's some areas where there's expansion there. With the one item you mentioned where there are impacts in the recommended budget is the suicide prevention program, which we discussed at workshops. And as the board is aware, we're advocating to CDPH to restore that funding back to the county level. That's our first move there, and we're also evaluating what else we might be able to do to try to mitigate impacts to that specific program. So that's something that is already being looked at, but really relates at its core to the state changing the delivery mechanism and funding for that work by shifting it away from counties towards the state. So I hope that's responsive to the two specific things you mentioned.
Thank you very much, James. With that, I don't have any further questions, and we have a motion second. Oh, sorry, Vice President.
I do. The last thing I wanted to say was that there was, in going through the report, the CDRT report, if my colleagues would just allow me to do another highlight, is 3 cases that you delved into with further detail. And in those cases, you found that neglect was mainly the reason that contributed to the death of these children. The other circumstance that stands out to me is that based on those 3 detailed cases, that there was referrals into our CPS system. And those referrals were not substantiated, or they were unfounded, correct?
That's correct.
And then once the death of the child occurred, DFCS did then remove those children, the surviving siblings, from the homes, correct?
That's correct.
So that is another lesson for all of us in terms of what we are, when we are connecting the dots, that the children that we talk about when we talk about baby Jackson and Phoenix, Jordan Walker, when we talk about this little 8-year-old that just lost her life, we also have to talk about these additional 3 children that weren't recognized by our system. That was actually, they were failed by our system because those referrals were never founded, although they were then substantiated once the loss of the child, the death of the child had happened. And so I think it is another lesson about neglect in terms of how we handle it, and how important it is, because neglect may not leave a mark on a child's body, and somebody may not see it, but there's teachers and yard duties and lunch ladies that can, over time, have recognized these symptoms and have reported and made attempts to report to our system, and yet our system failed these children. And so when we discuss these other deaths that we have noted, which are the 4 that I just described, we must also add these 3 to our list, because I believe that these children were also failed by our system. And part of the discussion here is to have a very honest conversation about how we are reviewing referrals and how we're substantiating, or maybe not substantiating, but I think it is an opportunity for us to learn. And so that is the last thing that I wanted to share with everybody. And while I understand, and thank you for your patience, and I tell my colleagues, thank you for your patience, colleagues. I know I have the standalone memo that I submitted today. I didn't consider it a referral because it wasn't a standalone referral. It didn't come out of the woodwork. It was connected to an item here. And so this is a supplemental memo to me. And so it didn't occur to me to have it go through a referral process because I don't consider it a referral. But I understand that you would like to see that. Otherwise, and I guess we have to have a discussion about what is going to qualify as a referral. So when you give more than 2 directions on the dais, becomes a referral, and now you can't do this verbally. Now you have to submit a memo. I don't know what that is, because I could have given direction on the dais on some of these items and not have it consider a referral. So I think we owe each other, or as a collective team, to figure out what does a referral actually mean. Because to me, a referral is something that is not on the agenda, that we haven't discussed. It's an idea that somebody else has about, I don't know, whatever it is. And we are presenting it to each other. And so then we have to go through the process to qualify it and to vet it. But I understand that we're right around the corner from budget, and you all want to understand some of the implications in terms of budget with these supplemental memos that I have submitted, and I completely understand that. Although this is why just my explanation, I didn't consider a referral. This is an item that's on the agenda. It's not necessarily a foreign item, or in this, I'm not submitting anything that's different. So I didn't consider it a referral, and we never really talked about supplemental memos. And so anyways, my explanation in terms of why it didn't go through the referral process. But thank you.
Okay, clerk, let's go take the roll.
On motion from Vice President Arenas, seconded by President Lee, Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And then the next is 16 and 17 heard concurrently. The Office of County Executives report relating to child welfare reforms. And I'll hand it to James.
Yes, so I will kick off item 16, and I think as I understood the board's request earlier on was to present 16, 17 together and then move into discussion. So I will make some brief comments on 16, turn it over to Social Services Agency to present briefly on item 17, and then we'll take it from there. We also, I believe, have CDSS who will be joining us, my understanding is by Zoom, for these items as well. And I'm very pleased that they have agreed to do so, and we'll give them an opportunity if there's anything that they want to present on regarding status update 2. Wanted to start by circling back to some comments I made at the beginning of the CDRT item. We're faced with a horrific child death tragedy, but what makes this one particularly heartbreaking for our county organization with the death of Jackson is that this was a child who was in the direct care of our county organization of DFCS. Provided in the report that I brought to the board is an update on where we are currently with a number of investigations. I'm not going to walk through all of those in detail other than to note that they're all very actively ongoing, including CDSS's separate review, where my understanding is they've completed their case file review and perhaps they'll be able to expand on the current status and timeline when they share some remarks. In addition to all of those steps and what will then be conversations that follow and actions that follow as a result of those findings, we've also been engaged in active conversations and in thinking through broader supports that might be needed to help shore up this critical pillar. I think I described earlier as I think of this broader obligation on the part of our community, as we talked about in the CDRT item, for child safety and child well-being. That's an obligation that's shared community-wide and shared by a number of county departments. But one core pillar, one structural support pillar, so to speak, is absolutely the work of DFCS itself, which has certain very powerful tools, although operates in a particularly bureaucratic and legally restricted manner for lots of good reasons, by the way. Well-intentioned, very good reasons, including long legacies of government here and around the world misusing that power against parents and families. And so it's complex, and it's a complex system with complex rules and regulatory oversight, which is primarily provided by CDSS, and as a reflection of the fact in most states in the United States, it's a function that's directly performed by the state government itself. But there's clearly a lot of work that needs to be done to continue to shore up this one pillar, one among many, but one key pillar of child safety and protection here in our community. We're recommending that even as we continue with these investigations and continue with specific actions that will, of course, end up being incorporated into an extended corrective action plan by CDSS, that there's other pieces that we believe should be put in place here locally. These are items that have been somewhat talked about previously, but not really given the same kind of focus as I think need to have going forward. One piece of which is some kind of ongoing auditing and review function that will be separate and apart from DFCS, that will give us a level of assurance given that we don't have access to the case files or case-specific information, but wanting to make sure that there is some process in place where there is that ongoing review. Now, of course, CDSS itself plays that role, is obligated to play that role at a state level, has full access to that information, but this would be something in addition to that. And we're aware of a few models in some counties of work related to that. And so specifically propose the creation of an office that would be engaged in that and would look at key decision-making points to identify areas where there might need to be improvements in policies or practice, but also where there's specific decisions, potentially, that need to be revisited or re-examined by DFCS itself with respect to an individual child and what we need to do right by that individual child and their family. In addition, we're continuing to look at other models elsewhere and other ideas of things to bring forward to provide additional support to the department. We heard some public comments today about morale in the department. It's something we're very concerned about as well. There have been so many different moving pieces in the last couple of years through the existing corrective action plan of policies and policy updates, procedure updates, practice updates, and trainings. It's a lot. And we know that there are many children that we currently care for through DFCS who need the very best that they possibly can get in these difficult and complex decisions from our existing staff. And that we also know that there's incredible need, and actually the next item after these two on the agenda talks about some of the challenges with placement, and we'll get to that in a little bit, but incredible needs, especially for some of our youth who have the highest acuity needs and placement challenges. So, in the report, we've kind of outlined some pieces of initial thinking around some of that. In addition, we were asked to provide some updates regarding community roundtable, regarding identifying some more policy level expertise that would be available for the board, as well as an update on the current status regarding DAC, which is an item that I know is of concern to the board, and we heard some public comment on as well. I'll just note briefly that we are awaiting further updates from the Judicial Council, who is the entity with the responsibility for contracting for that function, but we share a lot of concerns about DAC's demise and the void and gap that fills for legal representation for one piece of the many facets of the court-facing and more formal legal-facing pieces of this work. With that, I wanted to see if we have, I see we do have Dave McDowell, who is from CDSS on Zoom, and so I think it probably makes sense for me to just turn things over to him for a few minutes. And see, Dave, I don't know if there's anything, first of all, thank you for joining us, and thank you for agreeing to a number of things, including the independent review, including reviewing additional cases, including more significant presence and oversight, as well as agreeing to provide direct, regular updates to the board and to the public. I think it is better to hear directly from you, but maybe you could take just a minute or two first to introduce yourself and CDSS's role and involvement here, and maybe if you're, to the extent that you're able, could provide us with a brief update on kind of the status of some of the current reviews and the likely timeline and status of an extended corrective action plan.
Welcome, Mr. McDowell. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Dave McDowell. I'm the Chief of the Children's Services Quality Management Branch at the California Department of Social Services. Generally speaking, the responsibility in my branch is for what's typically considered oversight of the child welfare and probation placement departments in the state of California. That includes working with counties on their regular 5-year cycle of the California Child and Family Services Review. It also is responsible for child fatality and near fatality reporting. We're also responsible for a social worker empowerment hotline and an ICWA hotline where members of child welfare or tribal members can call and let us know that they have concerns about practice within counties. And we are also the ones that oversee the corrective action plan in Santa Clara and when there are corrective action plans in other counties. So with that, we are definitely conducting 2 reviews simultaneously. So the first review is the review of the most recent fatality that occurred just after Easter Sunday as a single case review. We're doing that obviously to see where there might have been some actions that either could have been taken or maybe actions that were taken appropriately to incorporate into a larger corrective action plan discussion. And then we did also conduct reviews of a number of additional referrals and cases. So we also provided an on-site review where a team of folks came to Santa Clara and talked with staff and reviewed hard files. So we have a fairly comprehensive view of the cases that we did review. The individual case review should be finished relatively soon. It's actually with our legal division right now. That is not something that we'll be able to share broadly. That is something that we will share back with the department. So DFCS will get a copy of that report from us. The larger report, which is something that we will be able to share out because it won't be divulging any specific case information, We are still synthesizing that. There's a lot of information that we gathered. There's a lot of information that's being included in the report, and we want to make sure that we get it right. So we're not interested in racing to get it out with the risk that something might get missed. We do know that we will be extending the corrective action plan for the county. That my guess is that it will be anywhere from 12 to 18 months past the originally scheduled closeout date in June. We do know it'll encompass additional areas of focus, specifically around placement and a couple of other areas that we've been reviewing. So it's not simply extending out what's already there. We will be working with the county to develop new strategies and action steps. We will also continue doing our extensive monitoring. So we will at least monthly be in contact with county leadership to understand where things are at in terms of completing those action steps, where we're seeing progress or if there's not progress being made. And that will include at least every other month that we will be on site. So we will have opportunities to speak with folks as that's going through. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to come and provide this level of update to you, and I will answer any questions that I can.
And maybe we can go now just quickly to our Social Services Agency to present briefly on item 17, and then just open it up to questions across all of the three components, if that makes sense to the board. All right, I'll turn it over to Dan and Wendy.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon again, Supervisors. Wendy Kinnear from Department of Family and Children's Services. So
I'm sorry, Wendy. Would you be okay if you moved over and that way everybody could see you? It's so hard, I think, on that other end to. I can see you. Thank you.
Of course. Is this better? All right, good afternoon again. Thank you, Dave, for giving that update on items. We did present for this board an update on where we are with our current corrective action plan and where we have delivered on some of those items. I'm not going to go into depth on those items. I just want to publicly be able to state I've been in weekly communication with CDSS about the extension and leaning in on the areas that are needed. We're in the process right now of, and we will be meeting actually with CDSS tomorrow, Wednesday, to go over our progress of all the items we have completed to date on this, to take inventory of where we are, the things we've done well, the things that are still in progress, and we will start to fold in the additional items. With that, I'll allow you to ask questions to Dave while he is on site, and I'll be happy to answer questions as well.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Let's see, in terms of questions, I see some lights. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Sure, thank you. Let me begin by saying what a number of you have already said today regarding just how hard this situation is in which we find ourselves. I have dedicated my life, certainly my professional life, to supporting children and families in environments where they can feel safe and where they can thrive. And discussing something as horrific as the loss of a child's life, I think, brings a level of pain that is just difficult to put into words. For family members and loved ones directly affected, the grief they carry is unimaginable. No burden a parent, relative, or human being should ever have to endure. And for the professionals who had some formal involvement in the child's life, I also can't imagine the sense of responsibility that weighs on you, whether fairly or not. Every child's death is a tragedy for all of us. And even in the midst of this pain and anger, I know this: when the responsibility is broad, the factors that contribute to the outcome are similarly broad, complex, and interwoven. I don't view this situation as any individual failure, but as a system that is in desperate straits, understaffed, under tremendous and understandably stressful scrutiny, beset by a web of bureaucratic regulations and limitations, with no offense to our state friend who's on the Zoom, and the knowledge that in many cases, none of the possible decisions feels exactly right. I want to say on the record that I believe in our leadership. I believe in our frontline workers. I will not make excuses for children's deaths, but I will acknowledge the reality that this department is not properly equipped or staffed to thoughtfully address the enormous volume of cases, and by cases I mean children, that are now their responsibility. I'll also say, of course, that it's not the role of DFCS or even SSA alone to keep children safe. That is our collective role as a community, inside and outside of government. So I want today's discussion to focus on what we all need to do better, what the system needs so we can truly say we are doing everything in our power, following every best practice faithfully in every single instance to keep children safe. I recognize that over the past few years, there have been a series of reform efforts, some of which are detailed in the report. However, it's evident that the system is not yet where it needs to be, and how, in fact, it may even be more stressed than it was several years ago. As child welfare and community stakeholders emphasized in James's report, and data from the California Child Welfare Indicators Project indicate, there has been a surge in the number of children entering the foster care system in the last several years. This in turn can place immense strain not only on our social workers, but on the court, legal service providers, including for impacted parents, court-appointed special advocates, and others. So I'll start my questions here. One area that I want to better understand is the strain on our social workers, specifically for those working in emergency response and dependency investigations when key decisions are taking place. So to confirm, when a call comes into the CANS, the Child Abuse and Neglect Center, and an investigation is determined to be needed, is that call then forwarded to an emergency response social worker?
Yes, that is correct. And then I'll just lean into, there are 3 different levels of those calls. One is a joint response within 60 minutes with law enforcement. One is within 2 hours or the same day. And then the other one would be within 10 days. And so the speed of those referrals would go to the social workers depending on how those calls.
Thank you, Wendy. And that determination is made by that initial emergency response social worker who takes the call?
Our hotline makes the determination of whether we would go out as an immediate response or a 10-day response.
Got it. And how many folks are in that role?
At the hotline?
Yeah.
We have 6 units of social workers. 2 of those units are actually 7. 2 units are at night, and then 5 of those units are all during the day up until the night shift takes over.
And do we have vacancies within that group of positions?
We may have 1 vacancy right now,
Okay.
and then we could have a couple people that might be out on leave, but we are low in our vacancies at the hotline.
That's a piece of good news. Has the number of emergency response social workers changed much over the years, or is that relatively constant?
So I'll first answer for the hotline, and I just got my correction. We have 2 vacancies right now for the hotline.
Okay.
And then I will offer to this board, we have actually increased our number of team members at the hotline. Over the last couple years, we added an additional team, and we specifically added that team into the evening and into the weekends go ahead.
I think you're correcting me, and I think I'm not realizing my mistake. The hotline people are not the emergency response social workers.
No.
But it's the hotline people that make the determination whether it's an hour, a day, or 10 days.
Correct.
Okay. Then I am focusing on the right people but using the wrong term. Thank you. So the hotline workers don't have caseloads. They deal with something in the minute and then they transfer it. The emergency response social workers then have a number of cases that they are responsible for. Has the average caseload changed over, say, the last 10 years?
Over the last 10 years, yes, we have really worked to increase our number of emergency response social workers. So those are the social workers going out and responding in person and knocking on the doors, we say. We have increased our number of staffing there in order to, at the end of the day, decrease the number of referrals that they have to support.
And Supervisor, I also wanted to add to, and maybe we can provide some of this in more detail. There are contract standards in the MOU that dictate what the kind of cap is for staff and emergency response specifically, and there are some provisions if we go over that SEIU has agreed to.
What I'm trying to get out with perhaps not sufficient expertise is understanding if everyone who is assigned work can manage their caseloads, if we have significantly increased those in the last number of years, and certainly increased as a result of additional removals, are we creating a situation that is more fraught and more likely to be handled sort of in a panicked or stressed way, and perhaps not with the sufficient decision time that we would find ideal?
Supervisor, may I make a suggestion? I know, I see in, not to get ahead of Supervisor Arenas' item related to this, but I just wanted to note that item 4 on her memo is a request for information related to the number of FTE broken out separately by classification, supervisors, current caseload and ratios. And I think, assuming that request moves forward, I think we could fold all of these pieces into that. I will note, I did ask this question about vacancies a few weeks ago, and the overall vacancy rate for social workers in DFCS is about 9.5% or so, which is actually right in line with county average vacancy rates. But I do think it's helpful to get that information by unit. I will say, I think another more important perhaps, or equally important, I don't say it's more important, but I think it's also important to know how many folks are on leave. So that I think could be folded in as well.
I appreciate that. Then I'm going to move past the rest of those, and if it wasn't clear before that I hadn't yet read my colleagues' thoughtful memos, clearly I didn't or wouldn't have needed to repeat those questions. I'm also interested in understanding where we are with placements, and has the rapid increase in removals strained the availability of placements for children? I'm curious to know, number one, do we have children in our care who are in out-of-county placements? And if we do, were those decisions made because that's where family is, or because we don't have sufficient placements in county?
Thank you for that question. And I will lean on that we have been in a call to action for caregivers for months now in order to make sure we're supporting kids staying in community, in their home schools, in their home community. And our numbers of children that are placed out of county has been higher than it has been in past years. We have hovered around 30 to 34% of our overall kids in out-of-home placement being out of county. In answer to your question, it's a combination of both. We absolutely want to support, if kids are being placed with family, having them out of county, because family is a first priority for us under the guidelines of the child welfare rules and regulations. However, it is also a very true fact that we don't have enough of our recruited caregivers in county, and many of the caregivers from our foster family agencies sit outside of our county, many down the Central Valley, so in Merced County, Stanislaus County, San Joaquin County, because the cost of living is cheaper.
Right, and of course, that presents its own challenges. Thank you. I will need a second round. I have some questions about the Dependency Advocacy Center.
Yes, Vice President. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know this is a really heavy day, and these are heavy reports, one after the other. These are 4 items, and so I appreciate the administration for bringing these forward, and for the board to focus on such serious situation that is impacting our kids. I've heard from many folks, including our unions, our stakeholders, the past lessons that we have had from the previous deaths from baby Phoenix and Jordan Walker, and now baby Jackson, and each of them point to different symptoms of the issue in our system. And of course, we have this 8-year-old who passed away on Sunday, and I want to have both baby Jackson and her in our hearts during this discussion, but we've heard like it is not enough to have them in our hearts. Now we actually need to do something about it, and I know you are all on board about this. And I think we heard some accusations earlier that there's actions that we're kind of we're being responsive in a kind of a panic, but this is really fundamentally undermining the facts, because our county's removal rates are currently about half the statewide rate, and in 2023 had dropped to less than 1/4 of the state rate. So that would have been fine if we were successfully keeping our kids safe, but that wasn't the case. And of course, CDSS found findings of this in July 2024 report that led to our current corrective action plan. And so their findings found critical failures in our process to establish and enforce safety planning, because basically then if a child is not safe and we made a plan, it is part of our responsibility to do. I know that we also found last October, despite our progress, that CDSS found that our department was not opening up cases of abuse if there was already a case established. So if a new allegation came in, instead of establishing a new report, social workers were instead sending out law enforcement, and that was not something that is within what we should be doing. Yet the department wasn't transparent in this new finding that was done by CDSS back in October, and the report that was produced in November, and instead you all decided to create trainings in response to that, have those trainings, not share any of that, and then just give us a one bullet item. And the reason I bring this up is because it breaks trust with the work that we have been doing for the last 2 years, that if we can't be truthful with one another, and honest about the work that we're doing, then how do we work with each other? And I know that earlier today, we had somebody who, in deep irony, a commenter on this item utilized public shame of me to be critical of what she referred as my strategy of public shame. And sadly, what was mentioned was that in that meeting that she was referring to, I was also holding myself accountable, because I do see it as a failure. It's a failure of our system. Our DFCS mission statement actually says it is our mission to keep children safe and families strong. With respect and cultural humility, we partner with our diverse community to ensure that any child or youth who is at risk or has suffered abuse or neglect is safe, cared for, and grows up in a stable, loving family. That is literally what we're meant to do. And so when we hold ourselves accountable, we hold each other accountable, and I will continue to do that. And I won't avoid saying that the board needs to hold accountability just as well. And so if I didn't guide the process in these last 18 months in the way that I needed to, I am going to continue to work really hard to make sure that I don't do the same thing that I did before, which is only focus on policy. I think each of the deaths that we have seen so far continually tell us a story about our system. The first one was the issues with our policy and the decision-making that was being made by our lawyers instead of the clinicians, the social workers. And then Jordan Walker, and then of course baby Jackson is telling us that even though our policies are right and they're written and they're there, that the practice is different. And so that is also problematic, and that the cultural norms in our department are not what we expect them to be. We also know with this last death of this little girl, and regardless of how it is determined, there were 8 different calls from people recognizing malnourishment, abuse, all of the things that we as community members hold each other, and in your words, Supervisor Ellenberg, it's all of our responsibility, and those folks were taking that responsibility on, calling in, and then yet we didn't substantiate any of those referrals, and that child died. So yes, it is a failure of our system when it is our mission to keep children safe. So what I have as following is recommended action. And I know my colleagues have heard you loud and clear in terms of a referral. But in this supplemental memo, I'm not calling it a referral. I'm actually responding and providing some direction to the administration based on what they made recommendations on. And so there's 3 items that we need to give feedback, and it doesn't have to be completely what I have here on my memo, but it certainly should be a collective voice between all of those. And so we need to give the CEO guidance on the items in my number 1, which is the auditing and the oversight of that, the roundtable, the community roundtable that he's asking to have under his supervision. I'm asking for it to, like in LA, have a blue ribbon commission that oversees all of this process, not just myself and the CSFC, but there's a blue ribbon commission that also oversees all of this process and then reverts back to a community roundtable is my suggestion. And then lastly, affirm to support the board in bringing about a child welfare expert consultant, which is what the county executive asked us to give him clarity. So that is a jumping off point. I'm happy to hear from our colleagues what they would like. I would also like to ask that item number 3 in my supplemental memo be produce a request for information to conduct a comprehensive review of child welfare referrals, and then you can read the remaining item. So that would be the only change that I would make. The rest of the items are producing a request for information, so they're not giving any direction, except for item number 1, which is responding to the recommendations in the CEO's broader structural reforms that are being evaluated. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to move my supplemental memo, change item number 3 to produce a request for information to conduct a comprehensive review of child welfare referrals in households with 3 or more since January 2020 that were investigated but determined to be inconclusive, unfounded, or unsubstantiated, beginning with households that received the highest number of child abuse and neglect center reports and proceedings in descending order. And that is the change, and then it talks a little bit about what that review should be. But these are all requests for informations, and so I'm hoping actually to look for, and this is in conjunction, of course, with Supervisor Abakoga. And so it isn't a referral. 1, it's a response to the recommendations of our county executive, and 2, it's producing requests for information and not giving direction.
Yeah, Tony, go ahead.
Supervisor, I would just say that the board voted on the definition of referral as part of the motion on November 18th. That definition was laid out, and there was actually an amendment by Supervisor Abakoga. This does meet the definition of referral, so just in line with that, if you want to move
So
forward
a
with-
response to a recommendation that the CEO has is a referral?
Yes, the precise definition is request approved through a board motion for a report back on an item of legislative service delivery, policy, and/or investment nature. There was an amendment by Supervisor Abakoga, direction to administration to implement a policy or other action is quite general, and it's not contingent on it being, responsive to the county executive or it being in a memo. So it just to stay true to the process, if you do want to move forward with it now, I would recommend that there be an inclusion in the motion to waive the
Okay.
referral process.
All right, all right. And I guess it's clear that we need to revisit that policy as we carry out our work. And actually, in this, there is another ironic lesson that I'm talking about policy and practice. And then we're also looking at our own policies in policy and then in practice, because I actually don't see this as a referral, but I'll make a motion to ask my colleagues to waive it in this case because I am simply responding to the CEO's recommendations. And then these are produce a request for information items that remain, so it's not providing any direction.
Supervisor Bakuga?
Yes, I would like to second that motion. I think now that I've been in this place a little longer, I see the differences. And yes, I guess, my question, and this was not the intent of the policy and the referral policy and the amendment, I guess, I made, but I saw this too. Like, had we just received the CEO's report, and thank you so much, Vice President, for all of the work you put into these memos. If we hadn't had a memo and we just simply responded or voted to accept the CEO's recommendations, we wouldn't be going through a referral process. So I guess I don't see this as a referral. When I thought of referrals, I meant something new that was not already agendized that would come from us individually. But this is really, to me, in response to what the CEO put out. And I would note too that I got the information yesterday morning, and so I know that Vice President had to pivot as well because it was so late in getting the information. And again, I would continue to ask that we get this information, which is quite substantial earlier. But yeah, I guess I see this, again, as a response to the agenda item, so not a separate referral. So, I'm fine to go ahead and just vote to waive the referral policy, but, again, and I would, support revisiting what that definition of referral is. But I appreciate the memo, and I support the items. I just think, overall, we need to, we look at this, and I think the proposal is to really just improve on our accountability and our transparency. And so that was why I supported the Vice President's recommendations. I personally, this is not my committee area, so I have a lot more to learn, and I think this information that is being requested here will be very helpful in that regard. I think from everything that we've heard, certainly the idea of having another set of eyes, I guess you could say, would be helpful. I like the Blue Ribbon Commission model. I think that elevates the work and also keeps the work more contained to some regard. And to have it report back to the committee, I think, is actually the most important piece to this. So for all of those reasons, very much, again, I'll second the motion. That includes the waiver of the referral policy. But again, I don't think this is necessarily a referral, but really a response to the agenda item. Thank you.
So it's Jung.
Thank you. At the risk of sounding like I'm saying, never mind, I won't say it. Reminder that I was the lone vote against this policy process. And really, I'm approaching this based on what I can stand by, what I understand, and what is within the depth of my knowledge. Something that is beyond the depth of my knowledge, I'm not going to vote no against, but ask for more time to consider. So there are a couple of things here that is within the depth of my knowledge because we have reviewed it before, we have discussed at CSFC, and our administration has provided briefings to my office when we requested it in preparation for today's board meeting. On item, on item 1, the first part of the motion on the floor, I believe, is to take action to approve to receive and approve the CO's recommendations 1A, 1B, 1C, correct? Yeah, I feel good about those. I think, James, I also just want to say thank you for taking the time to engage with our community stakeholders, from legal service providers to community-based organizations, trusted messengers in community who serve our most hard-to-reach families who may not always want to see the county vehicle in their driveway or our staffer at their door. So I really appreciate the very empathetic design of work that this approach you've taken to take into account everyone's perspectives. And I think that's really important to call out that throughout public comment, we hear time and time again across many hard issues, from housing to child welfare to violence prevention to domestic violence and all the hard things that we have to do at the county, right? That no other government entities do the same way we do because they're not mandated the way we are, is that I hear continued requests from public comment and our staff to close that gap, to close the space between administration and those providing the work on the front lines. So I want to appreciate the administration for taking that direct feedback in real time and engaging with community during a very hard time. Some folks would not want to do that, right? So yeah, 1A, 1B, 1C makes total sense. On 3, the RFI for a comprehensive review of child welfare referrals in households with 3 or more since January 2020. Wendy, I remember vaguely us having, not exactly this conversation, but at CSFC, there was a question in terms of the cases that had gone through the assignments of the staff involved with the current tragic case of Jackson Suarez, and that it was under review. Would this be in line with that work? Is this work you're already doing? I'm trying to say.
I would answer that. Thank you for the question, Supervisor. I would answer that question that there are 2 different reviews that are happening, actually 3 different reviews that are happening right now. There is the review that's happening at CDSS with regards to Jackson's case. There is an administrative review with regards to the what exactly occurred and staff actions that occurred with that. And then there will be an additional review that occurs independent of that. And all of those are in process right now.
But that's specific to Jackson's case and the cases that were managed by these team of staff, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and then this request, supervisors, my colleagues, could you expand more on the RFI, the request for information? Is it how would we operationalize such a review, or a plan to do such a review, or?
Yeah, so it's my request to figure out what does this actually mean. And I think maybe you remember this because we have had conversations in CSFC around this, Supervisor, but it is actually an item that I brought up even when Supervisor Chavez was still serving. We were Brown acted together on this. And the item really never went anywhere because, there's just so much that we needed to do. The other item that didn't go anywhere was the child welfare expert consultant. And as our CEO has reflected in the report, that there was a setup with Harvey Rose to have like a subcontract, but we didn't move it forward. And I think, the other piece was just that we were relying really on our staff to do the work. We were in spirit of collaboration, and I think there's still that spirit of collaboration, but I think, I can't remember if it was you, Supervisor, that said with another set of eyes, right? So we need another set of eyes outside of our own to help us figure out, because we aren't child welfare experts. We've learned along the way. I've been learning along the way. I don't know the laws in the ways that CDS says. Or, of course, Wendy can sometimes cite any child welfare law, with drop of a hat here. I can't do that. So we need somebody who who can come in and do that. And so we had previously asked for that as well. And you know, the independent auditor, of course, I think is just a really great idea. But some of this stuff has been recycled because we've talked about it before. We've talked about it from the first time, from the first death. And there's just so much on the work plan.
Yeah.
All these things to kind of check off. And I think, you know, what I was referencing in my initial comments is that I think we were just trying to check everything off, that we forgot to connect the policy and the practice and to figure out a mechanism to actually do that. And so what we're seeing is some of these deaths have relate back to one or the other or a combination of both. Anyways, but yes, to your question, we've talked about this before.
Yeah, it feels very familiar, and like I said, I'm really approaching this not from a process perspective point of view, but from what is within the depth of my knowledge that I could be voting on. So the RFI for comprehensive, I mean, it's important. I think this is something, Wendy, you've spoken about having to do throughout your department organization. I guess it was the operational. Are we asking for staff to come back with a plan? As what would be the response to the RFI? Here's how we would do it, and here's how we would start.
This is what it would take.
Okay.
This is how, you know, maybe the time, the amount of staff workload or whatever it is, to let us know what that would take.
Yeah, I would be supportive. I am supportive of that. I'm also supportive of item 4. I think I've asked this question in CSFC before in various clunky piecemeal ways. But I wouldn't call it clunky. No, I would say piecemeal, like very much similar. I asked about, you know, what happens when you make a call, and then where does it go, and then where does it go? And with every question about a step, it creates a branches on a decision tree that poor Wendy has to go walk me through every single one. So 4 would be a very helpful opportunity for the board, for myself, even though I sat in CSFC for a little over a year now, to really understand what happens when a family calls the CAN Center, what happens when a report is made. And then, let's see, 5, I am supportive of item 5 as well. It's how, you know, we produce a request for information regarding steps necessary to ensure that county-funded immigration-related service providers take referrals from DFCS social workers and options to ensure this level of service through contract language. I would be interested in knowing what the response is for that. We fund a body of work around immigration services, to which I think you spoke to earlier, James, that this is something that you as administration is supportive of going down this road with us.
Yes, and I had a couple clarifying questions I was going to ask when I had a chance, but on that one, since you brought it up, I just wanted, I think this is similar to the item, Supervisor Arenas, you were mentioning earlier, and I believe your intention is also to include the gender-based violence contracts as well. So just for clarity, that's how I'm understanding item 5 to basically be that same item we discussed earlier regarding those 2 sets of contracts.
That sounds right to me. But I'll turn to Supervisors Abekoga and Arenas. Is that fit what you were trying to ask for?
Sure. Should we edit this to also include gender-based violence, violent prevention service providers, so that it's not just immigration-related service providers? Yes? Oh.
Okay.
Turn into the maker and the seconder of the
Maker,
motion
second,
to make
okay.
sure.
But collectively,
I think that makes sense. I mean, we often talk about a book of business, right? How do we braid and dovetail all of our existing contracts for services together to serve and wrap ourselves around the same family or the same set of issues? And then item 6, I think that would be very valuable for our IGR team to help us out with, to weigh in on, in terms of how to support this. Sorry guys, I just got glasses like in my life, and I'm learning how to make sure it stays on my head. And I was like, why are the words blurry? Yeah, Core and Dependency Council. For as long as I've been here, I think between allocution, and the way the funding schedule is created, and the fact now that Dependency Advocacy Center has decided to close shop, it would be really helpful for me to understand what our observations are from DFCS, from families who have gone through dependency court, from the staff, from our previous attorneys who used to be with DAC or doing this work. Help us understand what's happening at the state level that's making it hard for us to keep up with the pace of this need. Those I'm ready to support, which it looks like almost all of it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, from the perspective of what I can explain and understand and what we've discussed, that these are all things that I think are righteous and clear in its intent.
James?
Yeah, I just had a few clarifying just questions on a couple of the items. So I think start first to the request for information, I think those are pretty clear to me, and we can certainly provide that information. Regarding the request to agendize a special hearing, I assume in terms of timeline, and we would work with the President's office, but it would presumably make sense to do so after the completion of the investigations. To the extent that information then is publicly available, that would of course then be the basis that would inform the substantive discussion. At least that's what makes logical sense to me. Regarding item 1, I wanted some clarity on for 1A. I was recommending that we move forward with the establishment of this function through likely revised recommendations that would come forward in June as part of the budget process. I just wanted clarity, is the request to hold off to August and return with models and other options, or was the request to move that forward but also return in August with information? I just wanted to understand.
The latter.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we would intend to move forward with the recommendations to establish it and come back for further conversation with what information and models we have out there. We did look at these things, so we can share some of that analysis. There's different structures, obviously, that are applicable in different places, and we can share that research and the relevant legal frameworks, as well as the conversations we had with CDSS around access to information. Similarly, regarding item B, as I understand it, but I just wanted to ensure there's clarity. We would move forward now with the transition, but we'd return with options regarding the creation of a Blue Ribbon Commission, which presumably might have different or expanded composition. So that would be something that we'd return probably also back in that, realistically speaking, probably in that same August timeline. So anyway, just wanted clarity on those pieces, but otherwise
Yes.
I think that the rest of it's pretty clear.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. And yes, August is fine, although it sounds so far away.
I know, we have budget between now and then.
We're in May, but yes, we have June. We'll be busy talking about the budget. But I don't foresee that there's any cost involved because we already have the community roundtable. We already have a facilitator already integrated into that.
No, I'm just talking about bandwidth
Right.
I'm not worried about cost regarding B. Obviously, A has a cost component. B is not a budget item. It's just a bandwidth challenge in the county exec's office to bring all the different other pieces we have to move forward between now and June.
Yes, August is fine.
Okay.
And then I wanted to get clarification, President, if I could. I wanted to see if Supervisor Ellenberg, does number 4 include the items that you were discussing earlier? Is there something that's missing? No. Okay.
And we would, for item 4, we'll think about if there's ways to kind of present the information, maybe with any trends or with any historical information that's relevant as well. So we'll talk through kind of what pieces make the most sense. But this is something we've been very concerned about, and it's been an area where over time that we have tried to put some significant attention to staffing some of the core functions. Right, the board recently took action, for instance, to create a new job classification and role regarding the staffing for the TRFCFs, for instance, because we didn't quite have the right mix there. So, so there's been a lot of stuff that's happened in this space. So we'll think about how it makes the most sense to present it. But I can tell you, because I've heard from Wendy directly, this is some of these functions, like ER, require 24/7 availability, including holidays, right? They have to be available. We have to be able to respond immediately if needed. And we've heard directly from staff there are significant burnout and other challenges. And then we have certain contractual constraints around the process we have to follow for staff to move between parts of the agency, right? DFCS has, 431 authorized FTE social workers. So this is a large, and that's not the entire FTE of the department, that's just the social worker staffing in the department. And so we have people moving to different parts of the department, right? There's lots of different functions. And so layered into this are, what are the rules by which, based on seniority or other things, people move between functions or, different pieces. We do have a differential that we offer that's higher for folks in these particular areas. So anyway, we'll think about how to, without making it too voluminous, just provide some of that directly relevant additional information. But I know that ER and DI are both particularly significant areas for staffing.
Thank you. And as you were talking, I was just thinking that I heard from our unions and our social workers that working out of class was something that does create a bit of an obstacle. Maybe this is something that we can also include in this. You said you wanted to include trends and consider the process that needs to be followed for movement between functions. I think working out of class also creates its own issues because it doesn't allow for people to move forward. You're kind of in a limbo, right?
Agreed, and it's an indication of providing basically temporary coverage, usually because there's someone out on a leave. And there's many reasons, of course, people might be out on a leave. So yes, I think that is relevant.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Thank you, President.
Okay, sure. I do have a couple of questions regarding this proposed new office. I'm trying to understand what are the similarities and differences among the different parties with so many different, entities doing the oversight for the DFCS. My read is that this new proposed organization has the special ability by having the full access to the children's record, right? Which currently, right now, all the higher ups does not have that access, so they don't have the fidelity of the information. I see that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, and I don't know if I think CDSS is still online, so I don't know if there's anything that they wish to add to what I'm about to say. But under the Welfare and Institutions Code, this data, child welfare information, it's one of the strictest confidentiality protections under law. It's much stricter, for example, than medical information under HIPAA. And so the ability for others to see or access data is very restricted. CDSS does have full access. The areas covered by this proposed office are all within the scope of things CDSS can and does do. The difference would be our ability to have an additional layer that would allow more ongoing, regular review, which would give us, I think, just a different level of confidence that enough things are looked at, right? CDSS has responsibility for 58 counties.
Right.
And while they're doing a number of file reviews right now, they're not in a position, I mean, unless they want to say otherwise just now, but they're not in a position to do this kind of level of ongoing review that I think we all would like to see to provide that level of assurance for our community, for our organization, and to give us more early and advanced information if there's patterns or trends or practices or other things. So, you know, it's not, so I hear what you're saying, Supervisor. It is technically not, it's technically duplicative in the sense that this is all stuff CDSS can and does do, but it's not duplicative in the sense that CDSS isn't, as a practical matter, in a position to do this kind of volume and continuous and ongoing presence. And so that's the reason for that recommendation. I don't know if there's anything that I said that was misstated. Dave, if you're still on and you want to say anything, or anything, Dan, that you wanted to add. I know you've looked at other counties as potential models too, but.
Everything you said is accurate. The CDSS will be involved in reviews when these kinds of issues arise, but we are not in a position to do that as just a course of regular business on an ongoing basis. That being said, during the extension of a corrective action plan, we would envision that there would still be some level of review of cases and more intensive engagement, but that is not something that we would be able to do for the county as a service on an ongoing basis.
Right. And in this case, since this is our own department, this can be doing ongoing work.
Yeah, this proposal is to establish this function on a permanent basis, yes.
Exactly.
And Supervisor, if I can add, I agree with what James and what Dave have said. And just to add, I think the benefit of having a local oversight group that's outside of DFCS, I think, is to do that ongoing report. We heard it in the CDRT item where we want to identify trends. I think we see it maybe even in this referral here, where there's a request for very specific decision-making review to provide back recommendations directly to the CEO and to the board.
Right. Thank you. Good. No, thank you. That's very helpful. That certainly justifies why we need to do this. And in the meantime, I would say, yeah, and I'm sure during budget we'll be talking about the cost implication of this new office starting up and ongoing. And so that's something we'll receive in the future, right, James?
Yes, and that's why I sought some clarity on the timeline piece.
Right.
But yes, this would definitely be a significant investment, but it's one that we believe is important.
Right, and just literally saves lives in the long run, exactly. Okay, I think we have a motion, we've seconded, and we have lots of discussion and questions. I think we're ready for a vote, right, Rhonda?
All right, on motion of Vice President Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Abekoga. Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we move, 16, 17 is done. Now we'll move to 18, which is a report from Behavioral Health, BHSD, and SSA relating to their increasing placement options for youth with complex needs.
Supervisors, Wendy Canera with Department of Family and Children's Services, here with my colleagues from Behavioral Health. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon.
Oops, try again.
Good afternoon, Zelia Faria Costa with Behavioral Health Services Department.
And good afternoon, Sherry Terrell, Director with Behavioral Health.
Good afternoon.
So we have collectively brought back a presentation on where we are with our build out of placement options for high acuity youth. I'll lean into the board. Would you like us to do our presentation, or would you just like to go straight to questions?
I think we've read the report, so I don't see any reason, so we could go straight to questions, if that's okay? Yes,
I
Vice
would
President?
appreciate
Yeah.
that.
You
Thank
want
you.
to? Sure. Vice President?
Thank you. I'm going to start with just some comments. And many of our kids are living in unsafe conditions and have been for far too long. We're seeing the results of that trauma, the pandemic, the isolation, in the form of high numbers of kids with complex needs that are difficult to place. And we've heard a lot of out of county placement in San Mateo County as well. And the children in this report are in their absolute last possible moment of intervention. So what comes next if we fail are terrible outcomes, like entry into homelessness, the probation system, or worse. These are our teens. These are the kiddos that some of our speakers were talking about. And so we're going to keep those kiddos in mind. So the transitional residential shelter care facilities, this is not an easy acronym, TRS, CPS. I don't even. Are also, we got to work on, are also known as
You
scattered
can call them
sites.
sites. That's what we call them, is for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to call them scattered sites. We'll call them sites, as this report states, are intended, as very temporary care. And the state licensing requires that these sites be occupied by children for a limited number of days. So the rules are intended for the safety of the kids, and the rules that this administration is consistently on the edge of not complying with. In 2024, the previous director of DSCS admitted that these kids are in days in care and reset back to 0 when they run away. So every time that they run away, they reset this limitation of time that they can live there to begin once again. And that's how we've been able to meet state mandates for the length of stay. And I'm saying this because this is part of the issues that we have seen out in our community. And it's also part of just legislatively and operationally the issues that we're dealing with. And so I appreciate the investments in turning around these sites with big improvements in services and staffing, and they remain anything but an appropriate long-term strategy. That is why I brought a referral to dramatically increase placement opportunities, and my colleagues will let me know what they want to do with this one as well. I appreciate the work that staff has done to bring SDRTPs online. I'm eager for these upcoming sites and the partnership with San Mateo County. However, I remain acutely aware that many of our children at these sites need foster home placements, and something that our administration has been sharing from the beginning. Yet there's very little progress after a year of work to increase placement homes. There's some new suggestions in the report, but they don't meet the well-established need. And additionally, this problem is only the tip of the iceberg in addressing critical capacity issues in safer foster placements. I have serious concerns that placement decisions are being influenced by availability of care options and not what is best for a kiddo. That's why my memo calls for supporting the ongoing work on the SDRTPs, expanding the work on ISFC plus placements. And so I'm going to make a very careful motion, again, knowing the new requirements we're working within. So I'd like to move item A on my memo with the waiver, because these should be minor amounts of workload, but they would be very, very time sensitive given the report's new information that the contracts are being updated for the first time in a number of years. So on items B and C, are not as time sensitive, and I'm more than happy to move them without any waiver in whatever process collectively as a group we want and is currently required. Item B is a request to agendize a report and discussion at CSFC, which I chair, regarding foster care, which is in the committee's jurisdiction. And item C is a request to bring the item we're currently hearing today back to the board in November with updates and fold back the item B's CSFC's report into this item. So that's what I'm saying we can move that, it doesn't have to be, it could be part of the referral process, however collectively the group would like to do. And so I'm just hoping that we can agendize the conversation in the committee, request for follow-up reports on the item being discussed at the board so that we can continue to move forward, as these are our foster care kiddos who are teens who we know are on the brink of, like I said, homelessness, and that puts them at risk for so many other issues while they're on the streets. And so anyways, that's my motion.
So, Adjournment.
Vice President Arenas, as your co-chair of CSFC, I look forward to having these conversations at CSFC to explore, and look forward to preparing something to bring back for the full board too. So yes, I second that motion.
Perfect.
President Lee, if I could just share a
Yes,
couple,
please.
couple comments, and the department should feel free to add anything they'd like. We wholeheartedly agree that there's a strong need to increase these placement opportunities. And as I know some members of the board are aware, but just to remind everyone, the reality in the last several years is a very different regulatory landscape and framework for placement options. And this has been, I think, a very well-intentioned, coming from a good place at the state level and federal level, but without the right pieces in place for implementation set of reforms for the overall continuum of care. And the result of that is that we have counties in this state, and this has been widely reported on publicly, where sometimes youth are spending the night in a social services office or in other temporary facilities because the lawful set of placements that are available to county welfare agencies are so limited. And part of that is federal law changes that were passed in 2018. Part of that is state law changes. There's other well-intentioned state law changes, again, very well-intentioned, that heavily circumscribe what our staff can do. And so there's things that any of us would do as parents if we were dealing with our own children that our staff who are acting in place of parents for traumatized youth who have just gone through potentially a removal or other very significant trauma, of course, that gave rise to the need for government intervention, are not allowed to do. And so, for example, you can't physically stop a youth from exiting a facility. We would never let one of our kids just run out the door. We're parents. You can't put your hands on a youth, even if they might need that to help calm down. And I share some of those things because when I referenced earlier that our DFCS structure is a critical child safety pillar, it's also a very circumscribed one. And I know a lot of these details now because we have, and I really appreciate Supervisor Arenas acknowledging, we have moved so many resources to try to deal with the TRFCF situation. And I will tell you, the regulatory framework for these facilities is ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd. If a county as resourced as us, and we are one of the best resourced counties in the state and in the United States, and we have put so much money and so much staff attention and so much legal attention and so much care and feeding into these facilities, can barely check all the boxes on an ongoing basis to meet all of the state regulatory requirements. I can't fathom how other counties can do so, which is probably why many of them haven't tried to do so. And that is a serious regulatory problem because even though very well intentioned, it creates a dearth of placement options for youth. So with respect specifically to the IFC Plus homes, staff is extremely supportive of the fact that this is the best of these set of options for high acuity youth. By contract, we actually have funding for many more homes than we currently have online. So we have 27 that are funded, but only 16 currently in operation. And so the challenge there isn't the funding, isn't the contract, it's actually on the part of the agencies in being able to stand up and operate sufficient facilities. But we are all, I think, in alignment that we need these and that these are the best of a set of options. Similarly, to have the ESTRTP capacity. But I just have to say that, in my opinion, and I'm not a child welfare expert either, but in my opinion, having had the operational and fiscal related issues associated with these sets of facilities come my direction over the last couple years, I think that there is a need for the state to revisit not the broader philosophy, which I think was, like I said, very well intentioned, but some of the specifics in a way that actually enables and allows not just our county, but counties across California to be able to have more realistic and viable placement options, because that is better than the current alternatives for many counties and communities in California where there's no placement option in some cases. So all that's to say, we will continue to work on these items, continue to have that conversation in CSFC. I think there's very strong alignment in what we all would like to see here. But I have to call out that regulatory piece because it's a challenge not just for us, it's a challenge for these CBO providers who try to stand up these facilities. It's an ongoing challenge for the operation of these facilities. And it not just imposes really extraordinary fiscal cost, but more significantly, the ability to actually effectively staff and operate and care for youth in these facilities is so severely constrained. So I think there's important work to do on that front on top of all this other work too.
Thank you, James.
Anybody who wants to could add. If I misstated anything or you have anything else to add, you can speak up. But that's my perspective on seeing what you all have been struggling through the last 2 years.
Thanks, James. Supervisor Arenas, I really appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the complexities you lifted up, James. And I, too, am really concerned. This is not how we want to care for our kids, and these are some of our most vulnerable. And it's not good to have them all together in one space. That's why really the model of having one child in a home with a dedicated full-time caregiver that's been trained and supported, as well as our ESTRTP that's 2 kids with this wraparound supporting them, is the best direction to go, and it's not moving fast enough. And so I think any efforts by this board, I would also welcome, and James, I don't know if it's possible to look at anything legislatively as well to push the state as well, because really our hands are tied. And I will give a shout out to my staff that I have some of the most dedicated, amazing staff that have really been trying to do everything possible to support these youth with their complex needs and their trauma playing out in front of us. And they want to get them to homes as well. And I can appreciate the struggles for these youth who want to stay in community and say, thank you, no thank you, to leaving out of county and what that means. And so this really needs to be a commitment to what we do in county to keep these kids and help them heal and support so that they can be thriving members back in our community again.
Yes, Vice President.
I do have a question about, and thank you for your comments, Wendy. I know that this is for the very first time a partnership between behavioral health and then DFCS. One that I wish would have been from the very start, because I think it just makes a lot of sense. Now, we have 3 providers, Pacific Clinics, Rebecca's, and Seneca. And I know that Pacific Clinics and Rebecca's is lower in cost. And so the contract has a higher number of homes. But Seneca is limited to 4 because they are of higher cost, but doesn't mean that that's their capacity. Couldn't we revisit what that looks like? Because if they're limited to 4, they'll never establish more than 4, right? The contract limits them to 4.
I think Supervisor, you're lean into the contracts and inviting the service providers back to share their dilemmas in recruitment and to hear how we're serving those youth. We can definitely go back and take a look at those contracts. I will tell you, highlighted in the report, we had inconsistency in the amount we offer to those caregivers, both those caregivers that have their own home they're paying for and those caregivers that housing is provided for them. And so some of our efforts right now are to have consistency across providers in what we pay and how we pay, and then what we pay to those providers. So we can go back and look at our contracts.
Thank you. I mean, I don't want to pay more for one particular provider, but if they have capacity to grow, then I think that is meaningful. But I appreciate your point in having the equity among all the providers.
Thank you. Supervisor Young, you have further questions?
Yeah, I just wanted, James, thank you for adding that layer. And I hope I'm reading too much into it when you said that towards the end that you wanted to add that to the conversation, that this direction to have this conversation at CSFC doesn't prevent anybody from the county executive's office or from administration to bring things to our attention to fully understand this issue.
No, it was more surfacing that for awareness, especially to the extent that members of the board or others, engage in those legislative conversations at the state level. That I think it's a statewide challenge. This is not a Santa Clara County challenge. Yeah. It's a serious one. I think it's a disservice to these youth across California. Not because of intention, but because of the reality to try to operationalize the literally hundreds of pages of regulations in order to operate these facilities that just make them, in some places, cost prohibitive. That's not the issue here, but definitely is a real issue in many parts of the state of California. But separate from cost, that make it operationally so challenging and challenging to find people who are even willing to kind of jump through all of those hoops when it's hard enough to actually find the right person or people, whether it's county staff or CBO staff or others, to have their focus and attention on care for these children. So I'm trying to lift that up because that's a big piece of the reality of this subset of placements that we're talking about that are already the most challenging just from the very human angle. But then you layer on the regulatory piece on top of that, and I think it's created some real serious problems.
I appreciate that, James, and just Wendy and team, I do appreciate, and Dan and Sarah, I see you back there too. Just how incredibly complex this work is, and that there's no one size fits all, no one formula for every situation. It really is high acuity, deep work with every single child that comes across us, and I hope that is the system that we're able to build to provide that level of support every single time. So I look forward to having these conversations in CSFC. Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. I just have one quick question regarding the getting the word out. Obviously we need more ISFC plus homes and caregivers. Haven't been able to work with our school districts or through the County Schools Collaborative to try to get more recruitment right out there.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. So we had outreach to school districts. We've now added in, thanks to our increased partnership with Gilroy Unified School District and Franklin McKinley, we're going to be partnering with them more if they can get the word out within their school districts. And then thank you to your office. We are going to really push our partnership with the County Schools Collaborative and those 5 school districts to help with recruitment as well.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. That's all I have. And Rhonda, if no further questions, let's take a vote.
I'm sorry, I missed the mover and seconder.
I believe it's the Vice President moving it, and it was seconded by Supervisor Young.
My apologies. Moved by Vice President Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Young. Supervisor Abakoga is absent. Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. James, your report.
Yes, and I do have some more bad news report on my county executive report. I wanted to focus on the May revise and provide the board with an update on the May revise, which came out last week. The impact for counties and for our county from the May revise is devastating. Not only does the May revise not address the impacts of H.R. 1, does not meet any of the needs that we've identified and articulated in coalition for the last several months, does not provide an effective response to the federal administration, not 1 penny for public hospitals, very small investment for eligibility support, one-time investments, no support for indigent care, no reversal of the IHSS proposal, no reversal of the proposal to eliminate state funding for mobile crisis services. So on point after point after point where we've been making a very strong merits-based case, the May revise either makes no change from the January budget or makes things worse. But then, on top of all of that, as we feared, the May revise proposes a significant change in the state-only Medi-Cal program that would shift the program from managed care to fee-for-service. Now, there's some technical pieces to that, and that sounds like a bunch of, jargon. But let me be very clear about the impact to this county organization. This proposed change in the May revise will add up to an additional state-imposed cut to the county on top of federal cuts. The state-imposed cut is over $200 million ongoing to our health system and to Valley Health Plan. So if the May revise was adopted as is, not only we're not getting help from the state, we're getting another substantial cut to the delivery of healthcare services, and a cut that's particularly targeted at one of our most vulnerable communities and populations, which is those on the state-only program. We, of course, have not accounted for that impact in the recommended budget. We don't have a way to account for that impact in the budget that the board will be considering in June. Our work between now and then is going to be to urge the legislature to reject that proposal and to urge the legislature to actually address the very concrete and specific things that we've put forward. To that end, we're pursuing targeted advocacy with key decision makers in Sacramento. I know a couple members of our board will be in Sacramento tomorrow, I think. I want to thank every member of the board for all of your work in this advocacy effort. We're also going to be beginning a more aggressive paid media component to some of the advocacy and coalition with a few partners, which is specifically focused on the funding gap for public hospital systems and the need for the state to protect those systems as critical infrastructure for the healthcare of all Californians. One of our partners in that effort is Riverside County. So we will be making a hard push, as hard a push as we can, in the next several weeks between now and the adoption of the state budget. But I have to just say, this cannot be California's response to the federal government. We can and must do better as a state. And the impact that this will have, we just spent the whole afternoon talking about how we try to do our best to take care of children in our community. Children in our community, among others, are directly affected by what we're talking about, and our ability to actually provide basic health care and access to basic critical services, whether it's food assistance or health care, is directly at stake. And I am very concerned that if this is the direction the state is going, layered on top of the HR 1 impacts, we will not be able to sustain critical services as a county organization. So I know we've had a lot of conversation in the last several weeks about a difficult recommended budget, but that is nothing compared to what is in front of us. If the state's going to layer hundreds of millions on top of the HR 1 cuts and is not going to come and mitigate the additional HR 1 impacts that we already have in store for us in the upcoming fiscal year. So I wish I had better news to bring, but I think it's a massive leadership failure at the state level, and we have to sound the alarm because this is a crisis for the state, and this cannot be California's response to HR 1 and to what's happening to healthcare. So that's my kind of executive report today, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, that's certainly very horrible news regarding May revise, and I want to also turn this to Supervisor Ellenberg, also the president of CSEC, on this issue.
I am so mad I can literally hardly stay sitting in my chair, and I am heading to Sacramento and need to get there before dark, so I'm going to leave right after this item. But you're right, James. You said it in a very calm way, but this is not how California should be responding. The piling on of harm to children, to families, and by extension to communities is really catastrophic. And this can't stand. And I will tell you that I'm so scared right now because not only me, many of us, but I've been working and advocating and educating all year long on HR 1 impacts without knowing if that they're really going to have an impact on the legislators, clearly not on the governor. And now with this additional hit around the Medi-Cal only change, either suggests that there's an expectation that people with uncertain immigration status just won't get care, or that somehow counties have to magically pick up this burden as well. And certainly it will be at the expense of public safety, of more prevention, of all of the things that we do. And the fact that we are working so hard and it still doesn't seem to be resonating as the existential crisis that it is both enraging and deeply depressing. I know that we will all keep working, and I think if anyone can force this change, it's us. I saw an article today, I forget where it was, but both Ventura County and Riverside were talking about their hospital issues. UCC, I think, needs to as well be, that's the subset of just urban counties, 14 large urban counties, need to be on top of this. No one will be hit the way we are, and that's a problem because nobody will advocate with the same strength because they don't have as much at risk.
Yeah, this particular impact that I'm talking about with the shift on managed care is disproportionately going to affect those counties that operate public hospitals.
Right.
And so it does particularly impact us. I will say this is a huge hit for LA, as well as the other public hospital counties. And we have to come together to push back because the ability to continue to operate this critical infrastructure is at stake. And the state needs to recognize that because hospital systems like ours don't just serve Santa Clara County residents. Our residents have stepped up. They've stepped up, but we serve as a regional asset, as a state asset, as critical infrastructure for the well-being of all Californians. And that's true for several of the public hospital systems that operate these trauma and burn centers and other critical functions. The state has responsibility there. And we've tried to weave together a strategy to deal with these unprecedented federal cuts, to put the pieces together so that this infrastructure survives. And we've delivered with our voters. We've delivered as an organization. This board has heard the myriad initiatives that we're trying to move all at the same time. And I got to tell you, it is exhausting on the part of leadership in the organization, but we're doing it because we're trying to make sure that these critical services survive. The state has to be a partner. And for the state to instead come out and say that they're going to add another couple $100 million in cuts on top is just outrageous.
Unconscionable.
Can I ask a question? So if they're taking an additional cut, where are they putting that money? Where are they investing? Where are they focused on?
Well, it shows up as a savings to the state budget. So, so this is, now the state budget does include some, new investments in certain areas. The governor is proposing, for example, to allocate state funding to subsidize private insurance on the health insurance exchange. It's certainly a need, and we don't disagree that that's a useful thing. I just don't think it's nearly the kind of priority as ensuring public hospitals stay operating. So, so there are different programs that are getting resourced. They are putting some money on what they're calling distressed hospitals. It's a very small amount of money, but those are only hospitals that have 10 days of cash on hand. And those are obviously important community assets that are on the brink of closing, right? If you only have 10 days of cash on hand, you are a very distressed hospital. We fortunately are not in that shape. But here's the thing, if you have only 10 days of cash on hand before the full implementation of HR 1 cuts, I don't know what your prognosis is as a hospital in the long run. And so we need the state to actually have a strategic view on how we as a state of California protect these critical public assets to make it through this federal administration intact. And that is just not there. And this misguided additional cut just puts an exclamation point on that. So that's what we're grappling with, and it is, as Supervisor Ellenberg said, it's unconscionable.
So James, just to be clear, this May revise is a governor's budget. That is not what the legislature has approved, which means that if we use our advocacy with our assembly members and our state senators, they are the ones who is going to be able to change these numbers to try to divert some of those funds back to our community, correct?
Yeah, so our hope now is in the Senate and the Assembly to push back. Now, we know that the governors may revise forms the basis of those conversations. So it's a very uphill climb. It's a very uphill climb. But the state does have one-time funding available quite significantly. Revenues keep coming in above projections. So the state's not in the kind of fiscal strait that we are in, which makes what's happening all the more concerning. And it's short-sighted because if the state's perspective is they'll turn and pay attention to us when we only have 10 days of cash on hand, that is not a strategic approach to preserving and protecting these assets. We actually need to get in front of what's happening. That's exactly the strategy we've been trying to do as a county organization, so that we're actually pushing back against the federal government from a position of strength. So I'm very concerned, and we will do our strongest efforts and encourage everyone in this community, obviously every member of the board, but we collectively need to do our strongest advocacy in the next 5 or so weeks as the legislature and the governor negotiate, largely behind closed doors, but negotiate to put the finishing touches on the budget.
So maybe I should pitch a camp outside the Capitol now, huh? Sacramento? No, thank you, James. Yes, I am heading to Sacramento tomorrow for a few days to try to talk to those folks for real. Wasn't planning to pitch a camp yet, Rhonda, but it might get there. We have no funding. But no, I certainly will have talked to our legislator to make sure that we are able to fight. I mean, after all, when you think about it, out of the 58 counties, we're the only one, after HR 1, we're able to come through with this thing called Measure A.
That's right. I mean,
we should be in better shape than everybody else, but right now we're not.
And we have put together that strategy. We took cuts at mid-year. We've got more cuts happening with the recommended budget. We're not asking for a handout from the state, but at the very least, we need the state to not do more harm.
That's right.
And to get a May revise that would do another over $200 million of ongoing cuts to us, is just devastating.
Thank you. All right, Tony, hope you have some good news. I have enough bad news today.
At the May 18th, 2026 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to file, join, or otherwise participate in litigation regarding one matter. The name of the action and the parties, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once filed to any person upon inquiry. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Tony. So moving to item 21, an operational report relating to the grant budget update for the VHHP, Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. Good afternoon, Ms. Ho. Thank you for your patience today.
Good afternoon, President Lee, members of the board, Celine Ho, Director for the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. I just have a very short report for you regarding our grant budget. We anticipate that we will be able to expend the entire amount of $3.1 million by the end of the grant term. And I also wanted to provide you with the cautious good news in terms of our grant renewal. We've been told that we will get our full grant renewal in the amount of $3.1 million per year for the 4 years. But I think I'll breathe a sigh of relief when I actually get the notice of award in hand. And so we are expecting that next week.
Thank you. All right, that's great news. I need some good news today. Thank you, Celine. Anybody in public wants to talk about this issue today? Rhonda?
No, I do not.
Okay, I'll go and close the public speaking portions here. May I have a motion from my colleagues?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion and seconded. If no further questions, thank you for the good news. Celine, let's take the vote.
All right, on motion of Vice President Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Young. Supervisor Abby Koga is out. Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg is out. Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries 3-0.
All right, moving to item number 22, a recommendation relating to the Sheriff's Military Equipment Use Policy. I'll hand this over to our Sheriff staff. Please proceed. Thank you for being here for so late. really appreciate the patience.
Supervisor Lee, I just wanted to note there's two sub-items on this item.
Oh,
The first
okay.
being OCLEM's report and the second being the sheriff's office's.
Ah, okay, all right. And is OCLEM on the,
We are, thank you.
Okay, very good, very good. Let's see, since the two reports, I believe, the first report actually is OIR, am I correct? Yes, so I'll let you go first for OCLEM, and then we'll ask the sheriff's deputy, to go afterwards. That's okay? All right. Go ahead,
Wonderful,
yes,
thank you.
OIR, please proceed, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Teresa Magula, representing OIR Group. We essentially, as we did in previous years, did a review of the several of the use cases that were reported out by the Sheriff's Office, and we found those to be in compliance with the Sheriff's Office policies. In our report that we've submitted, we also highlight a number of areas for future consideration and look forward to any questions that this board might have with respect to those items.
Okay, thank you. All right, yes, please proceed.
Good evening, Supervisors. Captain Tony Fernandez from the Sheriff's Office, and with me I have Lieutenant Tommy Council, Lieutenant Ben Hemian, and Captain John Stream. We do have a presentation, but I know we've shared it previously, so I think in the interest of time, we're happy to present the presentation, or we could skip to any questions and answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I've read it through, so I don't think I need the presentation unless my colleague wants to see it. I think we can go straight to question. Yes? Okay. Do we have any public who would like to speak on this item first? Let's go through that.
We do not.
Good. I'll go ahead and close the public speaking portion. Looking to my colleague, I don't see any lights on to speak of questions. I have some questions. I'll just go through those right now. We talked about some of the drones and some of their capabilities in your report, and there is a request there talking about a total of about 30 of these Skydio X10s, correct? Yes, Captain, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the board is familiar with the capabilities of the drones and the benefits that they have. There's 20 X10s listed on here. I want to be clear that there's not a budget request for those now. It's just the nature of the way that the ordinance is written. I have to put possibly anticipated needs throughout the year on this report.
Right.
And so this is really designed for if we do have a funding source in the future that comes up middle of the year, I have to be prepared for that in the AB 481 report. If I have one of my example contract cities come to me and say, hey, we want to start a DFR program, I have to have sufficient space within this ordinance now in order to enable that, so I don't have to tell them, hey, I have to wait a year before I can come back and do that.
Gotcha. So this is just an anticipation of a potential need in the future to have it built in this ordinance.
Correct, and the way the ordinance is built now is we're sort of forced to try to speculate out a year in advance of potential needs that we have, which is, why there's these drones on here, that some of them are not actually available on this date right now, but it's a possibility of something we might want to acquire during the year.
Okay. Recall this morning we were literally talking about needing more or better cameras and monitoring at some of our spaces like Elmwood, right? Do you think it makes sense for us to also put something in the budget regarding these AI cameras to help monitor the irregular movements and whatnot so that we could enhance better safety for the folks inside our spaces?
Yeah, so I think to address that obviously is something that we do want and we're looking into, but obviously it's separate from this military equipment request.
Okay, all right. And then there is a recommendation from OCLEM about this off-cycle purchases. I think this is actually a good example of why off-cycle purchase would be necessary because we could use these cameras very, very quickly soon with that in mind. And I would like to certainly in this case, make a motion to also direct council in Oakland to consider whether the ordinance should include language allowing for a more streamlined process for getting approval for some equipment purchases mid-cycle. So along with that, I just want to go ahead and also with this motion to include receiving the report from Oakland relating to the review of the Office Sheriff 25-26 Military Equipment Annual Report. Okay,
Second.
I have a motion, I've seconded, and I don't see any further questions. Oh, yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, just a note that we do understand what the referral is. President Lee will be happy to work with the Sheriff's Office in Oakland on that. I've spoken with Captain Stream today and over the last couple of weeks, and we're ready to work on that together.
Great.
Just one further clarification that the cameras would not be considered military equipment. They might be subject to other forms of
That's
regulation,
correct.
but they
Yes.
wouldn't be part of
That's
this
right.
scheme.
That's right. Thank you so much. All right.
Could
Yes.
I also
Vice President,
add, I'd like to figure out, I know the UAS has been used for around 30 times. It could be used higher, I guess, on a higher level. But I'm wondering, what are the details for like the incidents in general? What is it that you normally use the UAAs for?
Unmanned aerial systems.
The drones, right?
You're asking about drones,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. I think, you know.
Well, the drone, you said it was 30 times. It's 200 and some odd times for drones. And you want specifics on like what type of events we would fly a drone?
Yeah,
for?
are they usually doing protests, marches? Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
I would say most of it is any kind of crime in progress. So burglaries in progress or robberies. After somebody flees from sheriff's office deputies, they're hopping fences. We'll use the drone to scan the area for that. And also search and rescue. Let's not forget we have very rural areas of the county where people hike, so we can use drones to find people or tracks or things like that as well.
Got it. Okay. I don't know where I got that data point, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
On that note, regarding the usage of drones, we've heard that there are occasions where drones are being used to drop drugs and contraband into Elmwood, for example. On that note, is this something that our drones that we use may be able to help stop some of these counter drones? Because that's what they do in Ukraine right now. I found out that's the best anti-drone device. It turns out to be another drone.
I think as the board is aware, we're currently working on implementing a counter drone program, which would help with that, yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for making sure that this is happening. Yeah, all right. And that's, I think, all the questions we have today. Thank you for being so patient today, waiting through a long meeting. Without further ado, let's take the vote.
Thank you. On motion of President Lee, seconded by Vice President Arenas, Supervisor Abakoga is absent. Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg is absent. Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries 3-0.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Rhonda, I look like I am running out of items on my list. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Okay, so if that's the case, that means we are moving to item 27, which is with that, we'll adjourn today's meeting. Our next meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 2nd at 9:30. Thank you to the clerks, security staff, and administration. Meeting adjourned at 5:38. I tried for 5:30. I'm 8 minutes.